America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751. I object to Martin playing the leading role. In the afternoon, Denis Villeneuve came to Davis studio. After signing the contract with Prince of Thieves 2 months ago, the Canadian director has been preparing for the filming with Graham King. The preparations are going well, and Graham has already led some people to Boston. Villeneuve came to Martin today, and his main purpose was not to give feedback on the crew's progress. Have you coordinated the schedule here? Martin, I need a clear schedule, and then make a shooting plan, based on your time. Martin asked directly, based on the preparations, when will the film start shooting? Villeneuve replied, normally, it will start shooting in June, and the shooting may last 45 to 60 days, because there are a lot of street scenes to shoot, and there is a certain degree of uncertainty. According to the original plan, Martin was going to leave the 3-month schedule of June, July, and August to Nolan. But the progress of Interstellar was not smooth. The joint investment and production of many large companies did not bring convenience, but instead caused frequent disputes with each other, resulting in slow preparation progress. Especially Warner Pictures, because it was sued by Nolan. John Berg was very angry. This president, who is a genius most of the time, may want to teach Nolan a lesson. Martin thought for a while. There is no problem with my schedule. You can make a shooting plan according to this time. It is better to arrange my role in the front. Villeneuve confirmed, I will make a shooting plan as soon as possible and transfer it to the studio. He was about to say goodbye, and before leaving, he specifically reminded Martin the use of firearms, especially Axe series firearms. Martin gave him a reassurance, I have a fixed time to practice every week. Villeneuve found that it is really worry-free to work with an actor like Martin. After discussing the schedule with Martin, Villeneuve immediately said goodbye. He will also participate in the actor audition in the next few days. The heroine is basically determined. Martin directly recommends people to join the group. Alexandra Daddario, an actress from New York, will play the heroine, and even the candidate for the supporting actress has been selected. This project was originally produced by Davis Studio, and Martin has the most say in the selection of actors. Villeneuve mainly auditioned supporting actors and other actors. In the office, Martin called Nolan to ask about the progress of AstraZeneca. I'm fed up with this kind of project with fragmented copyrights and multiple big producers participating in the investment. Nolan complained on the phone. Various situations emerge one after another. Every time they occur, the project has to be paused. Martin asked, is the problem still with Warner Pictures? Nolan said, I'm fed up with John Berg and his shabby team at Warner Pictures. They always have a lot of creative ideas, especially John Berg, who wants to introduce his successful production experience in Jack the Giant Slayer into my crew. This news was so shocking that even Martin was stunned. Warner's group, even Nolan was not spared. At this point, Nolan couldn't control himself and burst into swear words. I'll kill his whole family. If he dares to do this, I will quit this director. Martin asked, Jack the Giant Slayer will not be released for some time, and John Berg can't wait to promote his successful experience? Nolan calmed down. He thinks the film will definitely be a success. Martin understood that the president of Warner Pictures wanted to create a miracle by combining the essence of multiple editing versions. Nolan said, Spielberg will take the lead and a coordination meeting of the producers will be held soon. It is estimated that there will be results soon. Chris, you go first. Martin took the initiative to hang up the phone. Warner Studios and the Interstellar studio were established as early as the beginning of this year, but the preparation of the project has been slow. At first, director Nolan was busy with the final production of The Dark Knight Rises and had no time to take care of other things. Later, the Nolan couple joined the crew, and the genius ideas of Warner Pictures came one after another, which made people unable to resist. John Berg, the president of Warner Pictures, obviously wanted to take the lead in the project. This genius felt very good about himself, but in the eyes of bystanders, after John Berg took office, the medium and large investment projects such as Pharaohs and Gods and Dark Places, that he personally grasped almost all failed. Only a few small investment projects made some profits. As one of the producers and investors, Spielberg, who is also the initiator of the project, convened this coordination meeting. The project has a huge investment and the producers have high hopes. The heads of Paramount, DreamWorks and Warner Brothers all attended the meeting, which shows that Spielberg has a lot of faith. In addition, the Nolans also participated in the meeting. We must have the final editing rights. This is finalized when the director's agreement is signed. Emma Thomas' words were very heavy because Nolan had enough confidence. She crossed her hands on the conference table and looked at John Berg diagonally across from her. This is a super blockbuster with a production budget of up to $180 million, not an experimental film. John Berg could hear that the words were directed at him and subconsciously wanted to speak. Nolan said, first, if you don't trust me, I can resign from this director position. Bob from Paramount Pictures quickly said, I always believe that you are the most suitable director. Spielberg, who looked like a good man, said at this time, it is best to leave the shooting and production of the project to professionals. Okay, the final editing rights can be given to Chris. John Berg gave in a step and became tougher, but for the leading actor, I don't agree with Martin Davis. Nolan argued, Martin's acting skills, image, and market appeal are all top in Hollywood. He is the most suitable leading actor. John Berg reminded, don't forget, his salary is also the best in the industry. The 20+20 model will squeeze our profits, and for this film, who is the leading actor? Is it the key? Bob chose to be neutral on this issue. Martin Davis is a suitable option, but not a necessary option. Paramount Pictures has created a classic commercially successful series in cooperation with superstars, but it has also experienced the heart-wrenching experience that half of the profits of movie were taken away by superstars. Yes, he thought of Tom Cruise and the Mission Impossible series. Paramount Pictures once became a laborer for superstars. Spielberg has always liked to work with big-name stars on commercial blockbusters. He said, superstars can bring about huge topics, advertising effects and publicity effects, especially superstars like Martin, who have extremely strong market appeal. Although John Berg opposed, just for the sake of opposition, he prepared sufficient reasons and excuses. Have you forgotten which movie Martin Davis won the Oscar for Best Actor? That was also a space drama, and he also played an astronaut, playing similar roles into consecutive movies. First of all, this actor is not an astronaut, but a father. Nolan interrupted John Berg directly. Secondly, this film will not be released until 2014 at the earliest. During this period, Martin will have many movies released. The so-called role overlap is not a problem at all. John Berg was interrupted and looked a little ugly. He said, but there is still a huge risk. The production budget of the project is as high as $180 million. Why are we still discussing the preparation issues today? Because we must eliminate risks as much as possible. Of course, he was prepared. If you insist on inviting a superstar to play the leading role, I think Tom Cruise is more suitable. At least he has a daughter, has established a family, knows how to be a father, and how to take on family responsibilities. Even Spielberg felt that the latter words made sense, because the theme of the film is not about space at all. It is not about exploring black holes, exploring the mysteries of time and space, etc. These are all superficial, and the inner part is the same Hollywood mainstream film that has not changed for more than 20 years. Spielberg said, Tommy is also suitable. Hearing the name of Tom Cruise, Bob couldn't sit still. Although Paramount Pictures had just cooperated with Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible 4, they went against the public opinion and added the role of Brent in it, intending to let Jeremy Renner, who has a smaller card and is more obedient, replace Tom Cruise. However, the effect was not good. The audience still only recognized Tom Cruise and Ethan Hunt. Paramount Pictures could only hold their noses and continue to cooperate with Tom Cruise. This does not mean that Paramount Pictures wants to work with Tom Cruise on other big budget movies. Paramount's real boss Summer Edston personally stepped out to step on Tom Cruise a few years ago. If Cruise hadn't been so thick-blooded, he would have been stepped on to death. Bob immediately spoke up. I don't think Tommy is suitable. His understanding of family and father-daughter relationships is distorted because of Scientology. These not only cannot help him shape the role, but will also become a drag. Spielberg is older and has a better temper. He acted as a lubricant. Why don't we invite Martin and Tommy to audition for this role? I disagree. Nolan directly objected. He had never worked with Tom Cruise, but he knew that Tom Cruise was very difficult to deal with on the set. Martin worked with him twice in a row. The two cooperated well. Often, with just a glance, they knew how to act and shoot. Nolan looked at Spielberg and said, Steven, when we signed the director's contract, I said that Martin Davis's role as the leading actor was one of the prerequisites for me to direct this project. You agreed at that time. John Berg said, I'm against using Martin Davis. If he plays the leading actor, Warner Brothers will withdraw from this project. Warner Brothers is one of the copyright owners. If Warner Brothers withdraws, the project will be suspended. Spielberg, who chaired the meeting, was very confused and proposed that DreamWorks acquire the copyright held by Warner, but was rejected by John Berg. At the end of the meeting, no agreement could be reached. Chapter 752, Strong Cooperation. After leaving the meeting room, John Berg returned to the building, and his assistant McDonald followed him from behind. He looked at his boss's face and knew that the meeting was not going well. John Berg said as he walked, has the legal department negotiated with Nolan and Martin Davis lawyers again? Yes. McDonald told the truth. They asked for the contract to be breached, otherwise they will not withdraw the lawsuit. John Berg said, then drag it out. After walking a few steps, he stopped. You can find a way to contact Emma Thomas. As long as Nolan gives up using Martin Davis as the male lead, I will give him the green light for this project. Yes. McDonald took out his mobile phone and prepared to contact people. John Berg continued to walk towards the Warner building. When Martin Davis intended to abandon Warner Pictures, the current one, and throw himself into the arms of his predecessor Alan Horn, he had a lot of opinions. As we all know, the predecessor has always been particularly sensitive to the current one. John Berg returned to the Warner building and immediately found Daniel to personally inquire about the promotion and distribution of Jack the Giant Slayer. There was only more than half a month before the film was released in North America. After increasing the production budget to $250 million, John Berg assembled a strong professional film review team, which spent 2 months to professionally review 6 different edited versions. Everyone selected the most essential shots and clips, and then selected the best ones according to the number of selections. Finally, John Berg personally directed an editing team, based on the main line of McDonald's editing, and integrated the best shots and clips to create an unprecedented masterpiece. This is unprecedented in Hollywood. John Berg even gave up the preview because the strong film review team he formed had watched the basic version countless times. Just like James Cameron for Avatar, John Berg is convinced that the version he produced will definitely create a Hollywood record. This does not refer to the box office, but the success of the film will completely change the post-production model of Hollywood. Perhaps Hollywood will name this John Berg editing method in the future. John Berg returned to the office, and an assistant brought an invitation letter. President, Meryl Streep sent it to me. The assistant said she will hold a party at her mansion in Malibu this weekend and invite many people in the industry to attend. John Berg opened the invitation and saw Meryl Streep's name on the invitation. This actress has always cooperated with Warner Pictures. John Berg was very considerate and told the assistant, I will attend. The assistant will give Meryl Streep a definite reply. Century City, WMA headquarters. In a lounge, Nolan was complaining to Martin about the previous project coordination meeting. Originally, Spielberg called the meeting to coordinate and solve problems, but later in the coordination, not to mention solving problems, even Spielberg had different opinions. Nolan's head was about to explode. I swear, I will never direct a script that I don't have the copyright for again. The names of Nolan and Jonathan Nolan were attached to the final screenwriters of this script, but the core idea came from Linda Obst of DreamWorks. At that time, DreamWorks was almost bankrupt, and Spielberg signed a co-production contract with Paramount and Warner Pictures for this project. As a result, there are endless disputes and endless problems to be solved. Others are easy to deal with, but John Berg of Warner Pictures is simply a problem maker. Martin said, "It sounds like John Berg has a prejudice against me, and he opposes purely for the sake of opposition." Nolan fully agreed. Yes, the reasons for his opposition are high sounding, but in fact they are all out of personal grudges. He took a sip of water and said, John Berg's assistant McDonald contacted Emma privately and said that, as long as I give up recommending you as the male lead, Warner Pictures will completely open the green light for the project. Martin did not say such nonsense as giving up voluntarily, but just waited patiently. When Nolan encountered the crisis of the Moroccan kidnapping case, he stood by Nolan without hesitation. Nolan did not let Martin wait and said directly, "I asked Emma to give a clear reply. If you don't play the leading role in this project, I will never serve as a director." This is not only because of Martin, but also means that his authority in the crew has been greatly weakened. Martin said, "Chris, thank you." Nolan, a British guy, chose to use the American way and bumped fists with Martin. "We two are a strong team." That's right. Christopher Nolan plus Martin Davis means a double explosion in box office and word of mouth. Martin first praised the two of them, and then said, "John Berg is obviously targeting us. The more this is the case, the more we will not give up." Nolan nodded, "I think so too." Martin took the initiative to ask, "Are the people headed by John Berg targeting us at Warner Pictures?" Of course. Nolan can be sure of this. John Berg is the helmsman of Warner Pictures. If he wants to promote a project, he needs the green light from the review committee, but it is too easy for him to block a project. Martin pondered for a moment and asked, "Chris, do you think that Jack the Giant Slayer created by John Berg with his genius creativity will be successful?" Nolan thought about it seriously and said, "I don't know what John Berg had in mind to create this peculiar final editing mode, but in my personal opinion, can movies produced under this mode really avoid style confusion?" There was only Martin here, so he said one more sentence, "I think the probability of success of this film is less than 10%. Martin said, "I agree with you, but I think the probability of success is at most 5%. Nolan has worked with Martin several times and grasped his ideas. "I heard from people at Warner Brothers that the production budget of this film is $250 million and the publicity and distribution costs are $200 million. Even if the North American market mostly uses Warner's media, the actual investment is $100 million. If this film fails, it will cause the same loss as Green Lantern. My judgment is that, if this film fails, it will be more disastrous than Green Lantern. Green Lantern has a fan base." Martin learned a lot about Warner's internal situation through Louise, Pharaohs and God's Dark Places, and this huge investment Jack the Giant Slayer are all led by John Berg. The first two have failed and caused serious losses. He asked Nolan, "If this movie goes wrong again, will John Berg be held accountable by the Warner Board of Directors?" Nolan also understood the situation. The reason why John Berg invested heavily in this project is that he wants to use a commercial victory to recover the unfavorable situation caused by the previous failure. Martin said, "Chris, let's wait a little longer. When Jack the Giant Slayer is released, maybe there will be a different situation." Compared with Martin, Nolan, who has been tortured by the Interstellar project recently, is more unhappy with John Berg. If Warner Pictures changes someone, there will be no problem with this project. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to force a film company to change its leader. But John Berg, a member of the Warner Group, is too slutty. It's so slutty. Martin stretched out his fist. "We are worthy of being the best partners." Nolan touched his fist and said, "Since he is unhappy with us, and we are also unhappy with him, let's find a way to get rid of him." Martin fully agreed. This agreement is certainly not humane destruction, but to find a way to make the legendary Warner Group change a member. I just don't know if the disease of acting in a bad way is contagious. Emma Thomas went to see Ari Emanuel and came back. She chatted with Martin for a few more words and left with Nolan first. Then Thomas came over and said, "Emma Thomas is putting pressure on Ari to ask WMA to fully support director Nolan in the Interstellar project." Martin said, "Go find Ari and tell him that I want to play the leading role in Interstellar." Now Nolan is WMA's #1 director client, and Martin is WMA's #1 actor client. The agency has no choice but to support them. Thomas said, I have communicated with Eri, and WMA will fully support you. Nothing else. I'm leaving. Martin was going to enjoy dancing tonight. Sayo Isronan sent him a message directly, saying that she had learned a new dance. Elegant art is particularly easy to cultivate people's high sentiments. Thomas said, several good colleagues in the company, clients under my command. Martin waved his hand. You can handle these small matters. If you have anything, contact Jessica. She is in charge of the daily affairs of the studio. Thomas said no more. Martin left WMA and got into the car driven by Bruce. Bruce returned the phone to him. Harris called just now and said that Depp has bought the penthouse in Columbia Tower for $9 million. Martin smiled and said, sure. The money Depp has now is enough to deal with the next tax and fine, as well as the salaries of people around him and lawyers. Bruce continued, Harris has inquired that Depp's other fixed assets will be sold slowly. Martin nodded. Don't worry, wait for the next cycle. This money seems to be a lot, but the tax, team salaries, Amber Heard's lawsuit, and the lawyer fees for suing the Mandel brothers, plus Depp's daily expenses, can't actually last for too long. It is said that Depp's lowest monthly expenditure is $2 million, and the highest is uncounted. These are not a problem unless there is a financial crisis. When Martin was about to reach the dance villa, he received a call from Nicholson. Meryl is having a party in Malibu this weekend and has invited the three of us. Nicholson asked Martin, do you have time? Nicholson and Meryl Streep have been in and out of each other's lives for decades, and Martin, considering himself the boss, agreed immediately. Okay, let's go together then. Chapter 753 Face-to-Face Conflict. Hi, guys, welcome to my party. At the entrance of the brightly lit banquet hall, Meryl Streep saw the three assholes coming together and went up to hug everyone. She looked at the three famous bastards in Hollywood and deliberately said, in fact, I have overcome great difficulties and made great determination to invite you. Martin cooperated very well and asked, why? Meryl said, I'm worried that you will tear off the ceiling of the banquet hall and turn the party into a battlefield. Leonardo pushed Nicholson to the front and said, don't worry, for Jack's sake, we won't mess up your party. Now there are no outsiders to deal with. Martin immediately targeted Nicholson. Jack, you should stand next to Meryl and greet the guests with Meryl. Meryl Streep is divorced and has always had intentions towards Nicholson. I think it's okay. We just need a host tonight. Nicholson said, don't be ridiculous. Can anyone stand in this position? Meryl stared at Nicholson, but her hand opened the handbag hanging on her arm. There seemed to be a square box inside. Martin looked like he was watching a good show. Nicholson said nothing and walked quickly into the banquet hall. Don't go. Leonardo pretended to pull her, but just missed. Meryl took out her makeup mirror, touched up her makeup, and snorted, this coward. Martin and Leonardo also entered the banquet hall. Nixon flashed over from the side and looked at the door and asked, she didn't say anything, did she? No. Martin asked, why, are you worried that Meryl will propose to you in public? Nicholson said, what if she gets crazy? If I refuse, I won't even be a running partner anymore. The three bastards laughed and entered the banquet hall, found some familiar people, and chatted. Suddenly, a blonde girl came over. Hi, Martin, Leo. She greeted Martin and Leonardo, but ignored Nicholson. Martin's eyes quickly swept over her. The girl was tall, blonde, and her facial features were a bit like Meryl Streep, but her facial features were more delicate than Meryl's, and she was prettier than Meryl. We have met before. The girl frowned. Have you forgotten? Martin remembered. You are Meryl's youngest daughter, Louisa. Louisa Jacobson said, we met in New York a few years ago. Blonde, long legs, delicate and beautiful. Leonardo nodded. You were just a little girl then. I didn't expect you to grow up so much now. Louisa smiled at him, but turned to Martin and said, I'm going to hold a party next week. Can you come? Nicholson suddenly floated in front of Martin, like a ghost. Martin understood what this bastard meant, and said, I have a lot of things to do recently. I'm afraid I don't have time. Leonardo was about to say that I have but was pulled away by Nicholson. "Let's talk when we have time." Martin also left. Louisa looked at Nicholson's back, with obvious resentment in her eyes. When they came to a deserted place, Leonardo said dissatisfiedly, "Jack, what are you going to do?" Martin shook his head slightly and asked, "That's not your daughter, is it?" "Don't frame me." Nicholson quickly explained, "That's Marilyn Dongummer's daughter." Martin and Leonardo pretended to be unbelieving. Nicholson knew these two bastards, and knew that the more he explained, the worse it would be, so he simply stopped talking. Leonardo found a new target. "I'm going to talk to someone." Martin also saw an acquaintance. "I'm going to talk to someone too." Nicholson became a lonely person, looked around, and went to find Meryl Streep. Spielberg had just chatted with someone for a while, turned around, and saw Martin. The old man adjusted his iconic round glasses and said to Martin, who was coming over, "I heard that you almost exploded Megan Ellison a few days ago." "No." Martin said from his own perspective. "The film she just finished, Seventh Son, was not very good. My offer of $30 million is also risky." He went straight to the point. "Nolan came to me a few days ago and talked about Interstellar." Spielberg said, "For big productions and big projects, I think the absolute protagonist should use a superstar. Whether it is you or Tommy, you are suitable for this role." This is very Spielberg, but it is also impeccable. Martin followed his words and said, "The key to the matter is still John Berg of Warner Pictures." Spielberg smiled and reminded, "He is coming." Martin turned his head and found that John Berg of Warner Pictures was walking towards this side. "You guys chat." Spielberg stood up and made way for this place. John Berg came over, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Martin. "Let's chat for a few words." Martin smiled. "Okay." John Berg said, "A few years ago, when I was still at New Line Cinema, I often heard people talk about you. You were still a new actor, and that was when you started working with Warner Brothers. These resumes are obvious, and Martin will not deny it. The several films I cooperated with Warner Brothers opened up my situation in Hollywood." John Bogner stared at Martin. "Without Warner Brothers, you wouldn't be where you are today." He married Kevin Tsujihara's wife, a Japanese woman who was also greatly influenced by Japanese culture. "It's fine that you don't respect and appreciate Warner Brothers, but you take the lead in suing Warner Brothers?" Martin said, "Let's talk business, don't engage in moral kidnapping. It was you, Warner Brothers, who didn't respect the commercial contract and breached the contract first." John Berg sneered. "Warner Brothers reconciled with you, but you rejected the hand of friendship extended by Warner Brothers. So you can talk about breach of contract so lightly." Martin said, "By June, your breach of contract period will have exceeded half a year. Do you think the liquidated damages and late payment fees stipulated in the contract do not exist?" John Berg said, "Next month, Warner Brothers will pay your share and the corresponding bank interest in full." Martin was too lazy to say more. "Please ask your legal department to talk to my lawyer." John Berg leaned forward and put one hand on the table. "You have to think clearly. You are facing Warner Brothers," he said in a cold voice. "Warner Brothers has been established for nearly 100 years. During this period, there are countless superstars. After a brief peak in their careers, all of them fell without exception." Martin naturally heard the threat in the words. He said, "I remember that Jack often cooperated with Warner, and now he lives a free and easy life." John Berg said, "Do you really want to face the wrath of the century-old Warner?" Martin shook his head and said, "It is indeed a century-old Warner, but I have a question. How many presidents has Warner Pictures changed? Let me think. The president before Alan Horn worked for less than a year and a half, and was fired by the group company because of poor performance. In the 1990s, there were two people who worked for less than 2.5 years, messed up big budget movies, and were forced to leave." John Berg's face turned from pale to black in an instant. Martin stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he said, "John, I wish your new film Jack the Giant Slayer a big box office hit, and I wish you a promotion and a raise." John Berg flashed the main poster of the film in front of his eyes and suddenly remembered something. The distribution label Warner Brothers released Transcendence and The Lone Ranger for Annapurna Pictures, which were all disastrous. Warner Brothers terminated the distribution contract of Seventh Son with Annapurna for this reason. The latter held a preview meeting a few days ago to sell the copyright, but no one wanted it for $40 million. It is said that all 3 projects were snatched by Megan Ellison from Martin Davis. Warner Brothers also had projects snatched from Martin Davis, Pharaohs and Gods and Dark Places. These 2 films also failed. John Berg felt numb in his hands and feet, and his back felt cold. Where did the project of Jack the Giant Slayer come from? John Berg remembered very clearly that when Davis Studio had not yet moved, he followed Daniel to Davis Studio. On Martin Davis' desk, there were 2 fairy tale books, Jack and the Beanstalk and Jack the Giant Slayer. The 2 books had curled edges and were obviously flipped through. There was also a script of the same name nearby. So, he initiated this fairy tale magic epic project. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. John Berg shook his head. No one thought I would go there that day. I discovered these 2 books by accident, and then I came up with this project. He would never admit that he was deceived. Martin Davis's despicable tricks could not escape my eyes. Not to mention anything else. Warner Pictures has invested more than $200 million in the project of Jack the Giant Slayer alone, and the distribution company has invested $100 million. The sunk cost is frighteningly high. John Berg refused to consider that direction because he could not afford the terrible consequences. John Berg glanced at Martin's back again. Jack the Giant Slayer is about to be released, and he doesn't have the energy to pay attention to this bastard for the time being. After the movie is released and sells well. On the other side, Nicholson glanced at John Berg, who was leaving alone, and asked, "Did he threaten you just now?" Martin shrugged. "Warn me in person that a mountain called Warner is about to fall down and smash me into meat paste." Nicholson laughed first, then said, "You'd better be careful." Martin nodded, and then said, "I have long anticipated that this day might come. After all, Warner's new management team is extraordinary, so I chose to cooperate deeply with Disney." Leonardo interrupted at this time. "Passive defense is not our style. We have to find a way to deal with him." Martin glanced at Leonardo and said, "You have been cooperating with Warner recently. When the opportunity is right, please stand up and say a word for me." "No problem." Leonardo agreed. Chapter 754. Everyone is schizophrenic. Nightclub, VIP box on the 2nd floor. With soothing music playing, 4 girls with different hair colors and skin tones swung their long hair to help the 4 high rollers tonight wash their faces. Martin closed his eyes and felt the real touch. Nolan next to him specially chose a black girl, the kind whose skin was so dark that it glowed under the light. Leonardo and Nicholson leaned back in their chairs, as if they were in a trance. The music stopped, and the face washing stopped. Martin took out a stack of cash and put it on the table. "Continue." After looking at the thickness of the cash, a girl turned on the music and started a new round of face washing. Half an hour later, the 4 people came down from upstairs refreshed and got into a business car one after another. Bruce was already sitting in the driver's seat. Martin said, "Let's go to the theater and watch the midnight show." Nolan fastened his seatbelt and said, "I feel unhappy when I think about contributing box office revenue to that bastard John Berg." Martin opened the car refrigerator and took a bottle of water for each person. "I heard that the death row inmates are given a good meal before going to the electric chair." Leonardo reminded, "What you said is not politically correct. We are opposed to the death penalty to the outside world." Nicholson nodded. "Brothers like Harvey and Affleck, if they are really sentenced to death, the death penalty will not be as comfortable as picking up soap." Leonardo squeezed him. "Jack, do you want to go in and let them help you pick up the soap?" Martin, the idiot, picked up a fist-sized stone sculpture that Lily left in the car, squeezed it with his hand, and the stone fell to Nicholson's feet with a clang. Nolan couldn't help laughing and said, "Jack, pick it up quickly. TSK, I'm afraid of you." Nicholson picked it up and threw it back to Martin, then asked for it again. "This thing is good. Was it carved by Lily?" Martin stuffed it into his pocket. "Take it." Nicholson didn't bother to be polite with Martin, took a closer look under the light, and stuffed it into his pocket. The car drove into the underground parking lot of Century City Plaza, and the 5 people who were slightly disguised went upstairs together and entered the VIP box of a movie theater. The 2nd floor box was still spacious after 5 people sat down. At this time, the lights were bright, and looking down from the second floor, posters of the male protagonist fighting giants were posted on the walls on both sides of the theater. Tonight, Jack the Giant Slayer will officially start its journey to North America. Martin and his 4 friends came to watch the advanced screening. To be more precise, Nolan asked Martin to come out to watch the advanced screening of this film, and then Martin called Leonardo and Nicholson. John Berg's arrogance completely annoyed Nolan. Like Martin, the great British director also wanted to see the film, which was produced in a genius way, fail. The film was about to start, and the experienced Nicholson asked the box waiter for a blanket, and adjusted the seat back to make it more comfortable to sleep. Martin asked, "Are you going to sleep before the film starts?" Nicholson said, "After hearing what you said about John Berg's genius creativity, I have no hope for this film. I will watch the beginning, and then have a good sleep. Jennifer will stay at my place tonight." Leonardo followed suit, and called the box waiter, "Bring 4 more blankets." Martin said, "I paid a high price for the VIP ticket, so I'm here to sleep." The waiter brought 4 more blankets, and the 4 of them put the blankets on their legs. When they were sleepy, they could pull them up and sleep. The lights went out, and the title of Warner Brothers lit up on the big screen. Then the poor boy Jack embarked on the road of counterattacking the white, rich and beautiful princess. The film shots are beautiful and the special effects are exquisite, but the male protagonist Jack is like a psychopath. A few minutes ago, the shot was serious, dark and deep, and then the screen switched to a funny guy. Not long after, it was replaced by a Shakespearean affectionate man in the Middle Ages of England, and then a righteous Virgin Mary, but in the blink of an eye, it became both good and evil. It's like different souls are controlling the body of the male protagonist Jack. In just over 20 minutes, not only the male protagonist Jack, but also the other main characters are like this. It feels like the personality changes back and forth, and the range of its jumps is like swinging back and forth between Scream and Scary Movies. The main characters in the film are all schizophrenic. Snoring sounded. Nicholson put on earplugs, covered himself with a blanket, slept soundly, and even snored. Leonardo said at this time, take the male lead out, and edit it into a pure monologue, as if he has 6 personalities. He can win the Oscar for Best Actor. Nolan asked Martin, how many versions did John Berg's final edit combine? Martin had enough knowledge about this through Louise's channels. It seems to be 6 versions. That's right. Nolan nodded slightly and said roughly, you see, although the background color of the film is unified, the character's personality and editing style are not exactly the same. Based on my experience, there are 6 different styles. Martin exclaimed, it's indeed a genius final editing method. Leonardo said, if this movie is successful, I will twist Jack's head off and send it to John Berg. Nicholson sat up, who wants to twist my head? He looked at Leonardo, it sounds like your voice. Leonardo pointed to the male lead on the big screen, this Jack. Nicholson lay back and continued to sleep. Martin and Leonardo were so bored that they simply took popcorn and coke and ate while watching. In contrast, director Nolan watched the movie most seriously. Such a bad movie is also useful for directors. Nolan analyzed the poor parts of the movie to avoid making the same mistakes himself. But after watching for a while, Nolan also took a bucket of popcorn and started eating. Because this movie is full of low-level mistakes. From the middle of the movie, in order to list some shots, not only did the male protagonist have schizophrenia, but also had a serious lack of presence and the plot was incoherent. The problem is that this movie is not a duel between Batman and the Joker, but purely with Farmer Jack as the absolute protagonist. In addition, the scale of the movie is also high and low. Some shots are suitable for adults to watch, while others are too childish. As an experienced director, Nolan can easily see the crux of the problem. In order to pile up those gorgeous shots and clips, the main line of the movie had to make some sacrifices. Nolan leaned back in his chair and stopped watching the movie with full concentration. For him, he was too lazy to even summarize the experience of failure in this movie, because the mistakes made were too low level. No wonder Martin always calls the new management of Warner Brothers the Warner Heaven team. Perhaps only talents floating high in the sky can edit such a masterpiece. As time passed, Martin took out his mobile phone and checked Twitter. He originally wanted to find the advance box office data of Jack the Giant Slayer. With the high efficiency of the current fully automated statistics on the internet, it should be out by now. In the end, he didn't find the box office data, but found that Twitter was full of people complaining about the movie. What kind of movie is this? One main character has at least 3 personalities. Is he schizophrenic, or am I schizophrenic? Not only the character, but other characters are also schizophrenic, so it's definitely not the audience who is schizophrenic. No, what style is this movie? It's dark and deep at one moment, funny at another, and Shakespearean affectionate at another. It's really messy. Why did the male protagonist become a passerby in the end? Isn't he a giant catcher? How come he has to rely on luck to confront the giant? I ran away from home at night to watch the advanced screening. It turns out that liars are only worthy of watching terrible movies. Brothers, wouldn't it be nice to save the $8 in your pocket to buy a hot dog and heat up your coffee? Don't watch this super terrible movie. 10-year-olds won't even watch it. Such a genius production, but movie fans can't stand it. Perhaps, in the words of some high-end people, the fans' level of artistic appreciation is not enough. Martin said, "Jack, can I send you to Twitter?" Nicholson didn't open his eyes or mouth, but just nodded slightly. Martin took a photo of Nicholson sleeping soundly, and then took a photo of his and Leonardo's legs covered with a blanket. He also found a digital poster of Jack the Giant Slayer used by Warner Brothers for public publicity, and posted a tweet with the 3 pictures. In the cinema, bored Jack hypnotized us in a strange way, and we almost fell asleep. Within a few minutes of the tweet being sent out, it was retweeted by the official Twitter accounts of major entertainment media. Soon, there were thousands of comments under Martin's tweet. I was so bored, so I decided to go home and sleep. You didn't leave halfway. You have great endurance. This movie is so bad that it made Jack fall asleep. It's rare. Go home, Martin. Isn't Elizabeth good? You're suffering here. Martin turned off his phone, looked at Nolan and Leonardo, and asked, "Let's go?" Nolan nodded. "Let's go. This genius new production model has no merits." Leonardo pushed Nicholson directly. "Let's go." Nicholson stood up and stretched his neck. "The refreshment brought by washing my face is all gone." Martin said, "Nightclub, let's start the second round." The group left the theater early. Late at night, Warner Building. The office of the president of Warner Pictures and the offices of the president's assistants around it were still brightly lit. John Berg was restless and walked back and forth in front of the French window. Tonight's advanced screening of Jack the Giant Slayer is just over halfway through. There are many negative reviews on the internet, but he always believes that the film he edited with the opinions of many experts will definitely have a market. There was a knock on the office door, and McDonald came in from outside. "President, the statistics are out." John Berg stared like a gambler waiting for the cards to be revealed, and asked, "How much?" $1.47 million US. McDonald reported this number. John Berg took 2 steps back and sat on the sofa. It was much lower than the worst case scenario of $3 million US he expected. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755 Terrible Loss. Seeing that John Berg seemed to be hit, McDonald didn't dare to say much and quietly waited for the latest instructions from the president. John Berg said, "It doesn't matter. The advance box office is directly related to the sequel and adaptation. Our movie is not a sequel, and it is not an adaptation of a very popular commercial work. It is normal for the advance box office to be low." McDonald was not sure whether this was said to himself or the president was talking to himself, so he simply ignored it. John Berg waved his hand. "Okay, that's it for today. Go back and rest early." McDonald left the president's office and notified the assistant team to leave work. John Berg sat on the sofa, but he didn't move for a long time. He had a bad premonition. But as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he forced himself to stand up. Jack the Giant Slayer has just started to be released in North America. The advance box office is average. There are many movies that sell well in the first week, It's too early to draw a conclusion now. It's not too late to judge the success or failure of the film after the box office comes out tomorrow. John Berg automatically isolated those bad thoughts, seemed to leave the office very easily, and drove home to rest. As the film was officially released in North America, the ratings and word of mouth that Warner Brothers had been suppressing all the time on major media and websites exploded the next morning. The film's dazzling special effects, fairy tales, and teenage fantasy. What else can moviegoers expect in May? The original Roger Rabbit Watches Movies column in the Chicago Sun-Times gave the film 88 points. An exciting, original, and entertaining adventure story movie. Warner's Variety Film Review column also gave the film 80 points. Just looking at the reviews of film critics in the media, it seems that this is a good summer movie with guaranteed quality and quantity. In an era when film reviews have long been commercialized, these can naturally be marketed. But Jack the Giant Slayer has a very bad reputation among the audience. On the internet where young audiences gather today, the IMDb score was only 5.5 points at the beginning, and fell to 5.3 points at noon. On Twitter, it was almost all curses. Therefore, in traditional media, many film review columns are applauding Jack the Giant Slayer, while on the internet, most ordinary movie fans are criticizing it as a bad movie. Although Warner Brothers' online trolls are desperately trying to lead the trend, there are too many criticisms and they can't be reversed. Warner Pictures immediately responded. John Berg stood up for an interview and responded to the negative reviews on the internet. It is impossible for a movie to be liked by everyone. Jack the Giant Slayer has received some negative reviews on the internet, but there are also a lot of good reviews from the media. This does not mean that the quality of the film is not good, but the word of mouth is polarized. Perhaps under too much pressure. John Berg also criticized those who gave negative reviews and some people who laughed at him with ulterior motives. Some people may not like this movie. We can accept reasonable criticism, but the way you criticize this movie is too brutal. The effect of this interview was maximized because there were too many people criticizing Jack the Giant Slayer. Ordinary movie fans exploded instantly. I didn't spend money to buy a ticket to watch this movie, so I really have no right to comment and rate it. The problem is that I paid to watch it, and I can't say that a bad movie is not good. Do I have to admit that my appreciation level is not enough? Movie fans flocked to the official Twitter account of Jack the Giant Slayer, leaving crazy comments. Your reputation is polarized? It's obvious that the reviews paid for high scores, and everyone else gave low scores. What kind of bad movie did Warner make? Don't you know it? I understand why the male lead of the movie is schizophrenic, because the president of Warner is a paranoid patient. As for websites like IMDb, various negative reviews fell like raindrops on a rainstorm. On the other hand, CinemaScore announced the live scores of theater audiences, and the average was only C. The audience scores of Warner Brothers' 3 high-investment film projects that failed before, Pharaohs and Gods, Green Lantern and Dark Place, were also C in the years since the establishment of the CinemaScore website. The only exceptions to the movies with audience scores of C have suffered box office disasters. Jack the Giant Slayer was no exception on its first day of release in North America, and it earned $5.59 million in 3,855 theaters. Nolan got the data and called Martin immediately. Have you seen the box office figures? This movie will generate extremely terrible losses. Martin smiled and said, Chris, are you ready? Nolan said, wait until the North American box office for the first weekend comes out, and then we will start. Okay. Martin said, I'll wait for your whistle. He reminded, Bryan Singer? I've contacted him. Nolan said, he's waiting for an opportunity. Martin understood. I will help Bryan Singer create a suitable opportunity. Nolan said, I'm going to DreamWorks and Paramount now to talk to Spielberg and Bob face to face. The project of Interstellar Rescue has been delayed for too long. Martin said, wish you good luck. Nolan hung up the phone. Martin put down his phone. Louise next to him lifted the quilt, put on black-rimmed glasses, and walked towards the table without wearing anything. Martin leaned on the soft pillow and admired it all. You are tempting me. Louise picked up the address book, faced Martin, and said seriously, Warner Brothers, and even the entire Time Warner, has never lacked the gene of internal strife. Just like Kevin Tsujihara and his Warner Group came to power, it was the result of internal strife. There are many people in Warner Brothers who covet the position of president of Warner Pictures. She raised her legs and stepped on the chair, saying serious things in a strange posture. Our old friend Daniel is a typical example. According to the information I got, the previous major productions of Warner Pictures failed, and John Berg always put the blame on Daniel. Daniel is extremely dissatisfied with John Berg. Martin said, Daniel's chance has come. Louise said, I will call Daniel personally. Martin laughed, great. You need to pay for this call. Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. Martin took action immediately and recharged and paid the fee. With the release of the first day box office of Jack the Giant Slayer in North America, the reputation that John Berg had invested a lot of resources to maintain could no longer hold on. The so-called polarized reputation collapsed completely. Kenneth Turan, a film critic for the Los Angeles Times, severely criticized the film in his column. The film simply took out the most well-known parts of the two fairy tales, and then used some gorgeous shots to piece together a very mediocre work. Bryan Singer is a very mature director. It's incredible that this film was so bad and made so many low-level mistakes. After seeing this, Bryan Singer said that he would never take the blame. At the suggestion of a friend, he contacted TMZ and accepted a video interview, personally telling the behind-the-scenes stories of the filming and production of Jack the Giant Slayer. The video soon appeared in a prominent position on the homepage of TMZ. People who have paid attention to the promotion of Jack the Giant Slayer should know that I have never participated in any publicity notices for the film from beginning to end, because this film is not my work at all. The movie was so bad that the male lead suffered from schizophrenia. Bryan Singer said that he would not take the blame no matter what. I hereby solemnly declare that Jack the Giant Slayer is not my work. He elaborated, most of the shots of this film were indeed directed by me on the spot, but many of them were not what I wanted to shoot at all. The film went very smoothly in the early stages of shooting in Atlanta. Later, I don't know why, Warner Pictures president John Berg sent a new producer and agreed that other investors should also send a producer each. In a crew, there are 6 powerful producers who give orders to the director about filming. Before each scene and each shot is shot, they will carefully review and express their opinions. Their opinions are different. For this reason, they keep arguing on the set, which leads to the shooting of each scene. They have to reach an agreement in the argument before I can say start. Do you know what this feels like? I was tortured for a month. Bryan Singer in the video said this with gritted teeth. After returning to Los Angeles after the filming, I suffered serious psychological and mental trauma, and my heart had problems. I had to be hospitalized, and John Berg took the opportunity to deprive me of the right to participate in post-production. Here, I want to say thank you to him. Thank him for not letting me participate in post-production, otherwise I would have gone crazy. John Berg, the president of Warner Brothers, has developed a crazy production mode in post-production. He first asked the 6 producers to edit a film each, and then organized a film watching group of experts. They reviewed the films and selected the best parts of the 6 edited films. Then they personally directed the editors to edit them into the released version. Perhaps this is why many movie fans feel that the characters, plots, and styles are always changing and jumping back and forth. Bryan Singer explained the situation and threw the pot back. So Jack the Giant Slayer is the work of John Berg and his producers, not Bryan Singer. I'm not even the chief director on the set. Not only did TMZ release a clarifying interview video, Bryan Singer then had his agent contact Warner Brothers, the Directors Guild and the Producers Guild, demanding that his name be removed from the director column of Jack the Giant Slayer. How bad does a movie have to be for the directors involved in the filming to refuse to acknowledge it as their own work? Bryan Singer's statement completely destroyed the reputation of Jack the Giant Slayer. On Saturday alone, the box office of the film had already begun to decline, earning only $5.24 million that day. In the 3 days of its opening weekend in North America, Jack the Giant Slayer earned $14.22 million at the box office amid a sea of negative reviews. This is a box office disaster even more terrible than Pharaohs and Gods and Green Lantern. Chapter 756. Pass the buck. Keep passing the buck. On Monday morning, Christopher Nolan and Emma Thomas, as the crew director and producer, held a meeting at the Interstellar studio of Warner Brothers Studios, inviting Spielberg from DreamWorks and Bob from Paramount Pictures. The Nolans had informed them in advance and invited Martin to come. Bob and Spielberg understood that Nolan had chosen Martin, and the leading actor had to be Martin. All 5 of them knew each other, so Martin was not very familiar with Bob. I went to see Jack the Giant Slayer with Martin last week. It was a terrible movie. From the plot to the style to the characters, it was completely disjointed. In the meeting room, Nolan glanced at Martin and said to Bob and Spielberg, "I think the root cause of the failure of this movie lies in John Berg's genius creativity and the almost crazy so-called new production model." Because of John Berg's relationship, Spielberg also watched the movie and said, "This production model is too crazy. Failure is the inevitable result." Bob shook his head and said, "I don't understand what John Berg is thinking." Nolan said, "What if John Berg interferes with our project in a similar way?" Bob and Spielberg looked serious. Martin has not yet clearly joined the crew and has remained silent and not said much. Nolan added, "Since taking office, John Berg has messed up a series of big budget projects. Of all the film projects worth more than $60 million at Warner Brothers in the past 2 years, all the successful ones are sequels to the hit films left by his predecessor Alan Horn. None of the big projects led by John Berg have been successful." Bob said, "But we have an investment agreement with Warner Brothers, and Warner is unwilling to give up." Nolan's eyes drifted from Martin inconspicuously, and he said, "We will take advantage of the failure of Jack the Giant Slayer to drive John Berg out of office." He further said, "We all have cooperation with Warner. We will take this opportunity to join forces with other investors to force Warner Brothers to dismiss John Berg. I believe Warner is about to explode now." Spielberg was also annoyed by John Berg. The project had been delayed because of his personal grudges, so he said, "You can give it a try." Bob said, "Then let's give it a try." Jack the Giant Slayer is a typical patchwork project like most big productions in Hollywood. Now that the project has failed miserably, the anger of the investors needs an outlet. After a discussion, Spielberg suddenly remembered something and asked Martin, "I heard an insider news from Warner. The project of Jack the Giant Slayer originated from you?" "I did consider the fairy tale live-action movie project. The studio also signed an agreement with Disney Pictures to invest in the live-action version of Beauty and the Beast." Martin first paved the way by telling the truth, and then half-truthfully said, "Almost before Warner launched Jack the Giant Slayer, I studied these 2 fairy tales. At that time, I asked someone to come up with a simple script. Later, Warner Pictures approved the project, and I gave up." He shrugged. "I don't know how the news leaked, but Warner Pictures invested a huge amount of money to approve the project. If Davis Studio does it again, it will be very troublesome." Spielberg and Bob heard this, but they understood it differently. Warner Pictures didn't know how to get the news that Martin wanted to approve the project, and then took the lead, but the result was today's disastrous defeat. It is said that Warner Pictures also snatched Pharaohs and Gods and Dark Place from Martin. Spielberg and Bob looked at each other and had similar thoughts. The so-called project that Martin Davis was optimistic about might have a pitfall. True or false, who can tell? They also asked people to pay attention to Martin. In the future, forget it. Warner Pictures and Annapurna Pictures are a lesson. Martin's words are just enough. The 2 big guys are smart and will definitely understand. These news will spread slowly in the future, and he will have less trouble. It's not possible to stuff the scripts of failed movies into the office safe for no reason and fill the desk with the original works of failed movies, right? Martin thought to himself that they were all accidental events in the past, not intentional, absolutely not intentional. The small meeting ended, and Bob and Spielberg left one after another. Martin chatted with Nolan for a while and left. When changing cars at the entrance of Warner Studios, he bought a few newspapers and turned to the entertainment section. The front page was full of reports on the box office failure of Jack the Giant Slayer. Among them, the latest People magazine mercilessly ridiculed John Berg. Under the leadership of Alan Horn, Warner Brothers achieved brilliant results in the first decade of the 20th century, but retired sadly due to the failure of Terminator 4. His successor John Berg was ambitious and wanted to take Warner Brothers further. However, after John Berg took office, the three big production projects he pushed for, Pharaohs and Gods, Dark Place and Jack the Giant Slayer, all failed without exception. In Jack the Giant Slayer, he even created an unprecedented funny editing method, which caused Warner Brothers to suffer an unprecedented failure. In the small conference room of the Warner building, Kevin Tsujihara looked at his brother-in-law John Berg and Daniel, who was in charge of the distribution business, sighed, and asked again, "What's the matter with this project?" John Berg said, "The distribution company's publicity and promotion were not good, and malicious negative reviews were circulated everywhere on the internet, which seriously affected the reputation of the film and dragged down the box office." Not surprisingly, John Berg once again passed the buck. The publicity method was too outdated. When the film encountered a public opinion crisis, the distribution company did nothing, which led to the film. The bad reviews are because the quality of the film is too poor. How could Daniel let the other party put the blame on himself? The loss could be as high as $300 million. This pot is too heavy to bear. Who can bear it? He retorted. Jack the Giant Slayer doesn't even have the most basic quality. Can it rely on publicity to reverse its decline? Audience reputation is based on the quality of the film. John Berg knew that this blame was enough to completely crush him and said there was a serious work error on the part of the distribution company. They did not arrange a preview for Jack the Giant Slayer, causing the production company to miss the last chance to seek opinions and modify the film. Daniel angrily scolded, "It is clearly you who refused to allow the film to be screened, and you were confident that the film would be a success after its release." He was not only defensive, but also actively offensive. If you hadn't been so smart and used the so-called new editing method, the film would not be like this now. John Berg said, "My editing method is fine. Any new production method needs a certain process from emergence to maturity, and you are distributing." Kevin Tsujihara couldn't listen anymore. "Okay, stop arguing." Daniel and John Berg shut up at the same time. Kevin Tsujihara said, "You go and prepare first. This matter will be discussed at the group company meeting this afternoon." Daniel got up and left the meeting room, but he paid special attention and had someone observe quietly for a while. Sure enough, John Berg entered Kevin Tsujihara's office afterwards. Daniel felt a heaviness on his head, as if there was a layer of black stuff on it. John Berg is Kevin Tsujihara's brother-in-law. Daniel knew this very well. Soon after returning to the office, Daniel thought about countermeasures. Although Jack the Giant Slayer only released the first week of box office in North America, the loss was completely predictable. The loss was extremely huge, and someone must be held responsible for it. Under normal circumstances, the first person in charge must be someone from the production company. The problem is that the situation is not normal now. The phone rang at this time, and Daniel picked up. It was his old friend Louise Mayer who called and asked him to go out for a chat. Daniel only thought about it for a few seconds and agreed. Half an hour later, the two met in the morning tea area of the Smokehouse restaurant. Louise drank a cup of black tea and asked, "What's wrong? You look worried." Daniel said, "The latest big production was messed up." Louise nodded slightly. "Kevin Tsujihara and John Berg want to put the blame on you?" Daniel glanced at him. "You are well informed. I have been working with Warner for almost 20 years. Louise said slowly, "We have known each other for more than 10 years, right?" Daniel recalled, "I have been in Warner for more than 10 years. Louise pushed her black-rimmed glasses. "So, you don't want to leave Warner Brothers?" Daniel sighed. "Some things are not a matter of whether I want to or not." Louise said, "I got the news that Kevin Tsujihara and John Berg intend to put the blame on you, and you will bear the main responsibility for the failure of Jack the Giant Slayer." This was not beyond Daniel's expectations, so he chose to believe, "The responsibility is not mine." Louise said directly, "If you don't take action, the responsibility will be yours." Daniel looked at Louise and asked, "Why did you come to me today to discuss something?" Louise said, "Now all the major Hollywood companies are undergoing reforms. Many group companies are optimizing their industrial structures. Like Disney Pictures, they are merging distribution labels with production companies and having one person be directly responsible." She asked, "Daniel, don't you want to be like our old friend Alan Horn, who controls both distribution and production, to key businesses at the same time?" Daniel understood what she meant. You represent more than just Pacific Pictures, right? Of course not. Louise gave a brief explanation. In addition to my Pacific Pictures, there are Martin's Davis Studio, the Nolan's Coulter Pictures, DreamWorks, Paramount, Castle Rock, etc. There are more than a dozen companies and investment funds that are cooperating, or have cooperated with Warner. They are all victims of John Berg. Daniel immediately thought of the key point. It seems that Warner Pictures has offended too many people by delaying the payment of its share. Louise said, John Berg diverted his share to Jack the Giant Slayer, thinking that he would pay after the film was released and sold well, and the box office revenue came in. Now his plan has failed. Daniel said, I'm lucky I can protect myself. Louise smiled and shook her head. We've known each other for more than 10 years. You are at the top of Time Warner, and you have someone to support you. Chapter 757, Change of CEO. The internal dynamics of a large company, especially internal conflicts, are often difficult to conceal. People outside the industry may seem confused, but they are clear to the industry. That afternoon, Martin received news that Daniel and John Berg had another quarrel at a high-level meeting of Warner Brothers. Daniel accused John Berg of causing the failure of large investment projects one after another due to his reckless behavior, and that he should be responsible for the failure of Pharaohs and Gods, Green Lantern, Dark Place and Jack the Giant Slayer. The conflict between the two intensified and was put on the table. According to Hollywood tradition, John Berg, the initiator and first producer of this project, should be responsible for the failure of Jack the Giant Slayer. But John Berg kept passing the buck. Kevin Tsujihara temporarily put the matter on hold, citing the fact that the international market for the film was not yet clear. Two assistant directors of Bryan Singer's team were interviewed later, and like Bryan Singer himself, they pointed the finger at John Berg, saying that John Berg's almost absurd operation was the main reason for the failure of Jack the Giant Slayer. On the set, they were almost driven crazy by the 6 producers. The next morning, the front of Warner Studios became extremely lively. More than 50 star actors, directors, and screenwriters gathered here to demand the share owed by Warner Pictures. Representatives of many investors also arrived one after another and joined them. We have sued Warner Pictures and taken legal procedures. This time we came here to ask Warner executives to give an explanation. Nolan pointed out the core of the problem to the media reporters. According to our understanding, the share of the distribution channel has long been received. The money was misappropriated by John Berg in the post-production of Jack the Giant Slayer. Warner's management has such a big problem. Shouldn't they give us an explanation? Martin then stood up. The matter has been delayed for half a year and has not been resolved. In the mediation again and again, Warner Pictures has been dragging it out, and Warner's management has never considered our interests. How can we cooperate with Warner again? Others also expressed their opinions. Many of them were out-of-date stars who relied on the post-production share of their previous works to make a living. Warner's practice is tantamount to directly reducing their quality of life. Doesn't drinking, picking up girls and other high-quality life cost money? All the spearheads were also directed at John Berg. Later, Warner Brothers sent a vice president to the door of the studio to talk to everyone. The matter seemed to have calmed down temporarily. But on the second day, many companies and investment funds, including the Nolan's Coulter Pictures, Louise's Pacific Pictures, and Relativity Entertainment and DreamWorks, which were composed of Wall Street funds, publicly stated that in view of John Berg's precedent of misappropriating funds, they would carefully consider cooperating with Warner Pictures in the future, because John Berg had a precedent of misappropriating funds. Many companies that cooperated with Warner followed up spontaneously. They have been cooperating with Warner Pictures for a long time. With a super genius, like John Berg sitting in the position of president, who would dare to easily participate in Warner Pictures' platter projects and investments? At the same time, a group of Warner management led by Daniel also had a fierce confrontation with John Berg within the group. Time Warner Group soon intervened. Warner Brothers' overall performance is still outstanding, but the main revenue comes from the legacy projects of its predecessor, the projects promoted by John Berg. Not to mention the performance, the huge losses are shocking. Jack the Giant Slayer spent its second weekend in North American theaters. The already depressed box office experienced a sharp drop, with only $4.56 million in the second weekend. Counting the revenue of the previous 4 working days, the North American box office of this film barely exceeded $20 million. But such a box office trend indicates that the final North American box office is unlikely to exceed $30 million. The production cost of the film alone is as high as $250 million. Because John Berg has been tossing this project several times, this is not the production cost under accounting rules, but the actual shooting and production investment of the project. At the critical moment, Kevin Tsujihara chose to cut his flesh to protect himself. Soon, Warner Brothers announced that John Berg would be relieved of his post as president of Warner Brothers, and Daniel from the distribution company would concurrently serve as president of Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers, President's Office. Daniel's team and John Berg's team have completed the handover of work. John Berg packed up his personal belongings and stood in the middle of the office, not wanting to leave for a moment. He came here with great ambitions, but ended up in disgrace. Slowly letting out the anger that had been accumulating over the past few days, John Berg picked up his bag and walked out. The door opened, and he saw Daniel waiting in the corridor. "You won," John Berg said. But Daniel shook his head. "I didn't win, you lost." Facing this bastard who wanted to put the blame on himself every time a movie project failed, he certainly had nothing good to say. "You did a terrible job, one of the worst presidents of Warner Pictures. I can replace you, not because I'm so good, but because you are so bad." John Berg's face was extremely ugly. "This position is not easy to sit in. I know. Daniel has tolerated him for a long time, but with you, the worst president, in front of me, it is easy for me to achieve results. After all, results are compared. You." John Berg's chest rose and fell rapidly, and he was about to explode. Daniel had been blamed so many times, and he hadn't finished what he had been saying for a long time. "You will go down in Hollywood film history. In the future, anyone who mentions John Berg style editing will laugh for a few minutes. It turns out that making movies can be so fun and funny." He became more and more cheerful as he spoke. "John, when you go to work in the next company, all your colleagues will wonder how you came up with such a genius idea. That's enough." John Berg took his bag and left, not giving Daniel a chance to continue. Daniel said again, "No, I have to fix the mess you left behind." John Berg took the elevator downstairs and entered the lobby and found that everyone's eyes turned to him. Maybe because of what Daniel said just now, John Berg's ears were full of buzzing discussions. He quickened his pace and walked out of the building. But the discussion still fell into his ears. The worst president of Warner Brothers in the past 50 years. He was the one who forced out Martin, the most marketable actor, and almost forced out Nolan, the most marketable director. He's not good at professionalism, but he's good at internal fighting. John Berg didn't stop at all and walked out of the main door alone with his bag. Without the company's car, John Berg drove his own car and left Warner Brothers completely. Upstairs, Daniel didn't plan to continue using John Berg's office, but to renovate one. During this period, he will work in a temporary office. The assistants were busy cleaning up the office. Daniel called his secretary Becca and said, "Call Martin Davis, Christopher Nolan and Spielberg separately, and tell them that I." He suddenly interrupted and changed his words. "Forget it, I'll call myself." Daniel came to the quiet window and called Nolan first, telling Nolan that he would promote the Interstellar project as soon as possible and strongly recommended Martin to play the leading role. Then, he called Martin again and invited Martin to play the leading role in Interstellar. Warner Pictures will not only invest, but also distribute the film. Interstellar will also be the first big production project he promotes after taking office. Daniel found that he should thank the genius John Berg for keeping such a good performance. Beverly Hills, Davis Manor. Martin hung up the phone, returned to the living room, and said to Thomas, "The Interstellar studio will probably call you soon to discuss my salary contract." With the last obstacle of Warner Pictures gone, the project will be officially launched soon. Thomas asked, "It's done so quickly?" Martin simply said, "Daniel officially took office as the president of Warner Pictures today." Thomas understood and asked, 20 plus 20 in terms of salary? This is the treatment that only superstars can get. That is, a basic salary of $20 million US, plus a tiered share of the North American box office capped at 20%. Martin said, "This is the basics, and there is also the DVD share. I will try to negotiate 5% to 10% of North American sales." Thomas thought for a moment and said, "It's hard for Leonardo to get such treatment." Martin nodded. "The highest DVD share in Hollywood belongs to Tom Cruise. The superstar's DVD share of Mission Impossible 3 is 22%. 22% of sales, not net profit. The box office of Mission Impossible 3 is the worst in the series. It is said that Tom Cruise took more than half of the profits, which made Paramount Pictures angry and turned against him. The difficulties Tom Cruise encountered in the past few years are not unrelated to this." Before the two finished talking, Martin received another call from lawyer Hamlin. The legal department of Warner Pictures informed him that they would hold another settlement negotiation in 3 days to quickly resolve the later share of many stars and directors including Martin and Nolan. In this regard, Martin gave full authority to the lawyer to discuss and asked Thomas to follow up. Warner Pictures is not short of funds, but John Berg's operation is really incomprehensible. Martin couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it, because it was consistent with his memory of a consistent style of Warner executives after 2010. The next morning, Martin received another call from Daniel, who wanted to have a chat with him. Warner Pictures wanted to renew their relationship and continue their cooperation with him in the film industry. Martin certainly wouldn't refuse, but he would have to wait until he came back from Boston to meet and discuss with Daniel. After half a year of preparation, the film The Town, adapted from Chuck Hogan's novel Prince of Thieves, officially entered the filming stage. The crew will go to Boston for on-site filming under the leadership of director Denis Villeneuve. According to Martin's request, Villeneuve arranged all the roles of the male protagonist at the beginning. Chapter 758 Plastic Sisters. The studio was set up as a bank, and 4 people wearing skull masks suddenly broke in. Martin turned his AK rifle around, knocked down the security guard with a butt of the rifle, and shouted loudly, "Stand up! Stand up! Put your hands up!" Many people stood up immediately and raised their hands high. After all, the money belongs to the capitalists, and life belongs to oneself. Martin kept walking, with the butt of the rifle against his shoulder, jumped onto a desk, kicked down the bank manager who wanted to press the alarm, and grabbed the female assistant manager next to him, dragged her over, and threw her on the ground. He pointed the gun at Alexandra Daddario, and shouted at the bank manager, "The key to the vault, or I will blow her head off." The bank manager unbuttoned his shirt, and took off a silver necklace, at the bottom of which was the key to the bank vault. "Stop." Director Denis Villeneuve called a halt to the filming. Reset. 7 or 8 people entered the set and restored the bank to the way it was before the robbers broke in. Director Villeneuve found Martin, pointed at his gun, and then gestured the gun holding posture, saying, "The action you took just now was a little too professional. It was more like a well-trained special police or soldier, not a robber." Martin nodded and asked, "More violent and wild?" The filming had just begun, and Villeneuve felt that it would be no harm to try a few more styles. "Okay." Martin looked at the AKM painted black in his hand, closed his eyes and thought for a while, and took the opportunity of the crew to restore the set. He picked up the gun and tried a few charging postures. Suddenly, he remembered the soul shooting method of the old black people in Africa and changed his style immediately. Villeneuve just sat in the director's chair and looked up at Martin. He found that he had changed completely, as if he had grown up in the streets of the black area. 10 minutes later, the filming resumed. After only one take, Villeneuve shouted pass. The crew was all filming the scene of the 4-man group led by Martin robbing the bank. Even wearing a mask, Martin still portrayed the character vividly. After shooting 7 scenes in a row, the focus of the shooting shifted to the heroine. Martin temporarily left the set and went to the director's monitor to take off his headgear and watch the shooting. Villeneuve was a little nervous and turned to look at Martin. Martin waved his hand and said, "I'm just learning how to arrange it. You can shoot it as you want." Villeneuve continued his work. The shooting started soon, and the focus of the camera turned to Alexandra Daddario. Martin kept looking at the monitor, and the close-up of the camera kept highlighting the figure of the heroine. Alexandra wore a fitted professional suit with a firm chest, a thin waist, long legs and a round buttocks. Compared with her figure, her acting skills can only be said to be average. But for this role, it is enough. During the break-in shooting, the original author Chuck Hogan found a resting place. Facing Martin, he was somewhat excited. "I finally saw the filming start." Martin heard the complaint in his words and replied, "The film is scheduled to be released next year." In the adaptation contract signed by the two parties, in addition to the additional contract that Martin starred in the film, it also stipulated that the film must be released before 2015. Compared with traditional Hollywood companies, Davis Studio is very conscientious. It is common for the industry to hold back on a film for 10 years without filming. Chuck Hogan said, "I thought you would invest in filming immediately after you got the copyright." Martin explained simply, "Adapting a script requires field research. Writing a script takes time, setting up a project, to find a suitable director, raising filming funds, etc., all of which take time." He looked at the original author and emphasized, "Chuck, you are too anxious." Hearing the words, Chuck Hogan suddenly realized that the person sitting next to him was not an ordinary person, but a Hollywood boss. He quickly put away his dissatisfaction and said with a smile, "Sorry, Martin, I'm indeed too anxious. I haven't slept well in the past year, which has led to my irritability." Martin nodded slightly. "Keep calm. If you want to complete the film with quality and quantity, you need enough time to operate." "Yes." Chuck Hogan smiled and left. The assistant director came over to inform Martin to prepare for filming. Martin took the black AKM and entered the set again to continue filming the bank robbery scene. At noon, the crew finished work on time, and everyone left the studio one after another and went to the food truck outside to get food. Alexandra automatically followed Martin and entered the rest trailer with him. Bruce was very tactful and closed the car door directly from the outside. Martin put the plates away and said while eating, "I carefully observed your performance in the director's seat this morning. Your acting skills have improved a lot. I've shot several horror films and have some experience." When Alexandra smiled, her ice blue eyes were like a husky trying to please its owner. "My acting skills weren't very good before, so there is a lot of room for improvement." Martin laughed. "Perform well. It won't be difficult for you to play the heroine." Alexandra kicked off her high heels, moved her feet in stockings to Martin's side, and smiled coquettishly. "I will definitely perform well." She remembered something and asked, "Martin, do you still remember Catherine?" Martin recalled carefully, remembered, and said, "Your sister Catherine Daddario?" "Yes, that's her." Alexandra, as an older sister, was going to worry about her sister's affairs. Catherine also chose to be an actor, but she has never had a suitable role, and now she can only be a background board in some crews. Martin understood what she meant and said, "If there is a suitable role, I will keep an eye out." He looked at Alexandra carefully, and then recalled Catherine's appearance, and said directly, "You two sisters look similar, so there will be conflicts in your roles and acting styles. The roles that suit her will also suit you." Alexandra was stunned for a moment, but soon figured it out, and smiled like a puppy and said, "If there is a suitable role, of course choose me first, and give the ones I don't want to Catherine." Faced with this fake sisterhood, Martin certainly stood on Alexandra's side and said, "I will give you the roles that suit you. As for how you distribute them, that's your business." Alexandra put down her knife and fork, carefully wiped the oil stains on her mouth, and came behind Martin. "Are you tired from filming this morning? I will help you wash your face and relax." Martin got up from the dining table and sat on the sofa on the side, saying, "Wash your hair." "Okay." Alexandra first opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of cold mineral water, unscrewed it, poured half of it into the electric kettle and boiled it. When the water boiled, she poured it into a cup and added cold water, tasted it, and the temperature was just right. Next, of course, the two kinds of water were used together. After lunch break, Alexandra needed to remake up. Fortunately, it was a modern drama, and the scenes of both of them were shot after 3:30, so the stylist had plenty of time to remake Alexandra's style. Martin didn't need it. He wore a skull mask and headgear throughout the bank robbery scene. Many people in the crew could see what the two did at noon, and they were inevitably envious and jealous. Jeremy Renner specifically found Martin and asked humbly, "Can you teach me the trick to pick up girls?" He sighed, "I'm pursuing a Canadian model recently, but it's not going well. How can I know how to pursue women?" Martin always implemented the 3 no principles and said half truthfully, "In fact, I only did one thing, showing my advantages and strengths, and those beautiful girls came to me automatically." Jeremy Renner frowned. "Strengths? Like Chris Evans? Who is he?" Martin felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Jeremy Renner said, "After you rejected Captain America, Marvel found a replacement actor." Martin waved his hand and said, "No one is a replacement. I never considered playing Captain America. Kevin Feige couldn't afford my salary." Jeremy Renner inferred from rumors in the circle that Martin's advantages and strengths must be better than Chris Evans. He asked, "You mentioned advantages and strengths." Martin said directly, "Body and appearance, money and fame, resources and promises." Jeremy Renner suddenly realized that in Hollywood, if you have all these, why do you need to pursue women? Countless beauties automatically come to you. In this circle, everyone knows that if you want to get something, you have to pay something. Jeremy Renner looked at Martin for a moment, sighed inwardly, and said, "No, absolutely no." Martin patted Jeremy Renner on the shoulder and said, "The Avengers has been released, legless. You will soon face the trouble of countless women rushing to you." Jeremy Renner shook his head. "It's a pity that I'm not Iron Man. The most popular character in the Avengers is Iron Man, the real core character. I remember there are no supermodels in Canada." Martin has a say in this regard. After all, there are too many supermodels he has personally knocked on. He encouraged his partner in the role. "Believe me, if you go find a girl to pursue again, her attitude will change." Jeremy Renner can only try. The assistant director came to inform Martin and Jeremy Renner and asked them to prepare for the stage. The two put on skull masks, picked up black AKMs, and entered the set together. The scene of robbing a bank may only take a few minutes in the film, but Villeneuve planned to shoot the scene for 3 days. The shooting started soon. Martin entered the bank vault, picked up the bag, and put piles of US dollars into it, as if he came to the wholesale market to buy goods. He was quite good at this robbery business. However, the filming in the afternoon was not very smooth. Maybe because she had a full meal at noon, Alexandra Daddario's performance condition declined, and her shots were frequently NG. When filming the scene of opening the vault, she suddenly burped twice, causing the seafood she ate at noon to taste a little unpleasant for a while. After Villeneuve called a halt to the filming, Alexandra had to apply to go to the bathroom. After coming back, her condition gradually improved, and the filming was not delayed too much. The crew finished work on time in the afternoon. Martin has been in a relationship with her for several years, and he took her directly back to the hotel room. The two had just finished dinner when Alexandra received a call and said to Martin, "Catherine will come to visit in a few days." Chapter 759, Middlemen and the Difference. After finishing the scenes in the bank, the crew moved to the streets of Boston to shoot some outdoor scenes. It is more troublesome to shoot outdoor scenes in a bustling metropolis. It is necessary to coordinate with local government departments and also consider the traffic and time period. In Charleston, an open-air cafe was booked by the crew for a whole day to shoot 2 scenes. Martin, Alexandra Daddario and Jeremy Renner appeared one after another, chatting and testing around the coffee table. Villeneuve called for a stop from time to time and came to guide the 3 people in person. "You are not in the right state. Your emotions and expression are all wrong." Villeneuve stared at Alexandra and emphasized, "Lassie, the inexplicable feelings between your character and the male protagonist are not the kind of inexplicable feelings between robbers and hostages. You don't know that Martin is a robber. You think this is a perfect love." He directly pointed out the mistake Alexandra made. "What you showed was an emotion like Stockholm Syndrome." Hearing this, Alexandra subconsciously refuted, "I didn't. Absolutely not." Villeneuve stared at her. Alexandra blinked her ice blue eyes, looked at Martin, and asked, "Do I have it?" Villeneuve pointed out the problem. "Your current demeanor, combined with your appearance, is like a patient with Stockholm Syndrome. Martin looked at Alexandra and said, "Don't stare too wide or blink too frequently and try to stay calm." Villeneuve said, "Let's try again." Alexandra slightly adjusted her mentality and emotions and said, "I can do it." The filming started again. Martin and Jeremy Renner were always performing online. After adjusting, Alexandra gradually found her feeling. A large number of fans and reporters gradually gathered outside the temporary studio. Producer Graham King had a brief conversation with Villeneuve and Martin and waited until the filming was over to accept a brief interview with the media. The filming of the film began, and publicity and promotion naturally had to follow. After lunch, Martin was in the cafe and accepted a joint interview with more than a dozen media reporters. One of the blonde female reporters asked first, "Hello, Martin. I'm Peva, a reporter from the Boston Globe. Why did you choose such a movie set in Boston?" The Boston Globe is the largest print media in Massachusetts. The original novel of the movie has been published and sold for a long time. Martin smiled and said, "I filmed The Departed in Boston. I really like this city with a profound culture." After reading the original novel, the background of the male protagonist also resonated with me because I had a similar experience. I was born in the slums of Atlanta. I was just a little bit away from going astray. Another reporter immediately followed up, "Can you tell me what the wrong path was?" Martin shrugged and said, "Many of my friends who lived in the same community when I was a teenager joined gangs." His tone was a little heavy. "Many of them died just after they became adults." "I'm sorry," the reporter said. Martin shook his head, as if trying to get rid of some emotions, and said, "I was facing choices and struggles at that time, just like the male protagonist of this novel. It was a man's painful struggle." Many reporters had read the original novel and nodded when they heard Martin's words. Martin continued, "We are all trapped in a certain period of time, in a place we desperately want to escape from, and we are trying every way to change our lives. This kind of subject matter is so attractive to me, and I think many people can resonate with it, especially when leaving a criminal environment." There are also people among the reporters who come from the bottom of society, and they know how difficult it is to get out of such an environment in America. "There are countless people around who want to drag you into the abyss," he said. "Martin, you succeeded." Martin smiled and said, "I hope more people in the United States can succeed." The short joint interview ended, and the internet media began to report on it on a large scale that afternoon. The town. Martin Davis' painful struggle. Martin Davis' new film, once again set in Boston. Women conquer men with stockings. Martin Davis conquers banks with stockings. The media news further increased the popularity of the film and let more people know that Martin's new film is being filmed. The crew's publicity is naturally more than that. During the afternoon break in the filming, Graham chatted with Martin for a while. "We are helping Chuck Hogan run an award," he said to Martin. "The Hammett Award awarded by the International Crime Writers Association has a certain influence in the novel circle." Martin fully agreed. The original book is more well known, and the adapted film will benefit accordingly. "I will contact Disney Pictures and let Disney assist the crew," Graham said. "This way we will have a better chance." Martin asked Bruce for a mobile phone and immediately called Jessica to ask her to communicate with Disney Pictures on relevant matters. After these were settled, Martin returned to the temporary set outside and continued to participate in the filming. After a morning of adjustment, D'Addario's condition improved significantly. The filming went smoothly in the afternoon. All the scenes were shot before 4 o'clock, and the crew was able to finish work early. Martin took off his macape and got off the trailer. Just as he was about to take a car, a girl suddenly appeared next to him. She had the same brown-black long hair as D'Addario, but her light blue eyes were much darker, and her breasts were not at the same level. "Hi, Martin, do you remember me?" "You are." Of course Martin remembered, but he deliberately hesitated for a moment. "I remember. You are Catherine. I met you several times when I was filming John Wick in New York a few years ago." Catherine's light blue eyes narrowed with a smile. "It's me. That's me. We even took a group photo. At that time, many classmates envied me for being able to take a photo with you." Martin asked, "I heard from your sister that you are an actor too?" Catherine's smile disappeared for the most part. Yes, I saw her become a big star very smoothly, and I thought this industry was easy to get into, so I became an actor, but I could only play a few marginal small roles. Martin recalled the limited interactions with his sister and said, the competition in this industry is very fierce. It is not easy for your sister to succeed. She can succeed. Why can't I? Catherine said, I'm no worse than her. Martin smiled but said nothing. Catherine looked at Martin and suddenly realized something. She said, I understand why she succeeded. She succeeded not because of her own ability, but because of your support. The more she thought about it, the more she was sure of this. Martin, you are the key to her success. Martin said, your view is wrong. First of all, your sister is very talented. Most people don't have such talent. The Dario's eyes and figure are extremely rare in Hollywood. Although it can't be said that she has achieved great results. Alexandra is small in the right places and big in the right places. Her shape and color are both top notch. If you don't believe it, you can become a true detective. Catherine took a step forward and said, I'm also very talented. Really? Martin didn't answer. Alexandra Daddario was running towards this side. When she ran, the earth seemed to shake. Catherine also saw her sister and curled her lips slightly. Who doesn't know these little tricks to attract men? It's just that when she runs, she is not as amazing and eye-catching as Alexandra. Alexandra got off the trailer and saw her sister. She ran to Martin as fast as she could, hugged his left arm, looked at Catherine opposite and asked, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call me? Catherine saw that Martin's arms were wrapped up and she was a little jealous of her sister's talent. She said unhappily, you were filming, and I called you. Can you pick me up at the airport? Alexandra asked, what's wrong with you? Did you come all the way from New York to quarrel with me? Catherine said, no. She turned around and put her arm around her sister's arm. I came here to please you and ask you to help me find some roles. Alexandra glanced at Martin secretly and said, I'll keep an eye out for you. Martin did not participate in the sisters' secret fights. Their fighting was called sisterly love, but the nature of the fight changed when he got involved. Catherine controlled her gaze and said to herself, even if you don't tell me, I know that all the roles you can find come from Martin. Martin pulled Alexandra and said, let's go back to the hotel. I'll treat you to dinner. Catherine was like a pure fangirl. Okay, can I take a photo with you while we eat? Those bitches will be so jealous. Martin smiled and said, of course. The three of them got into the Escalade driven by Bruce and returned to the hotel where the crew was staying. After consulting the Daddario sisters, Martin treated them to a French meal in the evening. While Martin was in the bathroom, Catherine whispered, are you staying in a suite? I'll stay in your room tonight. Alexandra took out the room card and handed it to her sister. There's the room number on it. Just go there after dinner. Catherine was not stupid. You openly live with Martin on the set? Is this strange? Alexandra showed off. I have a high quality life every day. I feel refreshed and in good working condition the next day. She pinched her cheeks. Have you noticed that my skin condition is better? Catherine didn't need to observe carefully to see that her sister was radiant, as if she was only 20 years old. Alexandra said proudly, Martin specially provided me with seafood high protein. Anyone who uses it will say it's good. Really? Catherine said sarcastically, be careful of allergies and difficulty breathing if you eat too much. Alexandra saw Martin coming back and stopped talking about it. She took the initiative to change the subject. The three of them talked and laughed together, and the atmosphere seemed very good. After dinner, Alexandra followed Martin directly to his suite. Catherine went to Alexandra's room alone, sat on the sofa and drank water, thinking about those characters from Martin and how Alexandra, the middleman, had to make a profit from the price difference. She felt unhappy. She hated the middleman who took a cut the most. Chapter 760 Goodman Martin helps step out of trouble. Early in the morning, Martin left the room alone. The door of the suite across the street opened at this time. Catherine Daddario showed her head and greeted him warmly. Good morning, Martin. Are you going to the crew now? My scene will be filmed when the work starts, so I have to go there early. Martin smiled and nodded. You are welcome. I'm leaving. Catherine asked, where is my sister? Martin turned around and pointed to the room. She didn't have any scenes in the morning. She is still sleeping. Catherine asked tentatively, can I go in and see her? Martin hesitated for a moment, swiped the card to open the door. Go ahead. Thank you. Catherine slipped into the room. Martin glanced at her back, closed the door, and went to the restaurant for breakfast. The room was very messy, with women's clothes scattered on the floor of the living room. Catherine was familiar with her sister's size, and knew at a glance that they belonged to Alexandra. In some places, there were still traces of war. Catherine stared at these places in a daze, as if paying tribute to the place where Martin had fought. In the bedroom, Alexandra had just finished washing up. She heard some noise outside and thought it was Martin. She came out in her nightgown and saw her sister was in a daze. She simply leaned against the door and stared at her. Catherine turned around and found that her sister's nightgown was open. She couldn't help but admire. Martin is right. You are indeed more talented than me. Alexandra didn't mind showing her superiority in every aspect in front of her sister who wanted to compete with her at this moment. She walked to the sofa and sat down and said, how did you get in? Martin asked me to come in. Catherine looked at Alexandra carefully. Her sister had smooth, white, and shiny skin, ruddy face, and high spirits. She looked almost the same as she was at the age of 20. Alexandra was on guard against fire, theft and sister, you have seen me. Go back early and report to the acting class. I will notify you if there is a suitable role. Catherine was instantly furious. Why did you chase her away? Just because you have big breasts? She stepped on her bra on the floor, rolled her high heels hard for a few times, and then sat on the single sofa next to her. I came to visit you on set, but you drove me away. Is there a sister like you? Alexandra crossed her arms and said, are you here to see me? When I was filming on the previous cruise, did you ever think of visiting me? You didn't even call me. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You are willing to come to Boston to visit, because the male lead of the crew is called Martin Davis. Catherine kicked off her high heels and crossed her legs on the sofa, saying, even if it is, do you have to do this? As far as I know, there are no less than 5 female stars in the Hollywood circle who have maintained a long-term lover relationship with Martin. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips deliberately. You would rather share it with other women than let your own sister have a taste of it? Ha, there are still such sisters in the world who would rather give it to outsiders than share it with their sisters. Alexandra was about to explode with anger, and her chest grew a size bigger. Can this be shared with my sister? Catherine was prepared. She stood up and jumped over, hugged Alexandra's arm, and said, we are sisters. We should unite. Lassie, think about it. Martin has limited resources in a certain period of time. Those female stars will definitely share resources from Martin, whether it's reputation or roles. Alexandra stopped talking. Catherine said again, instead of letting others take these away, why don't we take more? You and I are sisters. If we go out together, the added effect will be multiplied several times. Sisters, how many men can resist? Alexandra muttered, you are crazy. Catherine saw it very clearly. It's not me who is crazy, but this society is crazy. From the entertainment industry to the business circle to the political circle, isn't it the same? Alexandra was speechless for a while, because in her opinion, her sister was right. This society is like this. She even felt that Martin's nonsense was sometimes correct, such as the world has entered an era of comparison. It doesn't matter if you don't do well, as long as others are worse, you can easily win. Catherine stared at Alexandra for a while and said, it would be a shameful waste if we didn't use the advantages of being sisters. She emphasized, I'm your biological sister. Alexandra thought about it seriously for a while and nodded slightly. I can try, but if Martin objects, stop immediately. She certainly would not give up her bright future in Hollywood for her sister. Also, you must listen to me on these matters. Of course, you are the older sister. Catherine smiled happily. Alexandra stood up and went to the cloakroom to change clothes and said, I need to find a suitable opportunity. In fact, it would be nice to have you help me share the burden. It's a bit difficult for me to deal with Martin alone. His needs in that aspect are not ordinary. Catherine's eyes lit up, like Tiger Woods and NBA or NFL stars. Alexandra nodded, a little annoyed. It's a pity that I'm not Madonna. On the streets of Boston, the crew is still shooting outdoor scenes today. Martin and Jeremy Renner performed a scene of brothers turning against each other according to the set routine. After a fight, Martin knocked Jeremy Renner to the ground, and Jeremy Renner pulled out a gun to threaten him. The two of them exchanged insults for half a minute, and Director Villeneuve shouted pass. This long shot scene was over. Martin came out of the set, took off his dirty costume jacket, handed it to the crew assistant on the side, and found Thomas. The two went to the Macute trailer to talk. Thomas brought good news. Lawyer Hamlin reached an out-of-court settlement with the attorney for Warner Pictures. Warner Pictures is willing to pay you the personal share owed to you last year in accordance with the contract. The total amount is $17.58 million US. It has been paid to the agency, and it is estimated that it will be in your account in the next 2 days. Martin said, Warner Pictures is really efficient this time. Thomas smiled. John Berg has been fired. The newly appointed Daniel wants to reverse the decline of Warner Pictures and wants to continue to cooperate with first-line stars and directors, as well as other companies and investment funds. He must rebuild the reputation of Warner Pictures. Martin said, Daniel has called me several times recently, repeatedly stating that Warner Pictures wants to cooperate with you again. Thomas reminded, we have signed an agreement with Disney Pictures. It is Davis Studio that signed the agreement with Disney. Martin said simply, film projects produced by Davis Studio must of course abide by the contract and be distributed by Disney Pictures, but I'm still an actor. As long as the project and the salary are suitable, I will not refuse other companies, including Warner Pictures. Thomas fully agreed. It is a wise decision not to be tied to one company. Martin added, if Warner Brothers dominates Hollywood, will Daniel choose to settle out of court? In the current situation in Hollywood, unless it is like Mel Gibson or Pitt and Ben Affleck, it will not be a big problem for first-line stars to have a falling out with a company. As long as there is enough commercial value, other Hollywood companies will also offer contracts. With John Berg's sad exit, Martin's dispute with Warner Brothers came to a temporary end. Thomas continued, the single-day box office of Jack the Giant Slayer fell below $300,000, which touched the corresponding terms of the distribution contract. It has now been forced to be withdrawn by major theaters in North America. Martin asked, how much is the North American box office in the end? $27.41 million US. Thomas only felt at this time that the risks in the film industry are really damn high, and a project loses hundreds of millions. The next moment, he suddenly had a question. What made him think that movies are not high-risk investments? Thomas' eyes immediately fell on Martin. He had become accustomed to accompanying Martin successfully over the years. He calmed himself down and said, as for overseas, the market response to this film is also very average. Basically, movie fans all over the world are criticizing the content of the film and the schizophrenia of the protagonist. Currently, the film has been released in more than 60 countries and regions, and the cumulative overseas box office is only about $30 million US. It is impossible for the film to box office over 100 million worldwide. This film is not a sequel to a successful movie, so it is completely predictable that the North American market will not respond well, and overseas markets will also be poor. Martin nodded slightly and asked another question. What's going on with Depp? The two sides are still fighting in the media, but public opinion is almost overwhelmingly on Amber Heard's side. Thomas said concisely, Amber Heard's lawyer proposed a domestic violence settlement and property division claim of up to $65 million in the divorce lawsuit. He shook his head unconsciously. Depp still has to pay the overdue taxes and fines on time, and Amber Heard's life will be miserable in the future. Martin said, he'd better declare bankruptcy and go homeless. Thomas understood what Martin meant. Once Depp, an alcoholic and drug addict, declared bankruptcy, he would no longer receive a flying shares from the starring films. The drug addiction alone would make Depp's life worse than death. He said, if Depp still has a little bit of brains, he will not declare bankruptcy, but will hold on. Martin also believed that Depp would hold on. He still remembered the news he had seen, that a Hollywood actress declared bankruptcy and had to live in the sewer. Thomas said, but one thing is certain, Depp's career in Hollywood is over. His current properties will basically be sold out, and he will owe huge debts. The share he gets in the future will also be used to repay the debts. Martin suddenly had an idea. It's a pity that Depp has fallen to this point. Shouldn't we good people give him a hand? Bruce, who had been silent all the time, said, what do you want to do? Wait until Amber Heard and Depp divorce and help Depp find a job with stable income. Martin was truly thinking about his enemy and helping without asking for anything in return. If Depp and Pitt go to the Sacred Valley to shoot a man-on-man movie together, will it cause a sensation and sales explode? Chapter 761, How Green Tea is Made. Los Angeles Court, Mediation Room. Johnny Depp stared at Amber Heard with wide eyes. The fire coming out of his body seemed to be able to ignite his greasy hair at any time. Across from him, Amber was wearing a black dress with delicate makeup, cool and sassy. Her appearance at the peak of her life, coupled with her stunning temperament, easily left a good impression on people. Most men would subconsciously think that she was innocent and pitiful when they saw her, and Depp, a drunkard, drug addict and domestic violence man, was particularly hateful. This woman's life so far can be written into a book, How Green Tea is Made. Faced with a claim of up to $65 million and property division, Depp's side flatly refused, and the mediation between the two sides ended in failure again. The mediator asked for the opinions of both sides and announced the end of this mediation. The two sides left the mediation room one after another and met again in the parking lot. Depp stood in front of the car, staring at Amber. Amber was in high spirits, and her blonde hair was tied into a braid, fluttering in the wind with the hem of her skirt, as if it was her life. Depp couldn't help it, and subconsciously walked forward, wanting to ask Amber why she framed him. The lawyer grabbed Depp and shook his head at him. Amber turned around and looked at the angry Depp with a charming smile. But the sarcasm in the smile was so obvious. She wanted to anger Depp in this special place. Let's go. The lawyer reminded Depp, go back and don't have any direct conflict with her. Agent Wham rushed over and pulled Depp into the car. Amber curled her lips and got into the car next to her. In the car, there was a fat white man, Elon Musk. As soon as Amber got in the car, Musk pulled her over and kissed her hard. She struggled to get away. I haven't divorced yet. Musk suddenly thought of Martin, the bastard, and said, it's interesting if you're not divorced. It feels different. Amber looked at the fat white man in surprise. You're not right. Musk thought to himself, how could I be led astray by Martin? He straightened his face and said, go to my villa in Los Angeles. I want you to cost Sylvanus. Amber now has too many uses for Musk, and she can't refuse at all. She can only follow him, cos Banshee Queen, and recreate the scene when Arthur stabbed her to death with a sword when the scourge invaded Quel'Thalas. In another car, Depp, who has not yet divorced, felt inexplicably heavy in his head, as if something was pressing on his head, making him very uncomfortable and a little manic. Agent Wham reminded, during this period, you must stay calm and try not to appear in public. If negative news is exposed again, it will make you more passive. Depp said, that woman wants me to die. No. At this point, Wham said directly, she wants to take all the money you have left. Depp said hatefully, I would rather give it all to the eyes than give her $1. He asked, how are the properties selling? Wham said, the penthouse in the Columbia building has been sold for $8.5 million. Buyers have also been found for houses in Paris, London, and New York, but it is difficult to sell the small island in the Caribbean in a short time. Depp said, sell it at a discount. I need money now. Apart from anything else, his domestic violence and divorce lawsuit with Amber has become the focus of attention of the whole United States, and the lawyer fees are an astronomical figure. Wham nodded and reminded again, Johnny, you must save money now, and it is best to reduce the weekly expenses to less than $100,000. In addition, your playmates and followers, and the staff around you, should be fired as much as possible. Their expenses are too high. The staff can be fired, but I must take care of my friends. Even if he has fallen to this point, Depp is still the captain who talks about friendship and loyalty. Without them taking care of me, I would not be here today. Even if I have $1, I will share it with them. Even if I'm homeless, I will accompany them. Wham wanted to persuade him, but he opened his mouth and did not say it. It is difficult for Depp to survive in Hollywood. If it doesn't work out, he will go to the French film industry in the future. Annapurna Pictures, President's Office. Megan Allison personally escorted Miss Judith from the bank out the door and said, "Please give me some more time. Repaying the loan is definitely not a problem." Judith looked embarrassed. "If it weren't for the Ellison family, we would have withdrawn the loan. None of the big budget films invested by your company were successful, and the bank is also in a difficult situation." Megan Allison lowered her proud head. "I will solve these as soon as possible and repay the first loan on time." Judith shook her hand. "I hope to get good news next time." Megan Allison watched her walk farther and farther away, returned to the office, sat down on the boss chair, grabbed her hair with both hands and scratched it, and the originally neat bob became a mess. The already released Transcendence and the Lone Ranger basically did not return any money. In stark contrast to the failure of many films of Warner Pictures, Annapurna Pictures projects are not a combination of funds. The budget costs basically come from Megan Allison herself, and the losses are all real losses. Megan called Dredd and waited for him to come in. She asked, "Has Seventh Son been sold?" Dredd looked at his boss carefully and said, "No, we lowered the price to $100 million, but still no one is willing to bid." Megan was no longer a domineering female CEO who could not show her emotions. Her face became ugly. "Hollywood bastard, do you want to take it for free?" Dredd opened his mouth, but hesitated. Megan asked, "Just say it, if you have something to say." "Jessica, the CEO of Davis Studio, contacted me." Dredd raised his voice slightly. "She said that the offer of Davis Studio has been valid." Megan said angrily, "Martin Davis wants to take away the finished product that I invested $150 million in for $30 million? Daydreaming." Dredd stopped talking because there was really no way. The two films Transcendence and The Lone Ranger suffered tragic failures, and other companies were extremely skeptical of Annapurna Pictures' production ability and level. There are even rumors in the industry that Martin Davis had his promising projects intercepted several times, and some random scripts were deliberately made to cheat people. It is impossible to verify whether this is true or not, but the three projects that Annapurna Pictures snatched from Davis Studio all failed. Megan waved her hand and said, "Continue to look for buyers." Derek hurriedly left here. Megan's cell phone rang at this time. She saw that it was her father's call and quickly answered it. Larry Ellison said, "Leave Hollywood. I will help you settle your debts." Megan Allison was unwilling to leave Hollywood as a loser and insisted on the last bit of stubbornness. "Give me a little more time. As long as I sell Seventh Son, I can mobilize funds. I also have Hunting Bin Laden in my hand." Larry Ellison didn't say much. "You take care of it yourself. Call me anytime when you need it. Remember one thing, you are my daughter Larry Ellison." Megan's head was confused recently. She misunderstood her father's meaning. After hanging up the phone, she pounded the desk hard. She must not embarrass her old father. Paris, the 16th district. Harris sat in the living room of Mason's villa, took out a pen, and signed the agreement. The agent came over and shook his hand. "Mr. Carter, congratulations on becoming the new owner of this mansion." Harris smiled. "I hope you can complete the remaining procedures as soon as possible." The agent promised, "You will get the relevant documents by this time tomorrow." Harris nodded with satisfaction. In France, this efficiency is definitely supersonic. The agent handed all the keys to Harris and left with great tact. Harris put away the keys and walked around the villa again. Johnny Depp's newly renovated villa had not been lived in yet, but he had to sell it at a discounted price. Harris calculated that, if he took the time to sell the house, he would have a profit margin of at least 3 million to 4 million euros. Sure enough, Depp was a good man. His cell phone rang, but it was the deputy sent to London who called. The other side told him a good news. Through the relationship of the agency, he contacted J.K. Rowling. After seeing the antique ketch yacht, the latter was very interested, but was not satisfied with the offer of £25 million. Harris immediately called to book a flight to London, and arrived in London that day. He took J.K. Rowling to visit the yacht docked in the Thames Harbour. After 2 days of tug-of-war negotiations, Rowling bought the yacht for £21 million. The top 5 female billionaires in the UK are not ordinary generous and generous. In reality, Rowling bought it for £22 million a few years later. After the two parties signed the agreement, Harris immediately called Martin to inform him, and then rushed to New York without stopping, asking his deputy to buy an apartment in the Upper East Side. Depp was urgently selling fixed assets to cash in, and Martin and his gang caught Depp and tried to take advantage of him. This is a tragedy caused by a P. Boston, Hilton Garden Hotel. Martin just entered the hotel lobby and received a call from Harris. He said a few words briefly and was in a good mood. After hanging up the phone, Bruce looked over curiously. Martin said in his Atlanta accent and style, "Harris, the idiot, made a deal in London." Bruce immediately understood that the boat he got from Depp was sold. Alexandra Daddario, who was following Martin, asked, "What good thing happened that makes you so happy?" "I made a big deal and made some money." Martin certainly wouldn't tell her and vaguely said, "I have enough living expenses for the next few months." Alexandra took his arm. "Good things are worth celebrating." Martin suggested, "Shall we go for a drink?" Alexandra said, "Let's go back to the room for a drink, and I'll help you celebrate." Martin thought she had prepared something new and said, "Okay, let's go back to the room to celebrate." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762, Primitive Society. Boston, Hilton Garden Inn. Inside the luxury suite, Alexandra Daddario took a bottle of wine and 3 glasses and placed them on the bar. Martin was surprised. "Is there anyone else?" Alexandra's ice blue eyes turned like a husky waiting for a reward, and she was almost wagging her tail. "You know I can't drink very well. I get drunk after just a few drinks, so I specially found someone to drink with you." Martin immediately guessed the person and asked, "You didn't find Catherine? Is it not okay for us sisters to drink and play with you?" Alexandra's words sounded a little strange. "Catherine and I are sisters from the same mother." Martin always sticks to principles and replied, "My pleasure." Alexandra picked up her phone, dialed a number, and said directly, "Come over." A few minutes later, someone knocked on the door from outside. Alexandra went to open the door, and Catherine Daddario, wearing a white short skirt, entered the room. The two sisters, one in black and the other in white, looked about 60% similar. Martin felt something was special when he saw them. He took the bottle and poured 3 glasses with wine, saying, "Catherine, welcome to Boston." Catherine sat opposite Martin and clinked glasses with him. "I remember when I first met you, I was only 16 years old." She said something with a hint of meaning. "Time flies so fast. I'm already 20 years old in the blink of an eye." Alexandra knew Martin's personality and bottom line. She cursed her sister as a bitch in her heart and clinked glasses with Martin. "Let's drink together." Martin finished the glass and poured more wine. Alexandra found the dried fruits that she had prepared during the day from the cabinet behind the bar, peeled them and placed them on the porcelain plate in front of Martin. Catherine pouted secretly, took out her iPhone, opened Twitter and put it on the bar, saying, "I posted a photo of us having dinner together last night on Twitter. Many people are envious and jealous. Look at their replies. It's so interesting." Martin looked down at his phone and didn't see any interesting replies. Catherine's finger slid, and she seemed to accidentally open Apple's cloud drive. A string of her selfies appeared on the phone screen. Most of these photos were taken by Catherine after taking a shower or changing clothes. The photos were obviously selected and were particularly provocative. Maybe they were taken last night or today. "Oh, I accidentally opened the wrong one." Catherine winked at Martin without any embarrassment and slid her finger on the phone screen, and the screen quickly switched back to the Twitter interface. Alexandra saw it clearly and wondered why she hadn't noticed before that her sister was so good at hooking up with men. She deliberately said, "Be careful, these photos are stored on the internet and can be stolen by hackers." Catherine didn't take it seriously. Apple Cloud Disk is very safe. Martin suddenly remembered something and reminded him, "Don't put these things in network storage such as Cloud Disk. It is easy to leak." Catherine immediately changed her face, opened the cloud disk generously, and stuffed it into Martin's hand. "I'm not very skilled in operation. Can you help me delete it?" The cloud disk was full of photos and videos that could create a whole new scandal. Before Martin could reach out, Alexandra took the phone first and said, "I will help you delete it." Catherine was about to grab the phone. "I can delete it myself." Alexandra held it in her hand and didn't return it. She clicked on a video to watch. It was Catherine comforting herself. She finally understood that her sister was not an ordinary bitch. Seeing that the two sisters were about to fight, Martin took the bottle of wine with a tight lid in his left hand and gave it to Catherine on the opposite side and pushed a folding stool to Alexandra on the right side, saying, "I'll be the referee." Catherine and Alexandra immediately gave up the confrontation and stared at Martin like a hungry tigress who would pounce at any time. Martin raised his wine glass. "Come, let's have a drink together to celebrate our acquaintance and enjoy this wonderful night together." The two of them raised their glasses and clinked them with Martin. The more they drank, the more heated the atmosphere became. When the bottle of wine was finished, the three of them had squeezed together. Catherine took out the dice that she had prepared long ago, and the three of them took turns to roll. Whoever had the smallest number of points would take off a piece of clothing. This game, after playing for a short while, returned to the primitive society. Naturally, it was the march of the primitive society. The next morning, Martin got up on time and rushed to the studio to shoot. Alexandra's scenes were not shot until the afternoon, so she didn't have to get up early. Catherine got up and rested her head on her sister's shoulder, saying with sympathy, "It's not easy for you." Alexandra pushed her away. "Don't talk nonsense. I enjoy this relationship. TSK, aren't you the one begging for mercy?" Catherine had experienced it in practice and told the truth. For a man like Martin, even if he doesn't cheat in marriage, his wife will divorce him. Alexandra didn't understand why. Catherine said, "Who can stand it alone?" Alexandra pulled Catherine up. "Let's go, have breakfast, and then we'll go shopping." After washing up, the two went to the restaurant to have breakfast and went to the central business district of Boston together. The sisters who always liked to fight secretly suddenly became better, and the psychological distance felt much closer. In the studio, decorated as a home environment, Martin was wearing slippers and a short shirt, holding a can of beer, sitting on the sofa in a daze, with an expression of reminiscing about the past. This is also a scene of memories. The male protagonist was originally a promising young player, but due to many reasons such as family and environment, he became a bank robber. According to the description in the novel, he inherited the family business. Villeneuve shouted, "Stop, this one is past." Martin shook his head, gave up the beer can, left the play, came to the director's monitor, and watched the filmed shots with Villeneuve. Villeneuve played several shots that were ejected, and the last one that was passed, and explained the differences to Martin in detail. Martin listened very carefully, and asked directly if he didn't understand. After discussing the shots, Villeneuve said, "The next one to be filmed is the most enjoyable memory of the male protagonist Doug. There is a shot of a series of degrees. Do you understand?" Martin said, "I have seen others use it." He would not even touch those things, but he was in a circle where there were too many people in Hollywood who use these things on a daily basis. Villeneuve said, "The props are powdered vitamin B." Martin nodded, "Okay." Villeneuve shouted, "Shooting will start in 10 minutes. Martin went to the actor's rest area, and Bruce followed him and said, "You just got a text message on your phone." Taking the phone, Martin opened it and took a look. The text message was from Blake Lively. She was worried that Martin was filming, so she didn't call. "I will join the crew next week. Welcome," Martin replied. There are two main female roles in the crew. During the filming of John Wick, Martin got the copyright of Prince of Thieves and agreed with Alexandra at that time to let her audition for the female lead. Alexandra successfully passed the crew's audition and got the role. Blake Lively realized it later. When she saw that the town was recruiting actresses, there was only one supporting actress left. That is, the sister of James Carlin played by Jeremy Renner. Blake is now very famous, but she is facing a transformation. She is already 25 years old and there is a limited time for her to continue playing teenage idol roles. Her situation is better now than before. After all, she is not starring in Green Lantern. Blake soon sent another message. Is your room empty? I don't want a separate room. I will live directly with you when I go there. Martin thought about it and replied, if you don't mind the crowd, it's okay. I'm very sad and want to cry. Blake continued to reply, I can enjoy it alone, but now I have to share it with others. Martin decided to end this conversation. I'm on the set. Let's talk when I come. He handed the phone to Bruce. On the set, many crew members are replacing the background and furniture, arranging the room to look like before. The background wall was removed, the low table was replaced from glass to wood, and the TV was changed from LCD to a big butt. Two prop masters are preparing the key props for this scene. Payne took 2 bottles of prop wine and placed them on the wooden low table. He returned to the cubicle where the props team was, looked at his colleague Brandon, and asked, are your vitamins ready? Brandon sniffed, I ground them into powder this morning. Payne reminded, don't make a mistake with the things the male lead needs. It will be very troublesome. Brandon took the prop bag and said, don't worry, I won't make a mistake. Payne patted him, don't take it for your own use. How could that be? Brandon sniffed. Payne didn't say much, because there are countless addicts like Brandon in Hollywood. Payne continued to work. Brandon opened the prop bag, which contained a pile of powder. Seeing one small plastic bag after another, his eyes instantly turned red, his hands and feet trembled slightly, his nose twitched frequently, and his head was almost confused. He grabbed a plastic bag, held it in his hand, and quickly put it down, subconsciously looking around. People like him are common in Hollywood, but it is a taboo to have an attack on the set. Once you cause trouble to the crew like Heath Ledger did, you will even be blacklisted by many production companies. Where are the vitamins? An assistant director outside shouted, what are the props team doing? Brandon quickly grabbed a bag, zipped up the prop bag, grabbed the plastic bag in his hand and ran out, saying as he ran, here I am, the stuff is here. He walked quickly to the sofa and put the plastic bag into the metal box on the low table. The assistant director saw that he looked a little abnormal and asked, what's going on? Maybe I have rhinitis. Brandon made up an excuse casually. After leaving the set, he scratched his head as if he had forgotten something, but his whole body felt as uncomfortable as if a cat's claws were scratching him, so he couldn't remember it for a while. Chapter 763 Poisoning Incident. As soon as the 10 minutes were up, Director Villeneuve's voice came through the electronic loudspeaker. Attention, all departments, get ready to shoot. In the lounge, after adjusting the styling, the stylist looked at Martin, confirmed that there was no problem, and hurried to the side. Martin had changed into a grey sports jacket, came to the studio, and sat on the worn and uncomfortable sofa. Prop Master Payne turned on the TV and played the recording of the ice hockey game. Villeneuve looked over here and asked, Martin? Martin nodded. The camera turned along the slide rail, and Villeneuve looked at the monitor in front of him and said, ready. The script supervisor came to the camera and hit the board, and the shooting began. Martin had rehearsed the scenes to be shot several times and knew them by heart. He picked up the beer bottle and knocked it directly on the edge of the low table, and the bottle cap flew out. The beer foamed and got his hand. Martin took a few tissues and wiped his hands. He saw the iron box next to the tissue package, opened the iron box, and took out the plastic bag. He looked at the powder inside and couldn't wait to open it and pour some on the white paper. The camera lens turned around and began to close up Martin's face. Martin exhaled, moved closer with an anxious look, then raised his head and shouted, "Stop! Stop filming!" The other crew members looked over together. Usually it was the director who stopped filming, and it was rare for the actors to stop. Martin sealed the plastic bag and put it in the iron box and took the iron box in his hand. Bruce and Martin had a tacit understanding. At this time, he went straight into the set and whispered, "What's wrong?" Martin pointed to the white paper with his eyes. "Something is wrong." Bruce moved closer to smell it a little. His face became solemn and moved closer to whisper, "It's not vitamins. It should be real." Martin's eyes swept across the set and did not notice anything unusual. Director Villeneuve had already walked over quickly. He asked, "Martin, what's going on?" Martin pointed to the white paper and said, "Aren't these props made of vitamins? How did they become real?" Villeneuve leaned over to take a look. As a practitioner in the art industry, he was not unfamiliar with this thing at all. He immediately realized that the paper was not a prop. He stood up and shouted, "Props, props." Payne immediately ran over. "Director?" Villeneuve pointed to the white paper. "Did you prepare these?" "No." Payne said, "I ordered the purchase of the vitamin tablets, but after the purchase, they were given to Brandon, who ground them into powder." Villeneuve asked, "Where is Brandon?" No one answered at the scene. The head of the crew's security department had already come over, came to Bruce and said, "I notified the producer." Villeneuve, the director, had far less power than Martin, the male lead and producer. Even at this moment, Bruce's words were more effective than his. But Villeneuve had to show an attitude. After all, as a director, he was the first person in charge of all departments of the crew. The vitamins that were originally used as props turned out to be real goods, and were almost used by the actors. This actor was also the project initiator and the boss of the investment company. Villeneuve said, "Get Brandon here immediately." Payne hurried to find his companions. Bruce made a look, and the security director followed with a subordinate. Martin handed the iron box to Bruce and returned to the rest area. Several security personnel came over and stood near him. Although Villeneuve was a real director for the second time and the first time directing a film in Hollywood, he still had basic control ability. He immediately asked people from various departments to return to their respective positions and temporarily prohibited them from leaving the studio. Soon, Graham, who was in the office area of the studio, rushed over. But Payne and others did not find Brandon for the time being. There was no one in the special compartment of the props team, and Brandon's special prop bag also disappeared. Graham came over to ask Martin for his opinion. "Do we need to call the police? Find someone first." Martin remembered Brandon. When the set was cleared, he had just left. Only a few minutes later, he can't go far. Graham's face was particularly serious. This matter could be considered poisoning. And the target was Martin. Villeneuve came over and said, "We haven't found anyone yet." The studio was brightly lit at this moment. The security director led people to search every corner, but found no trace of Brandon. Bruce asked people to open a few doors, led people out of the studio, asked the people outside, entered the small building next to it, and entered the men's public toilet. The toilet had multiple independent cubicles, one of which was closed. The security director knelt down and took a look. He found someone in it and shouted, "Brandon! Brandon!" There was a strange muttering from inside, but no one spoke. Bruce kept his right hand on the gun at his waist and winked. "Open the door." A strong man kicked open the partition door with a bang. Brandon was sitting on the toilet, daydreaming. His prop bag was at his feet, and there were two small transparent plastic bags on the ground. The security director said, "He took too much." Brandon was not very conscious, and his saliva was flowing out. Bruce took several photos and videos in a row, and sent one to Martin. Martin called and said, "Send him to the hospital. You stay with him the whole time. Don't die on the set." "I understand." Bruce went over and patted Brandon's face, and then tried his breathing. He was sure that he just took too much drugs, and would not be in danger of life. He asked someone to carry Brandon out, and drove him to a nearby hospital. This place has rich experience in dealing with similar situations. After a set of treatment measures, the person gradually stabilized. The hospital quickly sent him to a single room according to Bruce's request. Bruce personally guarded the ward. 2 security guards stayed at the door of the ward. Everything had to wait until Brandon woke up. At the studio, the crew had an unexpected situation and had to temporarily suspend filming. Martin asked someone to save the video that had just been shot and the props on the white paper. Graham issued a gag order. No one was allowed to talk about this matter. Of course, this can only slow down the spread of this matter. It is impossible to prevent it from spreading. There are dozens of staff members on the scene, and in an industry like Hollywood, there may be news informants among them. Villeneuve said, "I have notified them, and the filming will be suspended for 1 day." Graham looked at Martin. "Fortunately you noticed it in time and nothing unexpected happened." Martin took out his mobile phone and was looking through the address book. He also knew some people at the Boston Police Department. The relationship established when he came here to experience life has been in contact over the years. It's not that I'm lucky, Martin said truthfully, it's because a circle is so rotten and chaotic that I can't tell the truth from the false. I would have been finished long ago. Graham nodded. It's similar in other circles. Martin's mobile phone rang. He glanced at the text message and said, the person over there is about to wake up. Let's go over and see what's going on with Brandon. Graham and Villeneuve followed Martin out of the studio. The three of them took a commercial vehicle and rushed to the hospital. When they arrived at the door of the ward, the security director immediately came over and said, Brandon is awake, and old Bruce is with him inside. Martin entered the ward first, followed by Graham and Villeneuve. Bruce leaned against the wall, staring at Brandon lying on the bed. Martin came in and glanced at old Bruce. Bruce whispered, he doesn't know what happened yet. Brandon saw the three giants of the crew, Martin, Graham and Villeneuve, appear at the same time and hurriedly said, this time it's my problem. I have no objection to any punishment the crew imposes on me. I promise that I will never touch those things on the crew in the future and will not cause trouble to the crew again. Bruce had already started recording. Martin asked, did you bring those things to the crew? Yes. Brandon's prop bag was placed here. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, he admitted obediently, I lost control today and brought them into the crew. Graham asked sternly, just today? Although Brandon was recruited by the crew, he had cooperated with Graham's company several times. He hesitated for a moment and said, I have been carrying them since the crew started filming. Villeneuve knew that he had no right to speak, so he stayed by his side quietly. Anyway, his position was always on the side of the two producers. Martin glanced at Bruce and didn't need to say anything. Bruce came over and opened the iron box, revealing the plastic bag and the powder inside, and asked, is this yours? Brandon identified it and nodded, it's mine. After saying that, his face turned pale. He recognized that the iron box was a prop of the crew, and it was a prop for filming. He quickly explained, no, I didn't put these things in it, but vitamins. How could it be? How could it be? Martin just looked at him coldly. Brandon panicked, remembering the stupid things he did during the previous attack. He slapped his forehead and said, I didn't mean to do that, really. I didn't mean to do that. I marked the bags of vitamins specially, so I wouldn't have taken the wrong ones. At that time, I suddenly had an attack. My mind was a mess, and I took the wrong ones in a panic. I took the wrong ones. Graham said coldly, can such an important prop be explained by taking the wrong ones? Brandon hurriedly said, I really took the wrong ones. After I took the props, I hurried to the partition of the public toilet before the crew started filming. If it wasn't for Old Bull finding it early, I might have killed myself. This sounded reasonable. What Brandon did was more like a work mistake than a deliberate act. But Martin, who was in the late stage of paranoia, didn't believe a word of it. Even though he didn't think Brandon was lying. Graham said, you are not fit to work on the crew anymore. I will have someone talk to your agent and agency. Mr. King. Brandon wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Graham. This is a very serious incident. Brandon's face turned pale. This thing has never been a problem in Hollywood, but because it caused problems for the crew, it will be difficult to find a job later. Martin handed the phone to Bruce and left the ward. Bruce came out last and called the police. Chapter 764 Private Detective. It was just a very ordinary scene shooting. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Facing the detective he met when he was experiencing life in the Boston Police Detective Department, Martin finished the routine record and said, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. Detective Jack smiled and said, it's a small matter. We will investigate everything from beginning to end. Martin shook hands with him. Thank you. Detective Jack asked people to take away the relevant evidence, videos, and photos, and arranged for his men to take statements from other crew members. Not long after, Brandon was taken away from the hospital by the Boston police. It's hard to say anything else, but the amount in his bag was enough to hide drugs. Martin got in the car driven by Bruce. The two returned to the hotel together. In the car, Martin asked, does Brandon look like he's acting? Bruce followed Martin around Hollywood for many years and had seen too many actors with good or bad acting skills. After careful consideration, he said, "It doesn't look like it, but the words and actions of these drug addicts are not credible. Many times, their minds are completely in another world." According to Martin's inherent concept, people who use those things for many years have no bottom line in life. They can even sell their relatives for those things, let alone the producers of the crew. He said, "So many things have happened before, so let's check more. Only by checking can we feel at ease." Bruce understood what Martin meant and didn't say much. He would ask someone to contact a reliable private detective. For this kind of thing, they will not rely entirely on the Boston police. This is not Los Angeles. If Brandon can't find any problems, the Boston police can only make a fuss about drug possession. Martin shook his head. "We have too many people. It's normal for someone to want to mess with us." Bruce said, "In the future, the props we focus on cannot be limited to tools such as knives and guns." Martin nodded. "I'll leave this to you." Bruce responded and drove to the hotel. When Martin got out of the car and walked in, he drove the car into the parking lot, took out his mobile phone, and made calls one after another. Martin returned to the hotel room. Alexandra and Catherine had already returned from shopping. The former asked, "I heard that something happened on the crew." "It's a small matter. Someone got the props wrong." Martin half-truthfully told about the real and fake vitamins. Catherine said, Fortunately, you recognized it." Martin took off his coat and sat on the sofa. "There are too many such shabby things in Hollywood." While Catherine took the coat and hung it on the hanger, Alexandra had already sat on the sofa and held Martin in her arms. She let Martin rest his head on the softest and most comfortable place, swaying his body back and forth, as if massaging. "You are a little nervous. I will help you relax." Martin felt like he was resting on cotton wool. Seeing the advantage far beyond her own, Catherine cursed inwardly, "Bitch," and rushed over. Compared to Alexandra's subtle washing of her face, Catherine went straight to wash her hair. Martin's only trace of nervousness disappeared in an instant, and he relaxed completely. Alexandra and Catherine seemed to have a competitive mindset, not only working very hard, but also using many special means. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the three of them left the room together and went out for supper. Catherine licked the cheese from the corner of her mouth and asked Martin, "Are you feeling better now?" Martin poured wine for her and Alexandra and said, "With you here, how can I feel bad?" Alexandra's ice blue eyes sparkled, and she deliberately said, "We two sisters are with you. If you feel bad again, it means that we are ugly, stupid, and don't understand fun." Martin is a smart man. Alexandra is playing the leading role in this film, so she doesn't need to worry about it for the time being. The main thing is Catherine. He asked Catherine, "Are you good at singing and dancing?" "It's okay if you can sing well. The main thing is dancing." Catherine was not stupid and quickly said, "I sing very well. Of course I can't compare with professional singers, but I'm good at dancing. My family is well off. I have been practicing since I was a child, and I have been a member of the cheerleading team since I was in middle school." Martin glanced at Alexandra, who nodded slightly. Catherine also saw it and knew that in Martin's mind, her sister was more important. Martin had observed Catherine's performance last night and confirmed that her basic acting skills were not a problem. "I have a musical film project here, which is being prepared. When you go to Los Angeles, go directly to my studio and find Jessica." At this point, he took a napkin, wrote down Jessica's phone number, and handed it to Catherine. "The role is the supporting actress next to the heroine. You have to audition and meet the requirements." Catherine quickly took it and said, "I will go to Los Angeles tomorrow." Alexandra knew that her sister could not wait any longer, so she quickly filled her stomach and pulled Martin back to the room. That night, Martin truly understood why Bruce wanted to be a complete scumbag. Psychological and spiritual stimulation are really different. The next morning, Catherine D'Addario, who had booked a ticket, left Boston and took a flight directly to Los Angeles. After a brief self-examination, the crew resumed normal filming. In addition to checking the props, Bruce also had to ensure that Martin had no problems with food and drink on the set, and was extremely busy for a while. Martin was somewhat affected. His performance suddenly dropped, and the number of NGs increased suddenly. Status is sometimes very weird. When it goes well, you can do whatever you want. Even if you don't do it according to the script requirements, you can get the director's approval, thinking that this is a better on-the-spot performance. When it doesn't go well, the whole crew tortures each other. Fortunately, in addition to the male lead, Martin is also the producer of the crew, and everyone else has to cooperate with him, including director Villeneuve. Villeneuve also adjusted the shooting plan and moved several action scenes to the front for shooting. Compared with literary dramas, Martin is more comfortable with action scenes. In the flower shop decorated in the studio, there was an intense action scene. Martin came alone and had a fierce exchange of fire with the boss behind Charleston and his bodyguards. The muzzle flame sprayed, petals flew, and blood sprayed. Martin passed these scenes in one go, with almost no mistakes. After the flower shop scenes were shot, with the adjustments made by the director and himself, Martin regained his form, and the crew's filming returned to the right track. The heroine Alexandra Daddario's scenes were shot first, and were ready to leave the crew. Martin took the black cloth eye mask used to kidnap the heroine during the performance as a souvenir, and gave it to Alexandra. Alexandra didn't care about the presence of the crew, came to Martin, and gave him a passionate kiss, and said directly, "We can use it tonight." It was used that night, but it was just to add some fun. Although Martin sometimes plays some big scale games, at best he just lets Catherine or Alexandra push and bump hard. It's roughly the level of a normal art film in the Saint Valley. The next morning, Martin had no scenes to watch, so he personally sent Alexandra to the airport. On the east coast of the United States, especially in New York, Alexandra is definitely Martin's favorite lover. Anyone who has studied Alexandra Daddario's wonderful performances in films such as True Detective, Shadow of Death and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre will definitely understand this. After returning to the hotel from the airport, Martin waited in the lobby lounge for a while, and Bruce, who went to Boston to inquire about the news, soon returned. Bruce took a bottle of water, sat opposite Martin, and said, "The Boston police didn't find anything useful." Martin was not surprised. If Brandon did it on purpose, it would not be so easy to find out. Bruce unscrewed the bottle of water, took a sip, and said in detail, "According to the results of the Boston police investigation, Brandon seems to be fine. Those things were all purchased from a group of local dealers after he came to Boston. This channel often deals with Hollywood practitioners." He further said, "Boston is one of the popular cities for Hollywood crews to shoot. There are too many people in the circle who use this stuff. It is very inconvenient to carry it with you, especially when taking a flight." Naturally, a sales channel dedicated to connecting with Hollywood has emerged here. We don't know anything if we don't contact it. For those bastards who use it frequently, these are not secrets. In addition, the police checked all of Brandon's accounts and found no abnormal financial transactions. Martin nodded slightly. "Did you check the dealers too?" "Yes, the person who traded directly with Brandon has been controlled by the Boston police." Bruce replied, "From the interrogation and investigation, it was just the most ordinary transaction." The more this happened, the more Martin doubted, is it really just a work mistake? Suspicion is contagious. Bruce is no worse than Martin. From the current point of view, it is just a normal work error, but these are too normal. Martin thought for a while and asked, "How does Boston plan to deal with it?" According to normal procedures, Brandon has paid bail and has been bailed out. Bruce has communicated with the detective privately. Generally, it will not be pushed to court, but a large fine will be imposed. The prisons in Massachusetts are also very crowded. However, Inspector Jack said that our opinions are equally important. If Martin insists on pursuing the matter, Boston will certainly not stand on the side of a prop master. Martin asked Bruce, "What if he goes to prison in Massachusetts?" Bruce said, "This is not California, nor Atlanta." Martin understood. Public apology, maximum fine. It makes sense for him to do this. "I remember he lives in California." Bruce had already investigated it clearly. "Los Angeles." Martin said directly, "Hire some reliable private detectives, follow him for a long time, and dig out the people behind him." Bruce replied, "I will arrange it right away." Martin also hoped that this was just Brandon's personal behavior, but his past experience made him feel that things were not that simple. Once you become addicted to this stuff, the consequences are terrible. It is not an exaggeration to say that it can ruin a person. Chapter 765, a special way to commemorate love. Hilton Garden Hotel. Brandon packed his luggage, moved out of the floor where the crew was located, and followed his agent out of the hotel, preparing to move to a cheap motel. Now he couldn't leave Boston and was kicked out of the crew. He didn't want to bear the high hotel fees, so he had to change his residence. The two got in the car. The agent had worked with Brandon for many years. In addition to business, they had some friendship in private. He said, the media has reported it, and the crew of the town has also issued an official statement. It will be difficult for you to find a job in medium or large projects in the future. Brandon looked decadent, like a dry weed. The agent was just one of the common people in the circle, and he didn't want to give up this senior prop master. Those crews that invest millions of dollars should not have so many concerns. Don't despise their low pay. In your current situation, take any job you can, so that you can have a chance to show up again. Brandon nodded casually. I know. The agent started the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot. He couldn't help but say, is there a hidden story behind this? No, really not. In addition to decadence, Brandon's face also had some helplessness. I was addicted at the time, and my head was full of those things. I didn't have the mind to do anything else. As a result, I made a mistake in the props. Although he didn't believe these words, the agent didn't ask any more questions. Brandon was about to cry. Why don't you believe me? I really did it accidentally after the attack. The car turned out of the hotel parking lot and a Toyota sedan, that is very common on the market, followed. On the driver's seat and the co-pilot of the Toyota, there was an ordinary looking middle-aged man sitting in each seat. Toyota's tracking was very professional and followed all the way to a motel in the suburbs. The studio was decorated as a messy bar. Blake Lively, wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup, sat at the bar and talked to Martin. Two cameras captured close-ups of the two from different angles. Blake Lively was in particularly good shape. She put an arm on Martin's shoulder, leaned over and asked, do you want anything? Martin shrugged. What? He said to the bartender. Give her a Long Island iced tea. Blake Lively twisted her body over and said, aerobic exercise, of course. Martin pulled out a stack of dollars and stuffed it into her low-cut neckline. Yes, I did. But I don't want to. Blake Lively took the money and threw it back. I just want to smoke the cigar you brought. Martin said, you need a filter. Blake Lively asked with a smile, I don't like to smoke with filters. Jeremy Renner came over from behind at this time, put his arm around Martin with one hand and Blake Lively with the other, and said with a laugh, let's have a drink together. Martin grabbed his hand, got up and left. I still have things to do. Stop. This scene is over. Director Villeneuve looked at the time and said, prepare to change the scene and the actors will rest for 40 minutes. Blake Lively held her chin in her hand and was in a daze for a while. After the scene ended, she stood up and took Martin's arm. Let's go to the lounge to talk. She arrived this morning and started filming in the afternoon. Martin looked at her briefly. Have you been working out recently? Your figure is better. Thank you. Blake Lively deliberately squinted her eyes. I gained some weight some time ago, and I have done targeted weight loss recently. The last time I contacted you, you said the room was very crowded. I have to lose some weight to squeeze in. Martin replied casually, it's not crowded now. Jeremy Renner next to him was envious. The crew all stayed at the Hilton Garden Hotel. Martin usually didn't hide it. They could see some things clearly. Just after a pair of sisters left, here comes Queen S. I remember you two broke up, didn't you? Jeremy Renner has become very familiar with Martin during this period and often jokes with him. Are you back together? Martin shrugged. No, we can still be friends after breaking up. Blake Lively also heard it, turned around and said, who said that after a boyfriend and girlfriend break up, they can't have a friendly match to relive the good feelings of the past and commemorate the lost love? Jeremy Renner frowned. Can love be commemorated in this way? Of course. Martin also started talking nonsense. Break up for a while and then commemorate it in this way. You will find that commemorating from time to time is beneficial to your physical and mental health. Jeremy Renner scratched his head. I've only heard of obedience in the circle, going to bed. I didn't expect there would be this kind of commemoration. Blake Lively said, I invented it. What do you think? Isn't it interesting? Martin patted Jeremy Renner on the shoulder. Man, if you meet your ex-girlfriend next time, you can give it a try. If you don't succeed, you will at most be scolded. Jeremy Renner said with a deep look on his face, I don't want to see my ex-girlfriend Jess again. She is simply a nightmare. The three of them went to the rest area together. Because the crew was changing locations, the door of the studio was opened at this time, and Estajahan brought a visitor into the studio. The visitor was short, and wore high heels, and was even shorter than Blake Lively. But her chest was firm, and her hips were round, and her curves were hot. Ignoring her short legs, her figure was comparable to Blake's. Martin recognized her at a glance. Scarlett Johansson. Jeremy Renner greeted her and said, you actually have time to visit the set. Scarlett Johansson smiled and said, the Avengers have an event in Boston. Others don't have time, so Marvel sent me here. It's just right that I came to see you, by the way. She hugged Jeremy Renner gently and then waved to Martin. Hi, Martin, long time no see. Martin invited her to come and sit casually and introduced Blake Lively. Scarlett was more interested in Martin than her old partner in the Avengers. After chatting for a while, she talked about the past and asked Martin, do you remember the first time we met? Martin glanced at Bruce not far away and said, on the beach of a private villa in Malibu, you and I were both participating in the filming of the first season of Entourage. You played yourself, and I played a fool. Scarlett laughed. I didn't expect you to remember it all the time. Of course. Martin said seriously, I had a friend who admired you madly at that time. I even borrowed a Polaroid camera and took a picture of you and asked you to sign it. Scarlett could hardly remember these things. It seems like that happened. Blake interrupted. What year was it? Martin said, I just came to Los Angeles. Scarlett recalled, it seems to be the end of 2004. 2004. Blake grew up in Hollywood and has experienced the baptism of Gossip Girl. He is a bitch to the bone. 8 years have passed. I didn't expect you have known each other for so long. Scarlett was born as a child star, and she was no less impressive. When she heard the words, she understood the hidden meaning. At that time, I was a representative figure among Hollywood actors born in the 1980s. Even Martin asked me for an autograph. Although the negative impact of Escape from the Island was huge, and even made Scarlett say goodbye to first-line productions, her career started a second spring through Marvel's superhero movies. In terms of status, Blake certainly can't compare to Scarlett. It's a bit difficult for two blonde actresses who are famous for their beauty and sexiness to have a calm chat together. Although Martin likes to watch beauties fighting in close combat, he doesn't want the two to quarrel on the set, so he changes the subject and asks Scarlett, does Marvel Studios have plans to shoot an independent Black Widow movie? Scarlett shook her head slightly. Not yet. No one believes that a female superhero can independently carry the box office of a big production. Martin said, it's a pity. The Agent Normanoff you play is the biggest highlight of Iron Man 2. He gestured. Especially the fight. It's very exciting. Blake saw that Martin didn't want to hear those obscure words, and echoed, yes, all the male fans are attracted by the figure of Black Widow, and they watch it over and over again. Scarlett subconsciously raised her head and chest, but she couldn't resist the revelation of her old partner, Jeremy Renner, saying, because male fans don't know that those sexy and enchanting fights are all fake. Martin suddenly remembered the gossip he had seen before. Blake was very gossipy and asked, what's going on? All the close-up shots of Agent Normanoff's face were taken by Scarlett. Jeremy Renner seemed particularly honest. The others were taken by a stunt double. The stunt double for this part of the action shots is a man. Blake couldn't help laughing and leaned on Martin's shoulder with laughter and said, it turns out that the object of those male fans' fantasies is a man. Martin looked at Scarlett and asked, really? Scarlett shrugged. Originally I wanted to do it myself, but there are some actions that I really can't complete. Jeremy Renner said, these are all minor problems. When the DVD of Avengers is released, the behind the scenes footage will announce this part. he added. The part where Agent Normanoff was kidnapped and killed in the factory, except for the frontal face shot. The rest was also shot by the male stunt double. Martin said, if there is a chance, I will find a female double, and then the topic will be off the charts. Scarlett continued, it's hard for a female stunt double to perform the difficult scenes you shot, so why do I use a male one? Because there are no female stunt doubles in the industry who can perform smoothly and perfectly, and the women who can perform are all muscular and lack the beauty to attract the male audience's attention. Blake said, fortunately I didn't go for the action route, otherwise I would be exhausted. The four of them chatted for a while, and the crew moved to another location, and the shooting was about to begin. Before entering the set, Jeremy Renner said, let's go back together after work in the afternoon, and I'll treat you to dinner in the evening. Scarlett agreed. Martin and Blake also agreed. Chapter 766 Robbery Prevention Drill. After drinking, Martin and Scarlett Johansson exchanged private contact information and returned to the hotel. Just as agreed when contacting, Blake Lively moved directly into Martin's suite. Jeremy Renner, who lived on the same floor, saw the double door closed, muttered a bitch, and returned to the room alone. He felt that Martin's words about picking up girls made sense. He would talk to the Canadian model later and maybe he could end his single status. Martin got together with the actress and the crew again, which was not even news in the crew of the town. Although the crew members would gossip privately, everyone had a sense of right and wrong. In the next few days, the crew was filming scenes related to the supporting actress, including many large-scale scenes between Martin and Blake Lively. After a relaxing weekend, Villeneuve put the final gun battle scene on the shooting schedule. This climax scene is undoubtedly the top priority of the entire film. Before the official shooting, Villeneuve made a series of preparations. The first is the gun. Like most Hollywood crews, real guns were used during filming. In view of what happened before, the crew established a 4-level security system. Prop master, security guard, Bruce and the actors themselves. Then watch and analyze the classic gun battle movie clips selected by Villeneuve, and finally understand the background of this robbery. The former mainly focused on the actors, props, and crew, watching the bank robbery clip of Heat together. Especially the gun battle part. Villeneuve said to Martin and Jeremy Renner, you will also watch this clip and emergency 44 minutes before the action. Jeremy Renner asked, emergency 44 minutes? Martin replied, a documentary about the North Hollywood bank robbery. Jeremy Renner understood. The scenes of other films appear in the film, which involves copyright issues. Martin asked Villeneuve, have you got the authorization? Villeneuve said, we have got the authorization for both films. In this robbery scene, the robbery team led by the male protagonist McCree will have a fierce exchange of fire with the FBI and the Boston police. Both sides will use automatic weapons, and the gunfight style is mainly realistic. After watching the classic film clips, Villeneuve made a phone call to confirm that the people had come, and then got to the main topic of today. Last week, you all received the latest script for this scene. According to the latest situation of the Boston Red Sox and Fenway Park, we have made corresponding adjustments to this scene to make it more realistic. Martin confirmed, has Fenway Park been negotiated? Starting tomorrow, until the next working day, the crew can shoot freely within the scope of Fenway Park. Villeneuve said roughly, the entire area of Fenway Park will be open to the crew for free. Martin nodded slightly. Before the crew started shooting, Graham had negotiated cooperation with John Henry. The logos of the Boston Red Sox and Fenway Park will have corresponding close-ups in the final film. In addition to sponsoring the crew's filming, Fenway Group will also open the stadium to the crew for free for filming. The door of the conference room was opened from the outside, and Graham King walked in with a woman wearing a red dress and black high heels. The woman was about 30 years old, tall, with delicate and beautiful makeup, a big brown and black wave, diamond earrings, a Cartier watch on her hand, and a wedding ring on her ring finger, which explained what a pigeon egg is. She looked over the others, and fell directly on Martin, and walked over quickly. Hello, Martin, I'm Linda Henry. Graham introduced. Linda is the person in charge of external publicity for Fenway Group and John Henry's wife. The crew was working with Fenway Group, and Martin certainly knew who John Henry was, the owner of Fenway Group. to which the Boston Red Sox belonged. The exquisite and beautiful woman in red in front of him was the boss of Fenway Group. Martin shook hands with Linda Henry and said, "Nice to meet you." Linda was in charge of the company's publicity business. She had some knowledge of Martin and knew that her husband's assets might not be as much as Martin's. She smiled and said, "I hope that through this movie, we can establish a good cooperation channel and work together in the future." Martin said politely, "Thank you Fenway Group for your support to the crew." After the polite words, he got to the point. "I didn't expect that Mrs. Henry would come here in person to introduce the relevant situation." Linda smiled as brightly as her red dress. "I'm now responsible for the publicity business of Fenway Group. This is my job." The two chatted for a few words, and Graham King introduced director Villeneuve and supporting actor Jeremy Renner to Linda Henry. After Linda dealt with it in a formulaic way, she asked her assistant to connect the notebook she brought to the projector and personally explained the background of the scene. In the last scene, the 4-member team of the male protagonist did not rob a bank, but Fenway Park. Linda pointed the laser pen in her hand at Fenway Park on the projection screen and said, "Fenway Park has always been the home stadium with the highest average audience in the entire league. From May 15th, 2003 to the present, it has maintained a record of consecutive full courts." Jeremy Renner couldn't help but mutter to Martin, "The Boston Celtics don't have such an attendance rate." Martin didn't know much about the 4 major sports leagues in the United States, so he didn't respond. Linda continued, "Every time the Red Sox play, Fenway Park welcomes 40,000 enthusiastic consumers. They treat game day as Boxing Day and spend lavishly, buying tickets on site, catering services, beer and snacks, team peripherals, souvenir stores, etc. Each game day can bring in $3 million in revenue for the Fenway Group, much of which is in cash." Villeneuve continued, "This robbery scene is to rob Fenway Park of its cash revenue." Martin deliberately asked, "Linda, aren't you worried that the release of the movie will lead to copycat crimes?" "We're worried about being robbed, so we chose to cooperate with the crew." Linda smiled and said, "After 9/11, the Washington authorities took the lead and invited Hollywood directors, screenwriters, and producers to gather together to brainstorm and think of some plans for terrorist attacks on the United States to prevent them in advance." Martin had heard about this and nodded slightly. "It is said that some people's ideas later became the plot of the movie." Linda added, "The scene you shot is also a test of our security measures. John and I were quite shocked when we saw the robbery plot in the script that pretended to be police officers. If there were really robbers who did this, the success rate might be quite high." The script was rewritten based on the actual operation of Fenway Park, so she said directly, "In addition to the weekly game days, the surrounding shops of Fenway Park also have income on weekdays. All the cash is summarized into the vault every day, sorted by the vault staff, and escorted to the bank every Monday. The average weekly income in recent years is more than $3.5 million US." Villeneuve continued, "The amount of robbery in the film is set at $3.5 million US. Martin knew that this figure did not include package tickets, advertising sponsorship, TV broadcasts, etc. The team's income is amazing." Linda smiled and said, "It's a pity that there are not enough people coming to the stadium, except on game days." Martin asked, "There should be tourists, right?" "There are some tourists, but Fenway Park is not popular enough." Linda looked at Martin, "I hope we can deepen cooperation in the future." She did not hide the purpose of the cooperation. "John and I want to make Fenway Park like the Golden Gate Bridge, Hollywood Hills, Washington Monument and the Statue of Liberty, the landmark buildings that Hollywood movies are most willing to destroy." It has to be said that Fenway Group is really thoughtful in business operations. If Hollywood movies really want to achieve this level, not to mention North American tourists, there will be an endless stream of overseas tourists. The clear explanation of the origin and development of the robbed funds will also facilitate the performance of the protagonist team. The preparatory meeting ended quickly. The next morning, the crew came to Fenway Park to shoot the last robbery scene. From robbery to gunfight, all the shots of this scene will be shot in and around Fenway Park. The crew mobilized dozens of cars and gathered in the parking lot area on the street side of the stadium. Many of them were police cars temporarily provided by BPD. Off-duty police officers can come to act as extras after get off work if they are interested. Fenway Park was first built in the 1920s and 1930s. It may have been relatively empty at that time, but now it has become a more prosperous commercial district. The prop trailer was opened, and a large number of firearms were taken out. Several prop masters prepared blank bullets according to the requirements of the crew. Director Villeneuve was worried and came to check it in person. 2 security guards have been wearing recorders to supervise the whole process. After the guns were ready, Bruce came over to check them in person and distributed them to each actor. Martin received a modified automatic rifle from Bruce. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time the R series of guns were used. Martin and Jeremy Renee put on bulletproof vests and full BPD police uniforms in accordance with the shooting requirements. As the crew cleared the scene, Villeneuve gave an order, and crackling gunshots rang out on the scene. Martin shot through the window of the underground parking lot, and the flames from the muzzle were clearly captured by the camera next to him. This shot took less than 10 seconds, and Villeneuve called for a stop. Then, the 4 people gathered together and shot against the FBI team in the underground garage. 2 accomplices who were just there to make soy sauce. The younger one was soon shot dead at the director's request. Villeneuve kept adjusting, and the gun battle scenes were shot intermittently. Maybe a 10-second shot could shoot dozens of minutes of material. The scenes here were filmed for 4 full days, and were not completed until the day before the next Boston Red Sox game. Actors such as Jeremy Renner and Blake Lively finished their scenes and left the crew. Martin, the absolute protagonist, will have to stick around for a while. At the beginning of the new week, an old friend of producer Graham suddenly came to visit the set and showed great interest in Martin. Chapter 767, 24 personalities. In the morning, in the studio, an Asian man with a dark complexion sat in the lounge area watching the filming with Graham. The filming was going on the set, and the two did not speak. Martin stood in front of the iron table, skillfully disassembled the gun, oiled it for maintenance, took out the magazine, and pressed the yellow-orange bullets into the magazine. After filling 3 magazines in a row, Martin picked up one, mounted it on the wall, and made an aiming and shooting motion. Director Villeneuve shouted, "Stop, this one passed." Martin rested his hands on the cold iron table, took a few deep breaths, smelled the familiar smell of gun oil, and immediately broke away from the roll. Villeneuve came over from behind the director's monitor and handed Martin a bag. "Your souvenir." Martin took it and took a look. It turned out to be the skull mask he wore when filming the bank robbery scene. The male lead scenes were all shot, and Martin said loudly, "I have booked the Hotel Buffet restaurant for the afternoon. Anyone who has time can go there." Villeneuve said, "The director team will definitely be there." The male lead scenes were shot, and the crew's filming would continue until this Friday. Martin took off his costume jacket, took the wet wipes handed by Old Boo, wiped the gun oil on his hands, and left the set. The crew was going to change the scene, and the studio was a little busy. Graham saw Martin coming out and shouted, "Martin, this way." Martin walked over there and looked at the dark-faced Asian. Judging from his skin color, he was not an East Asian, but had the temperament of an Indian. Just like he would not mistake a Korean for a Korean, Martin's ability to distinguish Indians was also very strong. The previous life can be said to be a basic ability of many people. When Martin approached, Graham introduced them. "This is Martin, this is Nate Shyamalan." The latter took the initiative to shake hands with Martin. "I have seen you at award ceremonies several times, but unfortunately I have no chance to meet you. You are one of my favorite actors." The other party was very polite, and Martin spoke politely. "Director Shyamalan, I like your work very much. The Sixth Sense is one of my favorite horror movies." After a few pleasantries, the 3 sat in the lounge and chatted. Nate Shyamalan was very humble because he had a bad feeling that the film After Earth, which had just finished filming in the Great Lakes region, had some problems. Of course, he didn't think the problem was with him. It was Will Smith who was too anxious. In order to make his son famous, he intervened in everything from the script to the filming and post-production. Nate Shyamalan has changed partners one after another over the years. If After Earth is messed up, he will definitely not be able to cooperate with Will Smith and Sony Columbia. He has to find a new producer and investor. Thinking of this, Night Shyamalan couldn't help but glance at Martin and found that Martin was smiling kindly at him. While his old friend Graham was there, he quickly said, "I just shot After Earth with Will Smith and his son, and I have a new project in hand. Martin, are you interested in working with me once?" Martin smiled and said, "I just finished shooting a movie, and I didn't even leave the studio. I always need to take a breath." The director of The Sixth Sense had just collaborated with Will Smith and his son on After Earth. Martin immediately linked it to something that left a deep impression. This director is famous for his unstable performance, and unlike Ridley Scott's instability, as long as old Ray leaves the epic film, other films are basically reliable. Night Shyamalan occasionally produces a masterpiece, but most of the time he is unreliable. Martin's previous life had news reports that Night Shyamalan was an extremely rare director who could trick almost all large and medium-sized production companies in Hollywood. Night Shyamalan went to the bathroom at this time. Graham saw the man walking away and whispered, "If you can avoid working with him, don't work with him." GK Films has cooperated with David Film and Television Studios in succession, and both the conflicts of interest and personal relationships are much deeper than those of Night Shyamalan. Martin asked one more question. The responses to the films he directed recently weren't very good. "Not the recent ones," Graham said directly, "but after the great success of The Sixth Sense, none of his other films received good responses, and all of them failed at the box office. However, a few DVDs sold well, which allowed him to hold on to the situation." Martin asked, "I heard that he has cooperated with almost all medium and large production companies." Graham said, "It's rare in Hollywood to change partners after each film." He turned his head and took a look, then said, "He came to me this time to get investment from GK Pictures." Martin nodded, "I see." Graham smiled, "I have a good personal relationship with him, but friendship is friendship and business is business. If I lose tens of millions of dollars in investment, I can't afford it." Martin was surprised. In his situation, how can he continue to attract investment and continue to cooperate with big companies? Ridley Scott's health is so thick that he doesn't dare to make epic films one after another. He has to shoot science fiction films in between to make up for it. Night Shyamalan, however, has screwed over all the 6 major Hollywood studios. Compared to Martin, Graham, an old friend, knows Night Shyamalan too well. After a little consideration, he said, "The Sixth Sense was so successful back then. The production cost of $40 million was exchanged for nearly $300 million in North America and nearly $700 million in the global box office. It ranked second in the box office and video sales charts that year, making Disney a huge profit. Who wouldn't like it?" He changed the subject and said, "In addition, Shyamalan is a genius among geniuses. He always has a lot of ideas when writing scripts, and comes up with exquisite ideas to impress the producers. Medium and large production companies often invest in a patchwork. With the commercial miracle of The Sixth Sense in front of them, once the project is successful, it will make a lot of money. If it fails, most of the money lost will be the money of other investors." Martin thought of Warner Brothers Pictures. In the past year or so many large production projects have been messed up. Although the company's capital chain is tight, it is far from a crisis. Megan Ellison, who invested her own money in movies, is the opposite. She can't hold on any longer. Graham added, "From the producer's point of view, Shyamalan has the biggest problem. He can come up with unparalleled ideas and construct wonderful scenes at the story level, but he always makes various discounts when it comes to formal execution, which makes the story, that should have been amazing, come to a hasty end." This made Martin slightly stunned, because he remembered a movie he had seen before. The beginning was very amazing, but the end was anticlimactic. But the film was filmed as a sequel, and the new Professor X, James Yamey, shaved his head again in the movie. The director of the film seems to be Night Shyamalan. These are relatively close to the time when Martin came to North America, so he remembers them relatively clearly. For example, he remembered that the heroine of the film later filmed a series about chess for Netflix. This movie is very interesting. It seems that there has been publicity and hype, and it is adapted from facts. Just when Martin was thinking about it, Night Shyamalan came back from the bathroom and talked about cooperation again. Graham said, I'm still working on this project and can't get away for the time being. How about this? What projects do you have on hand? Send me a copy of the script and the plan later. No problem. Night Shyamalan didn't want to give up Martin and felt that working with Martin might turn things around. So he said, I'm planning a project here, and the male lead is very suitable for you? Martin asked tentatively, what type of role? You won't be like Bruce Willis in The Sixth Sense, with mental problems, right? Night Shyamalan said, not this kind of role. I filmed this type in 2000, but the project failed miserably. I don't want to do it again for the time being. This project is a science fiction film, and it's hard to say now. Martin responded, whenever you think it's appropriate, send the script to Davis Studio, and I'll make a decision after reading the script and the role. This is a reasonable request, and Night Shyamalan responded, I'll have someone send it over as soon as possible. The three chatted for a while, and the crew finished the transition and was about to start shooting. Martin was the first to leave the studio. Not long after, Night Shyamalan also said goodbye and left. On the way to the hotel, the director was quite satisfied with the trip. If everything goes well with GK Films and Davis Film Studios, he will have 2 more chances to try. Night Shyamalan felt that he would definitely be able to make a hit movie again, just like The Sixth Sense back then. As for what to do if the project fails, Night Shyamalan didn't think too much about it. After all, it was other people's money that was lost. Back in the Macupe trailer, Martin removed his Macupe and changed back into his own clothes, got in the Escalade driven by Bruce, and returned to the Hilton Garden Inn. It was still early for dinner, so he returned to the room and carefully recalled the news reports he had seen. Martin had seen the movie starring James Yemley in his previous life. It seemed that the male protagonist had more than 20 personalities, some of which were very dangerous, and kidnapped several girls. This movie claims to be adapted from real events. Martin asked Bruce, have you ever heard of a vicious crime where the murderer was a schizophrenic with multiple personalities? Bruce thought for a moment and said, it seems so. There should have been several similar cases in recent years. Martin asked again, what about 20 multiple personalities? More than 20? Bruce shook his head, I haven't heard of it. It's too damn exaggerated. Martin took out his cell phone and called Thomas and Jessica respectively, telling them about similar issues and asking them to find related events or news. After waiting for more than half an hour, Thomas called back and said, I have carefully checked. There was a similar case, and it was very typical. A man named Billy Milligan was arrested by the police in 1977 for committing 3 rapes at Ohio State University. During the interrogation, Billy was diagnosed as a rare multiple personality disorder patient, and he was therefore acquitted. He paused slightly and said, a documentary biography published in 1981 was based on this incident, called 24 Billies. Chapter 768 $3,000 of Love. After getting accurate information from Thomas, Martin said, let's go to the bookstore and buy a book called 24 Billy. I'll ask someone to go. Bruce reminded him, don't let anyone notice it. Martin thought of the previous projects and nodded, have someone deliver it directly after you buy it. Bruce went to make a phone call, and Martin waited patiently. Not long after, a call came to Bruce. Bruce said a few words, covered the phone, and said to Martin, the book was found. The salesperson at the bookstore said 24 Billy and there is another book in the same series called Billy's War. Martin said, buy them together. After waiting for a while, someone delivered the book to the door of the room, and Bruce took it back. Martin took it, and looked at the cover first. The type of book is a documentary biography. The author is Daniel Keyes. The 2 books were written in 1981 and 1983 respectively. The latter took many years to be published. But Martin didn't have time to read it now. It was almost time to go downstairs for dinner. Before leaving the crew, Martin invited everyone to enjoy a big meal, which was also a party. At the party, he also received a call from Linda Henry. Fenway Group had a cooperation with the crew. The boss lady knew something about the crew's actions and knew that Martin was about to leave Boston, so she specially invited him to a private party. Since both sides had cooperation, Martin agreed. Back in the room, seeing that it was still early, he found 24 Billy and watched it carefully. Billy Milligan, born in 1955, was sentenced to prison for armed robbery in 1975. While on parole in 1977, he was arrested for robbing and raping 3 women. In the process of defending Billy, the lawyer asked Billy to undergo an evaluation test by a psychological authority, and the evaluation results showed that Billy suffered from multiple personality disorder. A psychiatrist in Ohio conducted a further psychological evaluation on Billy. The evaluation results of this time also showed that Billy suffered from multiple personality disorder. In the subsequent court defense, the defense lawyer defended Billy on the grounds that Billy was not in his right mind and could not control himself when committing the crime, and summoned 4 psychiatrists and a psychologist to testify for Billy. The court finally accepted this defense and ruled that Billy was not guilty, but he had to accept compulsory mental illness treatment. Billy was also the first person in the United States who was found not guilty for committing a felony due to mental abnormality. This does not mean that he has gained freedom. He suffered a series of inhuman treatment during the treatment. Martin quickly flipped through it, and with his many years of experience in Hollywood, he immediately thought of 2 adaptation plans. One is to focus on the individual, that is, the male protagonist, based on Billy as a prototype, mainly used to show his behavior and struggle. The one starring James Yimmy started from this perspective. The other is to elevate the event, still using Billy as a prototype as the male protagonist, but the theme and focus of the plot are concentrated on the case. Billy's case is obviously a precedent, which has a great impact on the judiciary. Both plans are in line with the mainstream Hollywood adaptation method. Martin put down the book. Bruce beside him also closed the book Billy's War. Martin asked, "What do you feel after reading it?" "It's normal for people to have 2 sides and 3 sides, just like you and me." Bruce picked up the book and shook it, saying, "If what's written above is true, this guy's more terrible than you." Martin's face turned black and he said, "Billy is a robber and rapist. I won't do such a thing." Bruce laughed. "That's right. Although in my opinion, you also have some split personality, but you won't lose control." Martin gave him a middle finger and picked up the phone to call Thomas. Los Angeles, Ritz-Carlton Hotel. In a suite, a beautiful woman with long brown hair emerged from the bedroom and said to Thomas in the living room, "Hey, honey, haven't you finished your work yet?" Thomas turned his head and looked over there, saying, "Wait a minute, don't come out again if I don't call you." The beautiful woman flashed and stood at the door, her tall figure like a model. "You called me over and left me alone in the bedroom." Faced with this $3,000 love, Thomas was a little impatient and took out the money and stuffed it into her hand. "If you want to stay, go in and wait patiently. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now." The reward was in hand, but the beautiful woman thought about it and turned back to the bedroom. This man is rich and generous, and he can do more in the future. Thomas saw the bedroom door closed again and nodded. This kind of love for one night or a few nights is much more convenient than finding a long-term girlfriend without so many messy troubles. He glanced at the bald head projected on the TV screen, reached out and touched it, and smiled indifferently. With money, status and strength, what kind of beautiful woman can't be found? The room was very quiet the whole time. Thomas held the phone tightly and waited patiently. He had worked with Martin for so many years and understood Martin's work style. He knew that he might contact him again at any time. Sure enough, the phone rang soon. Thomas answered. "Martin, is there anything else?" The person on the other end said directly, "Check who owns the copyrights of the 2 documentary biographies 24 Billy and Billy's War, and find out about Billy Milligan to see if he is still alive." Thomas responded, "Send someone to do it tomorrow morning." "Okay." Martin reminded, "Keep it confidential." Thomas hung up the phone, repeated Martin's request several times in his mind to make sure he would not forget it, put away his phone, and went into the bedroom. This is a $3,000 love story. Boston, Bay Area. The lights in the Seaview Villa were bright, and a private party was being held. The huge banquet hall was bustling with people. After Martin came over, Linda Henry had been talking to him. "John wanted to entertain you in person, but some unexpected situation suddenly occurred in Liverpool. He rushed to Liverpool early this morning to deal with it, and repeatedly asked me to apologize to you." This woman especially likes red and wore a red evening dress tonight. It doesn't matter. Martin received a call from John Henry in person in the morning and asked casually, Liverpool team in the Premier League. Linda was worried that Martin, a partner, would have opinions, and explained in detail there was a problem with Liverpool's summer transfer. The club of a Brazilian player who had been negotiated before suddenly regretted it. That person was the key player introduced by the club in this transfer window. After the accident, the head coach was a little emotional, so John had to go over and talk to him in person. She picked up the glass and clinked it with Martin's. Please accept our apology. Martin smiled. I wish Liverpool good results next season. Linda also smiled. Thank you. She pulled Martin to drink and chat, talking about some interesting things in the sports and entertainment circles, and occasionally mentioned further cooperation in the future. Sports and entertainment are inseparable, and the same is true in America. This woman is not only responsible for Fenway's external publicity, but also has a good hand and a good mouth in public relations. Linda is beautiful, has a hot body, is highly educated, and speaks well, which makes people feel good easily. But people like Martin may not be willing to give up, even if they see a little white rabbit, so naturally he will not make any promises easily. After chatting for a while, Martin found that there were acquaintances in the banquet hall, said something to Linda, and went over. Giselle, long time no see. Martin took the initiative to greet Giselle Bündchen, and shook hands with her husband Tom Brady. The latter said, I heard that you were filming in Boston recently. Martin said politely, it's a pity that the NFL is in the off-season now, so we can't go to watch the New England Patriots game. Tom Brady responded with a few words, and made an excuse to go to the other side. Giselle Bündchen looked around the banquet hall and asked, isn't Leo here? Martin said, no, I haven't seen Leo for a while. He seems to be planning to shoot a new movie. Giselle said, he doesn't care about anything else except making movies, making money, and picking up girls. In fact, Leo has always cared about you. Martin, the bastard, did not hesitate to dig a hole for his best friend. Maybe you don't know, after Jack, Leo and I drank too much, Leo would cry bitterly every time, and say that the person he felt most sorry for was you. Hearing this, Giselle's expression was a little abnormal, and she seemed a little dazed, as if she remembered that happy time. She is the only woman who made Leonardo engaged. But Giselle is not an ordinary person. She quickly sobered up and said, really care? Don't think I don't know what you three have done. It's no secret in the modeling circle. Martin was not embarrassed at all, and said, we are just thin-skinned, and can't save our faces. We don't know how to refuse their invitation. Giselle didn't believe a word of these words. Thin-skinned? And he is testing people for the fashion supermodel group. Contact Leo more often, when you have time. Martin continued to dig a hole. Anyway, Leonardo would not die if he fell, and he could still watch the fun from above. There were many people in the banquet hall, most of whom were from the business and sports circles. Martin went to the bar, just sat on a high chair, and was about to order a cocktail, when a woman came over and leaned on the bar with her arms. I looked like you when I walked in. Scarlett's blonde hair was tied up behind her head, and the curly blonde hair was scattered on her shoulders. The 27-year-old woman was at the peak of her appearance and figure. She turned to look at Martin and asked, didn't you see your female companion coming? Martin smiled and said, everyone has left. I'm the only one left, staying alone in Boston, attending all these tedious social events, feeling lonely and tired, as if I had fallen into the abyss. Scarlett suddenly stretched out a hand to Martin, and waited for him. Martin put his hand in Scarlett's. Scarlett pulled him up and said, I'm the one who saves you from the abyss. She pulled Martin out. Please call me the savior angel. Martin thought she was more like a female bodhisattva. He waved to Linda Henry from a distance, followed Scarlett's footsteps, and said, we have known each other 8 years ago, and I have waited for 8 years for you to save me. Scarlett said directly, because you were not charming enough 8 years ago. 8 years ago, she was already famous all over the United States, and Martin was just a sunny, handsome and not offensive little actor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769. You don't want to see your sisters get into trouble, do you? At Los Angeles International Airport, Martin walked out of the terminal with a suitcase and stretched. He had slept soundly in the first-class cabin all the way. Most of the fatigue from the previous night had disappeared, and he gradually recovered and was full of energy. Thomas came over and helped the two put their luggage into the trunk of the Escalade. Bruce took the initiative to get into the driver's seat. After the Escalade drove out of the airport, Thomas opened his briefcase, handed the materials he had just collected to Martin, and said, "The situation related to Billy Milligan and the two non-fiction biographies." Lily and Elizabeth were waiting for him at home. There would be a tough battle ahead. Martin was closing his eyes to rest. "Tell me about it," Thomas said. "The situation is a little different from what was expected. The copyright of the two books is in the hands of Billy Milligan himself. After Billy Milligan came out of the mental treatment center more than 10 years ago, he registered and established a small production company in Los Angeles. He once announced that he would adapt his experience into a movie." Martin was really surprised and asked, "Has it been filmed?" "No," Thomas said in detail. "These two books have brought Billy a lot of income. In addition to maintaining his daily living expenses, he can also save some money. A few years ago, he used the money to hire a screenwriter to adapt the two books into a script called The Crowded Room." Martin opened his eyes. "I seem to have heard of this name somewhere," Thomas reminded. "It should be the media reports." Billy once accepted an interview with the media and announced that he would film this script with multiple personalities as the selling point into a movie. He also planned to invite Tom Cruise or Leonardo DiCaprio to play the leading actor, that is, himself. After he reminded him, Martin remembered, yes, Leo mentioned this matter. At that time, the gossip media hyped it up and used him and Tom Cruise as a hype to attract people. Leo didn't seem to respond, and it soon faded away. Thomas said, "Indeed, the matter was quickly settled. Billy didn't sell the script in his hand, and he didn't have the funds and ability to make it into a movie." Bruce interrupted. "Billy is schizophrenic and has 24 personalities? Can he do something like making a movie?" According to psychiatric and psychological experts, all personalities have reached a compromise. Thomas checked the detailed information. He can live a normal life and is not harmful to society. Martin was not interested in these and asked directly, "Is Billy interested in selling the copyright?" "You can try to contact him," Thomas reminded. "We'd better hurry up. According to what I know, Billy seems to have been diagnosed with a tumor." Martin nodded. "You contact Jessica and buy the copyright as soon as possible." He thought about what happened before and emphasized, "Keep a low profile and be quick." Thomas said, "I'll take you back. I'll go to Burbank." Bruce reminded, "Be careful when you go. Although that guy has been released, he was once a dangerous person." Thomas decided to take a few bodyguards with him. He added, "The series of incidents involving Billy can be regarded as a public event. If the negotiations are not smooth, we can also adapt it. There is no copyright conflict." Martin thought about it and said, "To reduce the trouble in the later stage, try to get the copyright first. If you can't get the copyright, then talk about other things." The car drove into Beverly Hills and passed through Century City. After dropping off Thomas, it rushed to the north of Sunset Boulevard. After entering the Davis Manor and stopping in front of the villa, Martin got out of the car and found that no one came to welcome him, so he had to carry a bag into the hall. The door of the villa suddenly closed, the curtains closed automatically, and all the lights went out. Martin heard familiar footsteps, so he didn't move. Lily came up behind Martin quickly, and the knife-shaped carving made of stone pressed against his lower back, saying, "Don't move, raise your hands." Martin moved slowly. Lily grabbed the back of his collar. "If you don't hurry up, I'll stab your kidney with a knife." Martin felt his clothes being lifted up at the back of his waist, and a cold, hard long object pressed against his back. He put down the luggage bag in his hand and raised his hand. Lily was not finished yet. "Put your hands behind your back." Martin's hand slowly fell behind his back. "Hurry up, it's your turn," Lily said to a distance. A leg wearing black over the knee boots suddenly stretched out from the place, blocked by the screen, and Elizabeth Olsen, wearing a red leather hunting suit, walked out. She was holding a red rope in her hand. Lily asked, "Is it the right person?" Elizabeth tried to smile fiercely, but in front of Martin, her smile became sweet unconsciously. "Yes, it's him. We captured an American hero alive." Lily said, "Very good. Tie him up. We will interrogate him carefully, and then check carefully to see if he has enough." Martin understood the first part, but what did the latter part mean? Elizabeth skillfully tied a slipknot and wanted to tie Martin's hands. Martin played with them, acting out the whole play, as if he had been subdued. The noose fell, and Lily's hand subconsciously moved back, and the thing on Martin's lower back retreated a little. Just like the real thing, as soon as the knife left, Martin grabbed Lily's wrist with his backhand and snatched the knife from her hand. He pulled Elizabeth over, with the stone knife across the little witch's neck, turned around and looked at the opposite side, and shouted at the same time, "Don't move." Lily, who was opposite, was wearing a black tight leather outfit, and a carving knife was spinning between her white fingers. This custom-made outfit highlighted her figure so much that Martin kept looking her up and down. "Don't move. I'll do it." He suddenly laughed, touched Elizabeth's chin with the back of his hand, and said to Lily, "My beauty, you don't want to see her blood flying, do you? Bad guy, let my sister go." Lily was also very dramatic, with a righteous face. Martin seemed like a big villain. "You can let her go, but you must do what I say." Elizabeth also got into the role. "Don't worry about me. Go quickly. Don't worry, I will definitely save you." Lily stared with bright eyes. "What do you want to do?" Martin said, "I want your leather hunting suit. Don't worry about me." Elizabeth didn't finish her words, and the stone knife in Martin's hand was across her mouth. Lily said, "Don't do it. I'll give it to you." After that, she turned the carving knife and swiped between her chest and abdomen, and the sound of leather cracking kept ringing. Martin was very surprised. Elizabeth was worried and suddenly lost her temper. "Don't hurt yourself." How could the famous young artist Lily hurt herself? She used herself as the raw material and performed artistic carving to create a human sculpture. The leather fell off one after another, and the part exposed below looked like a white jade inlaid with pink diamonds. Martin ordered, "Come here." The righteousness on Lily's face turned into humiliation. She moved towards Martin step by step, and then did all kinds of incredible things according to his orders. The Beauty's dragon fight began. On the other side, Bruce packed his luggage in the auxiliary building, sent a message to Martin, and left the manor with a handbag containing a gift box to TMZ. He hadn't gotten off work yet, so he waited in the car for a while. Jodie suddenly appeared on the passenger side and knocked on the window. Bruce quickly opened the door, let Jodie get in the car, and threw the handbag to her. "It's a gift from the sponsor. I don't have any use for it. I'll give it to you." Jodie glanced at the Hermes logo on it and wondered when Martin had ever cooperated with Hermes. "Where are you going?" Bruce started the car. Jodie said, "Go to my house." She deliberately asked, "You just came back from Boston and you came to see me? It seems that the relationship between us is different." Bruce did not change his expression and made an excuse. "I'm Martin's agent and public relations manager. Of course, I have to maintain a good relationship with the editor-in-chief of the #1 gossip media in the United States." Jodie complained in her heart, "You only have eyes for Martin." But she would not say this out loud, just pretending not to hear it, staring at old Bruce, sneering and saying, "Very good, you don't want to see Martin's negative news exposed. Do you know what to do?" Bruce nodded and made another sacrifice for Martin. When it was dark at Davis Manor, Martin sat in the dining room with Elizabeth and Lily, chatting while eating dinner. Lily rubbed her knees for no reason, obviously not feeling well. Martin pretended not to see it. Elizabeth handed over a document and said, "This is the business jet that Lily and I have chosen." Martin did not open it to read. "Have you chosen?" "Just place the order and I will pay later." Elizabeth opened the cover and placed it in front of Martin. "We have chosen a Bombardier Global 6000, which can carry up to 15 passengers, with a maximum range of more than 10,000 kilometers and a price of about $60 million US. Martin took a quick look at the relevant parameters and interior decoration and said, okay, let's choose it, and you are responsible for placing the order. Lily became interested and said, when the plane is delivered, the three of us will take to the sky together. Elizabeth said, haven't you been tortured enough? Lily grinned. While he was being F***KD, he was also being F***KD. Martin looked up at Lily, as if he had returned to the Atlanta period, and said, idiot, don't swear. Elizabeth didn't want to listen to Atlanta slang, but she said nothing. She pulled the full Lily to the living room. Let's contact the people at Bombardier and place an order. Lily nodded and whispered, let that bastard Martin bleed profusely. After finishing his meal, Martin went straight to the study and called Leonardo first to ask about the incident in the crowded room. Leonardo said, I don't know what happened. I only found out about this project when the gossip media suddenly reported it. I'm not interested in the role with 24 personalities you mentioned. It's too difficult to act. It's because your acting is too bad. Martin hung up the phone without giving Leonardo a chance to fight back. Then, he called David Fincher again, wanting to ask David Fincher out to talk about this project. In Martin's opinion, David Fincher is more suitable to direct this type of movie than Night Shyamalan. Chapter 770. Speed has its advantages. Arriving at Nicholson's mansion, Martin just turned the corner and suddenly sensed danger. He pushed the ground with his feet and rushed forward. When he turned his head, he heard a strange sound in his ears. Shh, shh. Several jets of water flew over, but they didn't hit Martin, and fell on the marble floor. Leonardo came out of his hiding place with a big water gun in both hands, pointing the gun at Martin. Asshole, I'm going to settle accounts with you, and let you know how it feels to be sneered in the face. Martin stepped back, stood near an oil painting, and said, come on, Leo, let me see if your shooting is accurate. Leonardo was about to turn the gun when Nicholson, who was watching the fun, jumped out and shouted hurriedly, stop, stop, you two bastards stop. Martin stood next to the oil painting. Go on, Leo. Without waiting for Leonardo to speak, Nicholson ran over and snatched his water gun. If you dare to wet my oil painting, I will marry you, Lorraine. Leonardo quickly put down the water gun. Martin questioned, is this the way you welcome me when I just returned to Los Angeles? Leonardo strode inside and gave Martin two middle fingers at the same time. What did you do in Boston, you bastard? Martin sat on the single sofa, his face full of innocence. What did I do? I've been filming a new movie. Nicholson brought wine and glasses over, poured wine for both of them, and said, Leo's beloved. Martin understood. I met Giselle and chatted for a few words. Giselle called me. Leonardo patted the back of Martin's sofa, sat on the other side, and said, then ask me what I like to say when I'm drunk. Martin said earnestly, Leo, don't you feel my kindness? I'm helping you find true love. You should thank me. Leonardo is used to this shameless face. I will definitely thank you very much, and tell others that you want to form a beauty coalition to capture the White House and flatten Washington. Martin didn't care and said, this is politically correct, do you understand? Nicholson, a fence sitter, had just been in the same group with Leonardo, but now he turned to Martin and said, Martin is really loyal to his brother and helped his good brother find his true love. Martin nodded at him. Jack really understands my intentions. Leonardo said, what I lack is women. It's time to spend with women. That's not right. Martin said with a smile, it's just over 20 seconds in total. You don't have even this much time, do you? Nicholson laughed so hard that he almost couldn't straighten his back. Leonardo had already honed his skin and said, what's wrong with over 20 seconds? Speed has its advantages, and you two idiots don't understand that at all. Martin and Nicholson looked at Leonardo with contempt in their eyes. Leonardo asked back, what is the purpose of picking up girls, huh? He didn't need others to answer, and said directly, of course it is for my own pleasure. More than 20 seconds. I feel good. That's enough. I don't care whether others feel good or not. Nicholson was changing the topic again. It seems to make sense. What do you mean it seems to make sense? This is the truth. Leonardo argued. There are so many advantages of a short time. It does not consume physical strength and energy. It will not cause excessive wear and tear on the lumbar spine. It will not affect my normal work and life. It will not break the skin in vital areas. Martin was unable to refute. Leonardo was ready for defense and started to fight back immediately. Look at you. You work half an hour at a time and work yourself to death. Just for those few seconds? You are often 1 on 2, 1 on 3, or even more, and you are busy for half the night. What's the difference between the final result and mine? He pointed at Martin and retorted, you are young now and can't feel it. When you are as old as me, your waist is ruined, your kidneys have no power, and you are in low spirits. Then you will know how serious the consequences of time are. That's fucking scary. Martin looked scared. I was almost scared like you, and ran the 100 meters in 24 seconds. Leonardo patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, do you understand what to do in the future? Martin said, I also want to learn from you, but my strength does not allow it. He looked at Nicholson. If Jack was not here, I would believe your nonsense. Nicholson grinned at Leonardo, revealing 2 rows of creepy white teeth. Martin pointed at Nicholson and said, Jack played more wildly than I did when he was young, but what was the result? Now Jack is 75 years old, and he can still make Jennifer Lawrence call him dad. Nicholson raised his chin. I have never missed our group activities. Martin coughed lightly. On the other hand, several famous Hollywood runners with too fast 100-meter speed are not so good after the age of 40. He deliberately counted on his fingers. Leo, you will be 40 soon. I heard that when people reach 40, their energy will seriously decline. 100 meters in 10 seconds is not scary, but don't. Enough. Shut up. Leonardo quickly changed the subject. Are you going to take the project you called me about? Martin said, I have sent someone to contact them. Nicholson continued, I heard Leo mention a few things. I also read the original book back then. The 24 personalities are not easy to act. Your acting skills are barely acceptable, but if the director is not well chosen, it will easily collapse. Leonardo also said, it is difficult for ordinary directors to handle such a subject. Martin said, I made an appointment with David Fincher this afternoon. I plan to talk to him and see if he is interested. Nicholson nodded. David Fincher's style is very suitable for this kind of subject matter. Leonardo reminded, since you are interested in it, you should act quickly. You are not short of money now. Don't worry about hundreds of thousands of dollars. Many people in the circle are watching you. I will make people make a quick decision. Martin said, all the projects that were snatched away failed. Those who are watching me will hesitate a little when they want to snatch them again. Thomas and Jessica were really fast. Just this morning, they found Billy Milligan in a nursing home. Billy Milligan has a tumor and is in urgent need of money. He lived in a mental hospital for the most important period of his life and did not have medical insurance. 24 Billy was not a popular work with explosive sales. Although the ghostwriter did not have the copyright, he could share the royalties. The income from the 2 documentary biographies was only enough for him to barely survive now. As for raising funds to adapt the movie, Billy Milligan had long given up the idea. A few years ago, he hired people to hype up his career, but the money was spent, and the copyright was not sold, even though many Hollywood movies had drawn on his story. In the ward, the thin Billy Milligan looked listless, without any symptoms of schizophrenia. He looked at Thomas and Jessica with cloudy eyes and asked, you mean, Hollywood superstar Martin Davis wants to buy the film and television adaptation rights of my 2 biographies? Jessica replied, I'm the vice president of Davis Studio. I'm here on behalf of Martin. Davis Studio intends to adapt your biography and life into a film and television drama and wants to buy the sole authorization. Billy Milligan knew very well that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He wiped his eyes and said, I wanted to adapt it into a movie myself, but unfortunately I don't have the chance. He asked, will Martin Davis star in it himself? Thomas understood and said, yes, Martin will star in the character adapted from you. Billy Milligan's conditions had actually been made a few years ago. He didn't bother to say more at this time and said directly, $1.5 million to autobiographies plus the script of The Crowded Room. The sole authorization is given to you. Thomas and Jessica had been advised by Martin that, as long as the price was not outrageous, they should make a quick decision and not drag it out. The two exchanged glances, and Jessica responded, "Sure. Mr. Milligan, do you have a lawyer or agent?" "I have a lawyer." Billy Milligan picked up the landline next to him, dialed the lawyer's number, and said, "Please wait a moment. The lawyer will be here in an hour." When the lawyer arrived, the two sides had a more detailed negotiation. By the afternoon, they had already signed a copyright agreement. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Martin entered the Disney studio and received a call from Thomas on the way to the Argo studio. The copyright was basically settled. Surrounded by hungry wolves, Martin didn't care about spending hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars cutting the Gordian knot and getting the copyright before attracting the attention of other companies is the right way. When he came to the studio lobby, Thomas' assistant was already waiting here with the script of the crowded room. Martin took the script and went to the director's office. David Fincher was waiting here. When he saw Martin coming in, he said, "You're just in time. I have something to discuss with you." Martin sat on the sofa and asked, "Is the film finished?" David Fincher shook his head and said, "There is still one final fine cut. The final cut will be completed by the end of August." He said, "I plan to premiere the film at the Toronto Film Festival, use the festival to build momentum, and then release it on a large scale in North America." Martin agreed. "I will have someone communicate with Disney Pictures. It has been 8 months since the film entered post-production in October last year, and the post-production of the film has not been completed." David Fincher is striving for perfection in order to make a final push for the Oscar for director. The two discussed the matter of Argo for a while, and Martin turned the topic to the new project. "While I was in Boston shooting a new film, I came across a biography, 24 Billers by Billy Milligan." He explained the specific situation in detail. "I'm basically sure that I have obtained the sole authorization. I wonder if you are interested, David?" Martin put two biographies and a script in front of David Fincher. The script Crowded Room was adapted by someone hired by Billy Milligan. It can only be used as a reference. David Fincher picked up the book and said with a smile, "I learned about Billy in detail as early as 1996. Chapter 771 Conquer You on the Spot." "Oh, David, have you studied him carefully?" Martin clapped his hands. "That's great." David Fincher briefly said, "Before I directed Fight Club, I had studied Billy's life and medical history in depth, and some of the character settings were also borrowed from it. In fact, it's not just me. Many Hollywood films about schizophrenia have more or less referred to Billy's case." Martin said, "Billy's case naturally arouses people's curiosity. I want to adapt 24 Billy into a movie." He said rather exaggeratedly, "No one in the world is more suitable to direct this film than you. David, shall we work together again?" David Fincher had already read the two biographies carefully and asked directly, "How do you plan to adapt it? What are your initial creative ideas and thoughts?" "There are two ideas and creativity at the moment." Martin said, "You know, I'm not very good at creation, so as soon as I returned to Los Angeles, I called you and asked for your opinion." David Fincher was very interested in Billy. His dark and struggling life was so similar to his film style. He immediately motioned for Martin to continue. Martin said, "One is to focus on Billy and revolve around Billy's robbery, kidnapping and rape of 3 girls, mainly showing his behavior and struggle." He paused for a moment and said, "The other is to elevate the perspective and revolve around Billy's case itself. This is a judicial precedent and has a great impact. The second option is not suitable for me." David Fincher can imagine that, if the second option is used, the film will be a standard award season proposition movie, and various rules and regulations will restrict the film. Although this is conducive to the impact of the Oscars, it is not good for his personal performance. At least until now, David Fincher's idea has not changed. Argo is his last impact on the Oscars. Whether he can win the Oscar statuette or not, he will not play with the old men in the Academy anymore. Martin asked, "What about the first option?" David Fincher said, "I think the first option is more suitable. The plot focuses entirely on Billy himself, but this kind of multiple personality requires very high acting skills." Martin laughed. "David, can you have some confidence in me? Don't forget, I have played similar roles." A terrifying image with a white face and red lips flashed in front of David Fincher. The Joker. Martin also has ideas about the Joker, but his relationship with Warner Pictures is currently sensitive. Even if Warner Pictures replaced Daniel as president, there is still a lack of trust between the two sides. Of course, he would not tell David Fincher these ideas. Martin asked directly, "Have we agreed on this project?" David Fincher has worked with Martin several times. The process was pleasant, and the results were good. Of course, he would not refuse. But there are some things he needs to say in advance. "I have signed a contract with Netflix. After the Oscars next year, I will start working with Netflix as the director and producer of the House of Cards project. From preparation to shooting and production, it will take at least 1 year. Your project can only wait until House of Cards is completed." Martin responded, "No problem, I'm not in a hurry." David Fincher asked, "Okay, let's find someone to adapt the script first, and then talk about other things after the script is finalized." This matter was finalized, and Martin then found Louise, and the two discussed the project in detail. Louise will register and establish a related studio as quickly as possible, inject startup funds with Davis Studio, discuss with Martin and David Fincher about suitable screenwriters, and start script adaptation as soon as possible. David Fincher himself is not good at writing scripts. He recommended Andrew Walker, the screenwriter of Seven Deadly Sins, but was rejected by Louise and Martin. Because after Seven Deadly Sins, Andrew Walker's downward trend is very obvious, and he has never written an outstanding work again. His latest film The Wolf Man is even worse. Billy's story is very special. David Fincher also has the ability to make this dark and struggling story into a good movie. Martin's acting skills are also okay. Now all they need is a good script. This model of first having an idea and a project, then writing a script based on it, is also the most common way of writing scripts in Hollywood. The next morning, when Martin went to the La La Land crew to practice piano and dance, he met Mean. "I passed the audition and will play your friend in the film." Mean came to Martin and said, "It's the singer Keith from the pop band." Martin asked, "Can you sing? I've rarely seen you sing." Mean said confidently, "Of course I can." He pointed to his not so black face and said, "Boss, you seem to have forgotten that I'm a black man. I'm born with a great sense of music. Whether it's singing or dancing, I'm above average." Bruce didn't quite believe it. "You?" Mean took off his coat, threw it to Bruce, and said, "I'll conquer you on the spot." Martin sat at the piano and said, "Try it." Mean said, "Boss, let's play a piece of music." Martin moved his fingers and wrists and played a piece of music composed by Sebastian. Mean cleared his throat and sang the lyrics written by Meyer along with the music. The song was not the kind of black rap, and Mean sang it well. Martin stopped the accompaniment. Bruce clapped his hands a few times and said, "I really didn't expect it." Mean raised his head and chest and reminded, "Old Bruce, you seem to have forgotten what I'm best at." Bruce suddenly realized, "You bastard, you are best at oral skills. Being extremely flexible in tongue, is it also an advantage in singing?" Bruce threw the coat back to Mean and said, "This aspect has been personally verified by Celine Dion, Emma Thomas and Isabel Huppert." He asked curiously, "Have you broken up with the others?" Mean scratched his head and said embarrassedly, 2 days ago, Emma asked me out again. I didn't go at first, but then she came to me on her own initiative, and I couldn't refuse." Martin and Bruce raised their middle fingers to Mean at the same time. "Scumbag." Mean laughed happily, pulled a stool and sat down, chatting with Martin and Bruce. Speaking of Emma Thomas just now, he continued the topic in this regard and said gossipingly, "I heard Emma talk about something. The Nolan brothers had a conflict." Martin was very curious. "What exactly happened?" Mean said, "Since director Nolan came to Hollywood, Jonathan Nolan has been his exclusive screenwriter. Jonathan wrote Memento, Daytime, The Prestige, Inception and the Batman series. Now that director Nolan has become successful, Jonathan has also become a gold medal screenwriter." Martin understood. Jonathan is not satisfied with being a gold medal screenwriter, or Christopher Nolan's screenwriter brother? Mean responded, "Yes, that's roughly the case. According to Emma, Interstellar will be the last collaboration between the Nolan brothers, at least in the short term." Martin then remembered Memento and asked, "Did they have a falling out?" "No, we didn't fall out. We just had some conflicts. but it's far from the point of falling out. Mean thought carefully about the wording. Emma's meaning is that if the Nolan brothers continue to cooperate, they will inevitably fall out in the future. After they stop cooperating, their relationship will be better. Martin can understand that it is rare for brothers to do business together without falling out in the end. The most typical example in Hollywood is the Weinstein brothers. Without Bob's backstab, Harvey would not have fallen so quickly and miserably. Sebastian knocked on the door and came in, ready to teach Martin to practice the piano. Mean said goodbye and left at the right time. Martin put aside the thoughts in his head and concentrated on practicing the piano. After an hour of piano lessons, he went to the dance studio on the other side to receive targeted dance training from Mandy Moore. In the current shooting plan, Martin's leading actor will have a solo dance and a duet with the leading actress. Mandy Moore's choreography design has been completed. Martin has a certain dance foundation, plus long-term combat training, and his body flexibility is still good, so it is not a problem to cope with the shooting. After all, the filming can be edited from multiple shots, so he doesn't need to jump around continuously. After a short break at noon, Martin held a preparatory meeting with Louise and director Damien Chazelle. This is a story that takes place entirely in Los Angeles, and the crew will shoot the entire film in Los Angeles. The interior scenes have been set up at Disney Studios, and the location selection for the exterior scenes has also begun. After the meeting, Martin and Louise left the small meeting room together. As they walked, Martin said, regarding the project about multiple personalities, "I have a candidate for screenwriter Jonathan Nolan." Louise certainly knew who Jonathan was, although the script for Interstellar has been completed long ago. Jonathan Nolan has only worked with Christopher Nolan in recent years. Martin said, according to the confirmed news, the cooperation between the Nolan brothers has come to an end for the time being. Jonathan wants to go out on his own, and I think he is very suitable for adapting this subject. He gave an example. Memento was originally inspired by Jonathan. Strong and unstable mental factors have always been the characteristics of Jonathan's script creation. The main characters in many of Nolan's films have very obvious manifestations of this. Louise understood the thoughts of some people in the circle and said, Jonathan left the Nolan team and wanted to develop independently. He must not be satisfied with being just a screenwriter. He may also have ideas about being a director. Martin didn't remember what outstanding films Jonathan Nolan had directed besides being a screenwriter, and said, you contact Jonathan. If he is willing to be a screenwriter, we will invite him with a large sum of money. If he insists on seeking the position of director in addition to being a screenwriter, there is no need to discuss it further. Sure. Louise also felt that Jonathan was a very suitable candidate for the screenwriter. I'll talk to Jonathan in person. Martin followed Louise into her office. His cell phone suddenly rang. It was Musk calling, asking him to have a drink together in the evening. Chapter 772 Musk's Big Sales Promotion. Sunset Boulevard, Grapevine Manor Bar. Martin entered the private room on the second floor. There were only two people inside, Musk and his new girlfriend Amber Heard. The private room was well soundproofed, and no sound from outside could be heard after the door was closed. Hi, my friend. Musk got up to greet Martin, opened his arms and hugged him. You finally returned from the cold East Coast to sunny Los Angeles. Martin saw 3 red lipstick marks on his face and said, your look tonight is very unique. Musk laughed and looked behind him. This is a gift from Amber. Amber waved from behind. Hi, Martin, we meet again. Martin nodded to her, sat on the single sofa, opened a bottle of wine he brought, and said, taste the good wine I brought. Amber took the bottle and poured the wine one by one. The 3 of them drank a glass together. Musk was direct and said, I'll buy you a drink. I want to consult you about something. Martin put down his glass. You tell me first. Amber and Epps' divorce lawsuit will be heard soon and will last for many days. Although Musk is a scumbag, he cares about his girlfriend very much. You have been entangled with Depp for so long. Do you have any suggestions for getting more favorable conditions for Amber? Although the news of Depp's domestic violence was widely reported in the media and the entertainment industry was overwhelmingly biased towards Amber Heard, Martin did not believe a word the woman said. However, he was happy to make Depp unlucky. After thinking for a while, He only said one name, Lily Rose Depp. Amber continued. Depp took drugs in front of his daughter several times and also induced her and provided her with seaweed. I filmed all of this. Musk reminded. Communicate with your lawyer. As long as these are confirmed, Depp's words will no longer be credible. How can a person who doesn't even care about his daughter care about others? Martin didn't say anything else, but poured a glass of wine and tasted it slowly. Musk asked again, Martin, is there anything else? Martin shrugged. Lawyers are more professional than us in other aspects. Musk nodded to Amber. Go and communicate with your lawyer. Amber wanted to speak, but after looking at Musk's expression, she quickly left the box. This woman has a lot on her mind. With Musk's experience, of course he can see what kind of woman Amber Heard is. She also has a very wild heart. Martin casually reminded, don't let those who play with snakes get bitten by them in the end. Musk said, if the snake doesn't obey, I will put it in a rocket and launch it to Mars. He paused for a moment and suddenly asked, what do you think Amber looks like? Martin told the truth. In terms of appearance alone, she is first rate in Hollywood. Musk asked again, are we good friends? Martin nodded casually, of course. I saw entertainment gossip some time ago, and it seems that you found a pair of sisters? Musk is rich and free, so it is inevitable to have a project. Next time I have a party, you can bring them over? Martin looked at the fat white man vigilantly. What do you want to do? Ellen, my shooting is very accurate. Blowing someone's head off from 800 meters is almost the same as eating and drinking water. Musk knew Martin and thought he might be the most powerful billionaire. He quickly explained, I don't mean anything else. I just want to play an exchange game. I'm not the kind of person who eats for free. I will bring Amber Heard and Tanya really with me. He added, Tanya is not only a beautiful actress, but also a PhD in quantum physics from Caltech. Wait. Martin didn't quite understand. If I remember correctly, Tanya really is your wife. Musk said, she's my ex-wife. I divorced her. Martin asked, peaceful breakup? Musk nodded. I gave her $16 million. We are still friends after the divorce. She plans to return to Hollywood. Among all the Hollywood bigwigs I know, you are the most reliable. He said, haven't you always liked this type? I recommended Tanya to you for her future. Stop. Stop. Martin called out to Musk, you're being too wild and too extravagant. A conservative person like me can't stand it. Stop talking about exchanging Amber and Tanya. I respect women's right to choose freely. Let's not talk about this anymore. Musk shook his head again and again. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Martin said, compared to you, I'm a good person. Good man Martin, do me a favor. Seeing that Martin didn't take the bait, Musk simply threw away the price he was ready to pay and said directly, I've seen reports in the media that you have reached a cooperation agreement with the crew of Interstellar and will serve as the leading actor and producer. For such an interstellar travel blockbuster, it's more appropriate to introduce my SpaceX as the main sponsor. Martin asked, main sponsor? Musk said, I've read the script and want the space base in it to become the base of SpaceX. I found Spielberg, and he said that the plot and shooting and production of the film will be mainly directed by Nolan, but I'm not familiar with director Nolan. I heard that he is a stubborn and conservative person. If you can't leave a good impression the first time, it will be difficult to convince him again. He looked at Martin. I have learned specifically that you have a very good relationship with Nolan. Martin, Tesla will soon conduct the next round of financing. I will leave you the same share as last time. Martin thought for a while and said, I can introduce you to Nolan. If Nolan asks for my opinion, I will support you, but the specific work still needs you to do it. Musk tried every possible way to build momentum for SpaceX and Tesla, and immediately said, no problem. Before the two of them finished the bottle of wine, Martin said goodbye and left and returned to Beverly Hills. Lily and Elizabeth were in Los Angeles, and he would go back to Davis Manor every day. The next morning, after the routine dance and piano practice, Martin met Jonathan Nolan in Louise's office. Later, David Fincher also rushed over. The four chatted for half an afternoon and basically reached a cooperation intention on the project of multiple personalities. According to Martin's opinion, the project was officially named Split. Jonathan Nolan will be the main writer of the script. I need about a year to complete the script. Jonathan said to Martin, in addition to the 2 biographies and the script of The Crowded Room, I also want to interview Billy himself, and the doctor at that time. It would be best if I could go to Ohio to find the parties involved in the case and learn more about the situation. Martin and Jonathan are quite familiar with each other and know his creative style. He is a screenwriter who is not very prolific, but pays attention to meticulous creation. He immediately responded, okay, let's do this. The script will be finalized before September next year. David Fincher will be shooting and producing House of Cards for Netflix next year and has no time to direct. Jonathan said, I'll notify my agent to come and talk to you about the contract. After the meeting, Martin stood up and shook hands with Jonathan and David Fincher. Let's keep in touch and communicate in time if we encounter any problems. This is Jonathan Nolan's first work after leaving Christopher Nolan. His goal is very clear, to prove to the whole of Hollywood that after leaving Christopher, he is still a first-class screenwriter. As for directing a work alone, Jonathan is familiar with the Hollywood mechanism and knows that he cannot be impatient and needs to take it step by step. After seeing off David Fincher and Jonathan Nolan, Martin talked to Louise again. A gold medal screenwriter like Jonathan Nolan cannot earn less than $3 million. The top screenwriters in Hollywood can get $5 million for a single book. The screenwriters currently standing at the top of Hollywood are Aaron Sorkin and Paul Haggis. The former prefers TV series production, and The West Wing is his representative work. He was also the screenwriter of Moneyball, which directly competed with Martin during last year's awards season. Paul Haggis is more famous. His self-written and directed Crash won the Oscar for Best Picture. He also wrote $1 Million Baby, The Last Kiss, Flags of Our Fathers, Letters from Iwo Jima, Casino Royale, Quantum of Solace, etc., all of which have caused strong reactions. However, the style of their works is not suitable for Split. A few days later, Martin called the Face Gang to go to the nightclub to wash their faces, invited Nolan and Musk, and took the opportunity to introduce the two. Getting to know each other in this environment is conducive to increasing the relationship and trust between each other. Especially after washing your face and being refreshed, it will be smoother to talk about things. Nolan is a commercial director, and Martin is pulling him in. He does not reject commercial sponsorship, as long as it will not bring too much negative impact on the filming of the film. Moreover, the development of computer special effects technology has almost completely reversed from large-scale real-life shooting. In large-scale films, many scenes are shot with real-life props, which is very expensive, while CGI generation is cheaper. Nolan is a director who insists on real-life shooting. For films like Interstellar, real-life shooting means huge investment. Musk can provide $8 million in sponsorship. Nolan wants to include this part of the sponsorship in the cost of filming, not the income of the film. The details still need to be discussed by several companies. After washing his face, when he went downstairs after the show, Musk took Martin to walk out the back. The fat white man was in a good mood and said, "I want to thank you for what happened today. If you have time one day, I will ask Tanya out for dinner." Martin was helpless. "Even if you are divorced, you don't have to sell me your ex-wife," Musk said as he walked. "Compared to those perverts in Hollywood, you are reassuring, and you will definitely take good care of her." Martin said, "Don't forget your promise to Tesla. I'm not interested in Tanya or anything like that." Musk suddenly figured it out and slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot that you are interested in someone else's wife. Tanya divorced me. Otherwise, I will find an opportunity to remarry Tanya and then ask you out." Hearing these words, Martin suddenly remembered a sentence: "Perverts are more likely to meet perverts." Chapter 773, The Big Melon of the Century. Burbank, Davis Studio. Martin closed the curtains, lowered the projection screen, and turned on the projector. Leonardo plugged the data link into Martin's computer. Nicholson glanced at his watch and said, "The court session will begin in half an hour." Martin logged into TMZ. The headline on the front page was the live broadcast column, with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard hanging on both sides. Leonardo looked at the projection screen and said, "Blonde hair, long legs, good figure and high looks. What a pity, what a pity." He asked Martin, "Did this person poop on Musk's bed?" Martin shook his head, not sure. Even if he did, I guess Musk, that pervert, would like it. Leonardo couldn't figure it out. Why do we always know some perverts? Because we are a group of perverts. Nicholson gave the bloody and true answer. Martin didn't care about any of this at all and said, these people at TMZ are really willing to spend money. They actually got the live broadcast rights for this divorce case. He clicked on the live broadcast window, waiting for the live broadcast of the trial to begin, and slammed the table. Let's make a bet on who will win and who will lose between Depp and Amber Heard. I bet on Amber to win. Leonardo said, no, the winner and loser are too obvious. Nicholson said, I bet on Depp to win, but I have to set the conditions. Martin looked at him. You say. Nicholson, this bastard, made a bet that fits the bastard style. If you two lose, you have to marry Lorraine one after another. Leonardo felt that it was impossible to lose, and asked, what if you lose? Martin proposed the conditions. In the first home game of the Los Angeles Lakers this year, Jack, during the halftime break, you must run around the field naked and shout into the microphone, Jack Nicholson is a fool. Jack Nicholson wants to be a shemale. Leonardo laughed and said, I agree. Nicholson stopped talking. Martin teased him. Sure enough, the older you get, the more timid you become. Jack's courage is like his brother's, shrinking. Leonardo continued, it is said that it has shrunk to 2 centimeters. A coward will only shrink more and more. Nicholson stood up and pulled out his belt to prove his innocence. Martin was worried that it would be eye-catching, so he held him down and said, you should keep it for Jennifer Lawrence. Nicholson sat down and said, I bet. The three of them agreed and chatted for a while, and the live broadcast of the trial began. Johnny Depp's usual style, his whole body was unruly, and the heavy dark circles under his eyes seemed to be too much, and he hadn't slept for many days. Amber Heard wore a women's suit. Her makeup and temperament were particularly dignified. Although she looked a little old, people subconsciously thought she was a normal and good woman. A typical scumbag and green tea. From the outside alone, Johnny Depp was completely defeated. Leonardo said, Jack, you are going to lose. Depp's appearance says a lot. The team and lawyers behind him have not done enough. Nicholson sneered, if you lose, the worst thing is to run naked. I have seen God with half of my eyes, so why should I be afraid of these? If I win, haha. Martin said, did you see it, Leo? We have always regarded Jack as a brother, but the despicable and insidious Jack wants to be our father-in-law. Leonardo despised. Jack is too shameless. He can't win. Martin knew enough. Not long ago, Johnny Depp paid the second tax and a huge fine to the tax bureau, and the original plan to hire a luxury lawyer team went bankrupt. Nicholson said, let's start. Today is the last court hearing of the divorce lawsuit between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, which has lasted for many days. On this day, the whole world is surrounded by melon fields. The two sides go back and forth, smear each other crazily, and expose all kinds of old secrets. I said you pooped on the bed, and you said I had extramarital affairs with different men. The revelations during the entire trial process are enough to make the world's melon-eating crowd die in the melon field. At the same time, it is an eye-opener to how bad the private lives of celebrities can be. Both sides provided a series of video and picture evidence, but the most fatal came from the part carefully planned by Amber Heard, among which the part between Depp and Lily Rose made the wind turn to one side. In this fight between the bitch and the scumbag, the latter was not well prepared. The former grasped the most critical part. What Depp did in front of his biological daughter made his self-defense and the credibility of the evidence he provided decline rapidly, and the jury members are almost all parents of the children. So, Depp lost the case as expected. The judge announced the verdict in court. Amber Heard and Johnny Depp dissolved their marriage, and Depp needed to pay Amber Heard $35 million in property division and $10 million in mental compensation. This $45 million is enough to consume Depp's last assets. Depp's lawyer announced the appeal in court. TMZ's live broadcast ended. Martin turned off the projector and said to Nicholson, sorry, Jack, you lost. Leonardo had already laughed. I can't help but be happy when I think about Jack running around naked. Nicholson didn't care. Isn't it just streaking? It's not the first time. Martin said, Leo, spread this news. Let more people see Jack's butt. Leonardo said, I will buy space in the newspaper later. Is this the focus now? Nicholson was very dissatisfied with these two bastards and was angry at them for not fighting. We have done so many things to make Johnny Depp what he is today. Now the focus is to make him never turn over again. Martin got back to the point. Although Depp chose to appeal, today's verdict is enough. The law has already ruled that Depp is guilty. With the current situation in Hollywood, it is enough to nail Depp to the pillar of shame. How could the women's rights organization and the Me Too organization miss this opportunity? What's more, there is also Megan Ellison. Los Angeles, Annapurna Pictures. Megan Ellison closed the TMZ Live broadcast window and looked at Johnny Depp on the webpage, her eyes sharp as two swords. It's not that I didn't do well enough. A fool like Martin Davis couldn't have cheated me. Megan Ellison always believed that the failure of Transcendence and the Lone Ranger was not her problem. She had done everything she could. The biggest problem with these two projects was Johnny Depp. Megan murmured, you did so many bad things and ruined my career. You must pay the price. Amber Heard won this divorce lawsuit and she did a lot. Megan picked up the phone and called. It's me. Did you watch Depp's trial? Very good. Now we have achieved the best result. You should contact major media immediately and let them report more on Depp. Public opinion was not favorable to Depp. After the trial results came out, the media reports were imaginable. The person on the other end said, I'll do it right away. Megan didn't finish yet. Put pressure on Depp's agency Utah through media opinion and ask them to terminate the contract with Depp. I will, the person replied. Megan knew very well that she had been cheated by Depp and could not gain a foothold in Hollywood. She would soon leave Hollywood in disgrace. She would not let Depp feel good. You can use all the remaining funds in the company's account to operate. I want Depp to never stay in Hollywood again. The person on the other end replied, we have donated a sum of money to several women's organizations. They have been waiting for the trial results. Now that the results are out, they will speak out soon. Megan said directly, I will completely destroy Johnny Depp. As you wish. Megan hung up the phone and finally felt a little better. At this time, Judith, the bank business manager, called. Just like before, a collection call. The huge pressure returned to her. Megan lowered her head. The seventh son had not been sold, and she had no other way. After hanging up the bank phone, Megan called her father Larry Ellison's office phone. When the call was answered, her spirit and energy disappeared. I can't bear it anymore. Larry Ellison said, sweetheart, go back to San Francisco, leave the company bankrupt to the bank, and don't worry about the rest. This billionaire father had already raised funds and was ready to solve his daughter's personal debt problem at any time. Megan said, I will go back to San Francisco after I take care of the last thing. The internet was already in an uproar at this time. News about Depp's divorce case was overwhelming. In this information age, even if the public's perception of the moral quality of Hollywood stars is low enough, they were still shocked by the content of the celebrity couple exposing each other's secrets in court. The private lives of celebrities are even more unbearable than those of ordinary people. It is simply a stench. How glamorous they are in front of the public and the media, how dirty they are behind. And Depp became the target of verbal criticism. The stinking domestic violence man should be humanely destroyed. It's unimaginable that this is the father of a child. Depp alone has lowered the average moral standards of Hollywood stars by 100 levels. It's unimaginable that someone like Depp is an idol worshipped by countless teenagers. The public opinion on the internet is completely one-sided. The same is true in the media. The Sun was simple and direct, publishing an article titled Shameful Domestic Violence Man Johnny Depp. The Los Angeles Times said that Depp's black history is so scary that any crew that hires him will take a huge risk. At a time when left-wing ideas are popular, representatives of the National Teachers Parents Association were interviewed and called on parents to boycott Depp's works. As opinion leaders of Me Too, Jolly and Aniston were also interviewed on this matter. However, the two have been advised by Martin, and the words they said seem to criticize Depp, but in fact they are very particular. Jolly and Aniston said that women in Hollywood should unite and refuse to cooperate with domestic violence. This is very politically correct, and there will be no problem, even if Amber's house collapses later. Under the overwhelming public opinion, Dyer could not bear the pressure and announced the termination of the endorsement contract with Depp. Subsequently, Utah terminated its agency cooperation with Depp and unilaterally terminated the contract. Depp found that there were bad people around him. Chapter 774, not afraid of eating, drinking and having fun, but afraid of making progress and starting a business. Amid the wave of public opinion attacking Johnny Depp, a piece of news in the media did not attract much attention. Annapurna Pictures was declared bankrupt less than 3 years after its establishment. Due to defaulting on bank loans, the company's assets were applied for preservation by the bank, and the most valuable part of them was the copyright of several films. The 3 completed films include The Lone Ranger and Transcendence, which have been released, and Seventh Son, which cannot find a suitable distributor. The one in post-production is Lights Out, directed by Catherine Bigelow. In addition, the bank loan involved by Megan Ellison herself is as high as $250 million US. It is very difficult for ordinary people, even ordinary billionaires, to pay back this money. Megan Ellison also does not have such ability. At this time, the advantage of having a good father is reflected. Larry Ellison personally took action to settle Megan Ellison's debt. But the condition is that Megan Ellison must leave Hollywood and return to San Francisco. Even a billionaire cannot afford to dig a cesspool dug by a daughter who is too ambitious. He can fill it up once, but he will vomit blood if he does it again. This also proves the saying that super rich people are not afraid of their children eating, drinking and having fun, but they are afraid of their children making progress and starting a business. In another world that Martin experienced, Megan Ellison's Annapurna Pictures took the Oscar route and was the most successful award season company after Weinstein Pictures, with 52 Oscar nominations alone. But the Oscars are no longer the Oscars of the 1980s and 1990s. It is no longer possible to win awards just by meeting the tastes of old white men. In the rapidly evolving LGBT era, the films appreciated by the Oscars are completely out of touch with the majority of audiences and basic market rules. Behind Annapurna Pictures' great victory at the Oscars is a commercial failure. An award-winning film can easily cost tens of millions of dollars, and even if it gets several Oscar nominations, the box office is only a few $1,000,000. Art awards cannot keep studios alive. Annapurna Pictures in this world chose the commercial path, but fell into the super pit of Johnny Depp. Megan Ellison got into the car after coming out of the lobby of the office building. Not long after the car drove out, she said, "Stop for a minute." Dredd, who was driving, stopped the car. Megan Ellison lowered the window and looked at the Annapurna Pictures office building opposite. It would be difficult to come back if she left today. Several business cars suddenly stopped at the door of the office building. A group of people led by Judith got out of the car and took over the small building. Megan Ellison turned back and said, "Let's go." The car drove towards the airport. Larry Ellison sent a private plane to Los Angeles to pick up Megan Ellison and return to San Francisco. When she was about to arrive at the airport, Megan Ellison received a message from the bank. After the bank took over the few remaining assets of Annapurna Pictures, it released information to the public that it was ready to sell the copyrights of Seventh Son and Lights Out. For the bank, it was meaningless to keep the film in its hands without cashing it out. Burbank Davis Studio. Harris Carter had just returned to Los Angeles from New York and came to see Martin immediately. The months-long journey of acquisitions and sales had yielded fruitful results. "Hi, Bruce." Harris greeted Bruce first, then pulled out a chair, sat opposite Martin, took out a document from his briefcase, and handed it to Martin. "All the details and documents are in it." Martin opened it and quickly flipped through it. Harris briefly introduced, "During this period, I used various shells to purchase many of Depp's assets at low prices, including Depp's Seaview Villa in Malibu, the super apartment occupying the entire top floor of Columbia Building, the duplex apartment in the Upper East Side of New York, the villa in the 16th district of Paris, the wine estate in Bordeaux, and the antique ketch yacht." Martin nodded slowly. "These were worth a lot of money." Harris added, "It's not just us who are eyeing Depp. Some businessmen are also eyeing him. Depp's hillside villa in Beverly, the castle in London, the farm in Kentucky, his collection of famous wines, and many artworks and classic cars have fallen into the hands of others." Martin said, "It's already very good to be able to get all these." Harris smiled and said, "We got the news first, as well as the details of Depp's assets. We have been keeping an eye on them, so we have some advantages." Bruce also participated in this acquisition investment. Unavoidably curious, he asked, "Which ones have been sold now?" Harris introduced. The two-masted antique yacht was sold to J.K. Rowling. The villa in the 16th arrondissement of Paris was sold to French actress Léa Seydoux. The wine estate in Bordeaux was sold to an Oriental star, and the penthouse apartment in Columbia Building was sold to Sandra Bullock, with a total profit of $25.77 million US. He paused for a moment and added, "The duplex apartment in the Upper East Side of New York is currently being negotiated with a singer. Several wealthy people from South Asia are interested in purchasing the Seaview Villa in Malibu, and the details are still being discussed." Martin nodded. "You're very quick. Thank you for your hard work." As the actual agent, Harris received additional compensation in addition to his share of the shares. The two were chatting when Bruce's phone rang. He took it out and read it, then interrupted. "The latest news is that the bank has taken over Annapurna Pictures and is preparing to sell off Annapurna Pictures assets." He looked at Martin. "Seventh Son is included, and Catherine Bigelow's Lights Hunting is in post-production." Martin said directly to Harris, "You contact the bank and try to buy these two films. Seventh Son can only be sold for $30 million at most. If it exceeds this price, just give up." Affected by The Lone Ranger and Transcendence, Seventh Son is difficult to find a distributor to enter the theater for large-scale screening, and its profit prospects are not optimistic. Even if a distributor is found, the distributor is unlikely to invest too many resources in this film. Martin's target is Netflix, and he is still confident that he can sell it to Netflix for $40 million. Harris wrote it down. Martin recalled the relevant situation of Lights Out. In the previous life, the heroine of this film was Jessica Chastain. Because he inserted a few times in it, Jessica Chastain rejected Megan Ellison's invitation and did not take the role at all. The director was James Cameron's ex-wife Catherine Bigelow, but after Lights Out, Martin did not remember Catherine Bigelow directing other works. From this aspect, the film's profit prospects are not good. Martin called Jessica to check. The production cost of Lights Out was $40 million US. He said to Harris, "For the other one, the highest bid does not exceed $20 million US." Harris said, "When realizing this kind of non-performing assets, banks generally sell them below cost. I stayed in Los Angeles during this period to deal with these businesses in Los Angeles." Martin was not polite with him. "Okay, hurry up." Harris did not stay for long, left the studio, and contacted his subordinates to make preparations. Martin then left the office, crossed the overpass that spanned ABC TV and Disney Studios, and entered Disney Studios, preparing to go to the studio of La La Land to rehearse songs and dances. This film will have a lot of songs and dances, and if you want to shoot the effect, you can't do without hard practice in the early stage. Before entering the piano room, Martin suddenly received a call from overseas. "Hello, is this Mr. Davis?" The other side asked carefully. Martin said, "Hello, I'm Martin." The other side quickly introduced herself. "I'm Clara, Mr. Davis. Do you remember me? Last year you came to Seattle for the premiere. Samsung held a grand welcome party for you and director Ridley Scott, and I also attended it. When you left the party, I exchanged contact information with you." Martin almost forgot about it, but after her reminder, he remembered it. "I remember that she once came to the United States to study and can speak fluent English." Martin said, "I remember you, a beautiful lady. Do you want to talk to me about something?" Clara's voice was full of surprise. "My contract with the agency here has expired, and I have some difficulties in signing another contract. I want to try my luck in Hollywood. I don't know anyone in Hollywood, so I had to call you." Martin understood what these words meant as soon as he heard them. Without certain connections, even if many star-level actors from other countries come to Hollywood, it is difficult to find a suitable opportunity, not to mention Clara, who is not well known. He thought for a while and said, "My agency WMA has opened a branch in East Asia. You can join WMA and develop business outside your country." The entertainment industry in South Korea is not an exaggeration to say that it is slavery. Clara has the opportunity to jump out and go to Hollywood to develop. She didn't hesitate at all. Martin, I will listen to you. Martin gave Clara a phone call. If you want to join WMA, contact this person. Let's do this first. The two hung up the phone. Martin entered the studio and happened to meet director Damien Chazelle. The latter called Martin and talked about something about casting. Some time ago, Catherine D'Addario came to the crew to audition and passed the audition for the role of Alexis. There are 2 supporting roles around Maya. I have some ideas about the casting. Martin nodded. Just tell me. Damien Chazelle said, for the other 2 roles, I think it would be best to choose a black actress, a Latina or other ethnic actress, so that the film can avoid some criticism. Martin certainly understood that this is the general trend of development in the United States, and it is becoming more and more obvious now. It doesn't matter which ethnicity the latter chooses, but there must be a black actress. Martin agreed. Okay. Damien Chazelle said, I'll go say hello to the casting team. Martin went directly to the piano room. When the piano and dance practice were over, he received a call from Alexandrovich. This guy had just returned to Los Angeles from Europe and came to him as soon as possible. Chapter 775. Selection plan for the Holy Maiden group. In the crew's reception room, the petite Alexandrovich could not hide his fatigue after the long journey, but he still cheered up in front of the financiers and the bigwigs behind the scenes. Boss, we have gained a lot from returning to Ukraine this time. He reported to Martin like a loyal subordinate. Marius and I redubbed Napoleon's Beauty Pass and then released it in Ukraine. The film was taken off the shelves last month and earned $8.94 million in box office in Ukraine and Russia. We then gave it to TV6 to broadcast it and earned another $1 million from the TV copyright. Martin was generous with his praise. You did a great job and really opened up the Ukrainian and Russian markets. I have always believed in your ability, and you really didn't let me down. Alexandrovich also talked about the new project. The shooting of Servant of the People has been completed, and post-production is in progress. We have signed a premiere agreement with Ukraine's 1+1 TV station, and are currently negotiating with Russian and Belarusian TV stations. The relevant income and financial details have long been transferred from Ukraine to Davis Studio. The Russian financial supervisor sent by Martin also has an independent report. Therefore, he was basically satisfied with Alexandrovich at this stage. Of course, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Although the bulk of the film's revenue had to go to Davis Studio, the income Alexandrovich earned from this film was more than the income from his many years of work combined. He wanted to hold on to this big and thick leg that he had finally managed to hold on to for a few more years and quickly demonstrate his new value. Boss, Ukraine's top girl group Saint Girl Group has fallen out again. The 3 members not only have many conflicts with the agency, but they have also turned against each other to the point of either you or me. Martin knew Alexandrovich best in the Ukrainian entertainment industry, and the reason was well known. The other one was Saint Girl Group, and the reason was also well known. In particular, he could not remember the most stable 10th generation, but the relevant performance videos were widely circulated on the internet in his previous life. It was definitely not the 3 people who broke up as Alexandrovich said, because Martin had seen 2 of them when Leonardo was having a party in Paris. Alexandrovich looked at Martin and continued, their agency was involved in a corruption case in Kyiv's political arena and may not be able to survive. I want to buy all the commercial ownership and song copyrights of the Saints and form a new generation of the Saints. Martin asked, is this profitable? Alexandrovich had a complete plan. Before he came to Martin, the current 16th generation of the Saints collapsed. I plan to form the 17th generation of the Saints. The 3 members will be selected through a large-scale audition in Ukraine, Russia, Belarus and other places. The reputation of the Saints will definitely attract countless people to participate. Martin thought easily, like the model of American Idol. Alexandrovich said, going a step further, because the members of the Saints not only need to sing well, but also be beautiful and have a hot body. At this point, he secretly glanced at Martin. In Alexandrovich's eyes, Martin, the Hollywood tycoon, is his real confidence. Money, the little money he thought he could make, was hardly enough to make the bosses smile. Status and fame were even more different, and Alexandrovich didn't think he could make much of a contribution in these areas. He met Martin because of a carnival party attended by many Ukrainian and Russian models and actresses, and he had seen and heard a lot about Martin in Hollywood. As a man, Alexandrovich was very sure that beautiful women were also what the bosses were after. There was no mistake about this. What Alexandrovich did was not only to buy the saints and reorganize the saints, but also to select the 3 most qualified people from them. I plan to adopt a selection model like American Idol plus Miss Universe, with participation from all people, live broadcast, singing competition, and the most important live beauty pageant. He emphasized, the audience will also understand that the saints have been formed since 2000 and have gone through 16 generations. Each generation is synonymous with sexiness and beauty. Martin also knew that the key to the saints' popularity was not singing. Of course, having a certain level of singing skills is important, but a fiery performance while singing is more eye-catching. Martin thought for a moment and said, "You write a detailed plan. The studio and the Ukrainian company you set up will operate the entire process." I brought the plan. Alexandrovich handed the plan and preliminary plan to Martin and said, "I'm now somewhat famous in Ukraine. The pilot of Servant of the People was very good. If this series is successful, I will have a greater reputation in Ukraine and Russia. I will then be the host of the main venue." Martin nodded. "You can take care of this aspect yourself." Seeing that Martin agreed, Alexandrovich quickly said, "Boss, if the opportunity is right, can you serve as a judge in the finals?" Martin said vaguely, "I can't be sure now. Let's talk about it after you finalize the time." Okay. After Alexandrovich finished his business, he couldn't help yawning. "Boss, I will return to Ukraine as soon as possible to operate this new project." Martin looked at his watch. "Go and adjust to the jet lag and take a rest." Alexandrovich scratched his head. "Boss, I'll go to the hotel first." The door of the reception room was closed. Bruce, who was sitting in the corner, said, "No wonder you admire this little Ukrainian guy. His work really suits your taste." Martin seemed not to understand what he meant. "He is a man with a lot of ideas. I hope we can get enough benefits from him." This time Bruce didn't understand. A movie or a TV series, even if it is a big hit in Ukraine, the income is limited. The market in Ukraine and Russia is not big. Martin shrugged. "Don't underestimate the Russian-speaking market. If this Saint Girl group selection competition is well run, it can make tens of millions of dollars in profit." For some reason, Bruce felt that tens of millions of dollars in profit was not a lot. But then he patted his head. Following Martin, he was used to seeing tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars in profits for a single project, so it was inevitable to have such thoughts. Bruce knew very well that a company that could make tens of millions of dollars in net profit every year was already rare. Martin packed up his things and got up to go out. Bruce followed from behind and said, "I heard that there are a lot of women there who have exquisite faces and sexy bodies when they are young." Martin said, "It seems that there are quite a few." Bruce asked, "What about bodies, like Kim or Chloe? You mean the kind with big butts?" Martin knew the aesthetic taste of this rotten old man. "Or bigger?" Bruce replied, "Almost." Martin said seriously, "A lot. Many of the Russian aunts who seemed to be in their teens were older than Kim Kardashian." Martin felt that it was very suitable for the appetite of old Bruce. After all, if you sit down, you can press out the overpass rice of old Bruce. If there is a chance, I must help Bruce find a few more. Martin has always been a good brother of Bruce. The two came out of the La La Land studio and met Sayowis Ronan. She was just across the road, talking to a burly blonde woman. This person had broad shoulders, thick waist and strong legs, comparable to Catherine Bigelow. Sayowis also saw Martin and waved across the road. "Teacher, I'm over here." Martin let the 4-seater electric car pass, crossed the main road of the studio, and came to the opposite side. The sturdy woman took the initiative to greet him. "Good afternoon, Martin. I'm Greta Gerwig." Sayowis added, "In addition to being an actor, Greta is also a screenwriter. She was hired by Disney Pictures to serve as the screenwriter of Beauty and the Beast." Martin remembered that Alan Horn had talked to him and said politely, "Alan has mentioned you a long time ago, and he praised you highly." Greta knew the investors behind the project and smiled. "You are all my bosses." Because the time was short, Martin gradually remembered more about her and said, "When the script is completed, remember to give me a copy." Greta said, "This is my duty." She didn't stay for long, said goodbye to Martin and Sayos, and left the studio. Martin asked Sayos, "Have you known her for a long time?" "Almost a month," Sayos said simply. "She is friends with our choreographer Mandy Moore. After being hired by Disney Pictures, she sometimes comes to the studio to ask Mandy Moore for advice on singing and dancing. I was rehearsing with Mandy Moore a few days ago, and that's how I got to know her." She asked, "Teacher, is there a problem with Greta?" Martin shook his head and said half truthfully, "I've heard a lot of people talk about her. She's average as an actor, but she's very gifted in script writing, and she seems to have directed a movie." Sayos said, "Yes, 5 of Greta's signed scripts have been made into movies and released. In last year's 40-Day Dreams, she was both the screenwriter and the heroine." Martin understood the regulations of the Writers Guild and the Producers Guild. Only 2 people can be named in the screenwriter column for theatrical films. Being able to be named as a screenwriter means that the screenwriter must be one of the main creators of the script. Sayos added, "She directed a movie on her own in 2008. Martin's memory includes this female director and Sayos Ronan. His appearance undoubtedly greatly influenced Sayos Ronan's life trajectory." After thinking for a while, Martin said, "Since you are very familiar with her, you should build a good relationship with her in the future. People like her who have served as screenwriters and directed feature films on their own will definitely become directors in the future. Actors need to work with good directors." Sayos understood immediately. "Teacher, I will listen to you, and will definitely manage my relationship with Greta." She further said, "If Greta is an excellent director and has a good project, I will pull her to your studio." Martin couldn't help laughing. "You have so many ideas." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.